Everybody, please take your seats. There are, it looks packed, but there are a few seats around. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Excellent, right on time. It is 10 o'clock and we are starting. Welcome everyone to this very packed room. There's still a few seats around for those of you who haven't found space yet. It's going to get warm in here as well, but that's the point. Cozy and warm discussions. So welcome everyone, friends, colleagues, guests, especially welcome to those of you who are flying in from the south, from the north, from outside of Oslo. I was going to make a remark about the weather. That was my plan, at least, when I wrote these things, because the weather in Oslo is constantly changing between rain, heat wave, and rain again. But actually, I can't talk about the weather. It's actually quite nice today. So, why are we here? I want to spend a couple of minutes just saying a few words about the conference. My name is Andreas Østhagen. I'm a senior researcher at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, also affiliated with the High North Center in Bodø in the Norwegian Arctic. And we at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, the institute here in Oslo, focusing on Arctic issues in the spirit of Fridtjof Nansen, we have several projects, and we had several projects for decades, looking at Arctic governance, Arctic resource management, Arctic geopolitics, if you will. And what we've come to realize is that there is perhaps a need for a more Arctic security tailored discussion. We're lucky to have big Arctic conferences. I mean, Anu Frederikson, the director of Arctic Frontiers, the largest, the best, if you will, at least if you're in Norway, you have to say that, Arctic conference up in Tromsø. These big Arctic conferences, they tackle everything, right? Because in the Arctic, everything is connected to everything. And then often, on the other side, or the other end of the line, we see that security conferences or security seminars often become defense seminars. They often become focused on deterrence in the North Atlantic, or how do you defend Alaska in a crisis. And in this conference, we want to, and this is the first iteration, this is the first time we're doing this, and the goal is to try to do a bit of both. To try to focus on a single issue or topic, if you will, Arctic security. Security in some of the sessions might be in a broad definition, but in a circumpolar context. Not only looking at Norway or the Nordics or Europe, but actually linking to the whole circumpolar region, especially linking to North America. Because of course, as you know, and as you will hear throughout the next 2 days, North American security in the Arctic is rather different than European security in the Arctic. So that's some of the rationale for actually why we set up this conference, we, the Fridtjof Nansen Institute. And we're not doing it only by ourselves, we're doing it with partners, as you have to. So we're lucky to have partnered with UiT, the Arctic University of Norway, and Nord University, the High North Center at Nord University, the two research universities that we have in the Norwegian Arctic. Alongside the Atlantic Committee here in Oslo, who of course are experts on the transatlantic relations. And this is also taking place under the wider framework of the Norwegian Center for Geopolitics, a newly established consortium realizing or focusing on the importance of geopolitics also for Norway. And then, as I said, we're linking to North America. So we're also collaborating with the North American Arctic Defense and Security Network in Canada. We're collaborating with the Ted Stevens Center in Anchorage, Alaska. And we're collaborating with the US Coast Guard Academy, its Arctic Policy Center in Connecticut. Point just being, this is a collaborative effort of more or less academic institutions. So I was thinking this morning, if something goes wrong in this conference over the next couple of days, blame the academics. We're good at writing papers. Conference management, we'll see. Give us a judgment throughout the next couple of days. If you have questions, concerns, comments, just come up to me and talk to me, or talk to Iselin, my partner in crime, standing there at the door. She's done most of the legwork, to be honest, putting together this conference. But as I said, conferences, is not necessarily our primary job. We prefer, I mean, Iselin writes about the Arctic Mayors Forum and its role in local security. I write about Arctic geopolitics, right? So, and that should also perhaps be reflected in this conference over the next couple of days in the various sessions. Okay. One more word about context, or about Oslo. I mean, for those of you who know me, my friends in this room, you know that I love to complain about Oslo. I mean, I'm from the north, but I have to live down here. It's the main pastime of northerners living in the south. We complain about Oslo. But there's a reason for why we're doing this in Oslo. And it's twofold. The first being that Norway, as an Arctic country, in a circumpolar context, I mean, why we're not doing this in another Arctic country or Arctic state? Because Norway has been at the forefront of Arctic issues for 2 decades now. And it's perhaps not a competition, but I think perhaps it is. And Norway is, I would say, the leading Arctic nation. I know the Canadian ambassador sitting in front of me probably has a word to say on that. We will hear from her later. But point just being, Norway's 2 decades long emphasis on the high north or the Arctic as its most important priority for strategic issues in foreign policy is linked to also this conference and for why we're having it in Oslo. And I know that Foreign Minister Espen Eide will probably say more about that in a few minutes. And then why didn't we fly up to the north? Or why didn't we ask you to fly up to Bodø or Tromsø or Kirkenes or Alta, or I can keep on naming northern cities if you want. And I think it has to do something also with taking Arctic issues down to the capital. And as a person who's living in this capital for a long time working on Arctic issues, I think there's a neglect. Even in a country like Norway that has focused for 20 years on Arctic issues, I think there's a neglect in the capital as well when it comes to understanding the complexities of Arctic issues and specifically Arctic security issues. Okay, enough about context, enough about why you're here, or I'm not sure I actually answered that question, but you could probably do that yourself. But let's get into the nitty-gritty. This conference, as I said, it's packed. It's already getting quite warm in here. It's going to get warmer throughout the day. Each session is tailored to debate, to conversation. The first session today is focused on the policy level. This first session tomorrow is also focused on the policy level, then with a more defense angle. All the other sessions are academically or analyst-oriented, with a final session today focused on journalistic approaches to the Arctic. Coffee is outside. You will definitely need it throughout this long, hectic days. Lunch will be served at 12:30 outside as well. Only sandwich lunch, I'm sorry. But as my colleague said yesterday, they should be glad we're not serving them mackerel in tomato sauce. Because for Norwegians, that's apparently an okay lunch dish. And then finally, if you have questions that you want to ask the audience, we won't run around with microphones. It's definitely too warm for that in here. But you can scan the QR code in the program that you might have picked up when you entered, and then you can post a question through that app or through that mechanism, and then we'll hand that through the stairs. Okay, that's it for me right now. You will see me throughout the day. I will keep introducing sessions and remind you about different things. But right now, I'm turning the floor over to the director of the Arctic Frontiers Conference that I highlighted, Anu Fredrikson. Anu, floor is yours.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you for the shout out. That's much appreciated. Minister, State Secretaries, Excellencies, dear friends, welcome to today's first panel focusing on the big picture on Arctic security and geopolitics. During the next 60-ish minutes, we will focus on security concerns and dilemmas, total security and community resilience, as well as the role of non-Arctic actors and governance. We've got a high-level panel with a great amount of expertise representing policy, defense, research and academia, indigenous affairs, as well as the business community. So without any further delay, it is an honor for me to welcome to the stage the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway, Espen Barth Eide. State Secretary Pasi Rajala from Finland, serving not only the Minister for Foreign Affairs, but also the Minister of Defense. State Secretary, welcome. And the chair of the U.S. Arctic Research Commission, Dr. Mike Sfraga. Welcome. Before we get started, just wanted to remind you of what Andreas said. Slido exists. Please scan the QR code. If you have any questions, we will reserve some time for those at the end of the panel. But, gentlemen, with ever-increasing military posturing and kind of a tit-for-tat exercises here in this part of the Arctic, the Nordic part of the Arctic, do we find ourselves in a security dilemma, that is, a potential conflict spiral? And if we start with you, Minister.
I mean, there is. Thank you, and it's great to be here, and congratulations on an excellent program, by the way. And we're obviously in a conflict spiral regionally in Europe, you know, and globally. There's an increasing conflict and competition, and there's war in Europe, in Ukraine, and Russia, which is a large part of the Arctic, is part of that war. So at the general level, of course, the security dimension is a more important dimension of everything, hence also the Arctic. But this should be distinguished from the Arctic being the cause of a security dilemma. There it's more the jury is still out. It is important to keep repeating that there are no significant outstanding territorial or economic zone disputes. UNCLOS applies, and all the countries around the Arctic agrees and continue to agree that settlement should be found through UNCLOS, and most have been found. So I still don't see the Arctic region as an originator of conflict, but what we achieved for many years was to insulate Arctic cooperation from geopolitical tensions further south. That is not totally successful today, and which is also one of the reasons why Arctic Council is there. It continues to work, but on a lower level than it used to do before the full-scale invasion in Ukraine. But as a chair, we have the chairship, as it's called, of the Arctic Council. We try to do our best to make it relevant, to keep it alive, and also to prepare for better things in the future. And then, of course, on top of this is an increasing global interest, not only regional in the Arctic, thanks to climate change. And climate change comes to the Arctic from the world. It's not originated principally in the Arctic, but it's a global phenomenon. But the effects are heavier in the Arctic than anywhere else, because the speed of warming is, yes, it might be warm in this room, but the speed of warming is much faster in the Arctic, 4 to 5 times that of the global average. And Svalbard is the one place on land anywhere on the planet which warms fastest, and it's been shocking over the last years, really. And what happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic. And when we see countries from very far away places taking an interest in Arctic, it's also because they understand that the physiological role of the Arctic was to be the refrigerator of the planet, and that role is being lost. And that has many implications, and the interrelationship between climate and security in the Arctic will be more and more evident, because with this, of course, the ice melts and new areas become accessible, new transport routes become accessible, but we will also see new disputes about fishing rights and so on. So I think we need to understand that is a particularly important relationship in the Arctic.
Thank you, Minister. Turning over to our neighbors in Finland, how do you see this?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here with these two brilliant experts. Thank you, Minister Espen, for the invite. Just a quick note, my only modest, very limited claim to Arctic expertise for myself is that I completed my military service north of the Arctic Circle, back when I was a young man, but that's a side note. I fully agree with the Minister. I mean, the Arctic region is relatively stable. It's a well-governed area. It's not the cause of any conflict an sich as such, but obviously everything happens in a very global context of global competition. I just moved back from the United States, and there's very much talk about the global competition with China, how the Chinese are reaching out to the Arctic area. And this is where the conflict, if you will, originates from. Obviously, as the Minister pointed out, climate change is a key factor in that, opening up new economic possibilities, but also heightening the competition. So, I mean, the Arctic as such, and we should preserve that, and your presidency of the Arctic Council has been a wonderful success so far. We should follow that track and keep the Arctic as a stable, peaceful region.
Well, Dr. Sfraga, you live in Alaska. Would you say that Alaska is facing a similar security dilemma or a potential?
I think that from my side of the map, it's different. There's a different dynamic happening. Climate change absolutely is driving physical change, social change, cultural change. We have communities in Alaska that are not just threatened by climate, they are suffering from climate change. So that's a primary driver. I'd like to widen the aperture on the definition of security, because I think we have communities that we all serve that are really focused on their own community security, health, water. There are social issues, cultural issues, just the viability of a lot of these communities not connected by roads. So to them, security, and to us, security means fundamentally different things. I think what we're talking about here is sort of the security defense, hard security dynamic to some degree. So let me just spend a minute or two on that from the Alaska, Bering Sea, Bering Strait perspective. We have a very different emerging dynamic happening on the Pacific, North American side, Alaska side of the Arctic, and that is, for us, there is these connecting bridges with North America and Nordic countries into Europe, this span from Alaska into Europe. We can see that it's because we have a transatlantic alliance that stretches through Canada, NATO, through Alaska as the western flank of NATO. There's a connection to the Pacific there, but there's also a connection, obviously, to the North Atlantic and the transatlantic alliance. So you can't separate my home state from other dynamics geopolitically, culturally, or environmentally. But there's a real interesting dynamic stretching from the South Pacific, the South China Sea, the North Pacific, the Bering Sea, the Bering Strait into the Arctic Ocean, and this is it. We have Russia in the Arctic, we have China in the Arctic, and we have Russia and China in the Arctic. And this is a very active, emerging dynamic happening. We see it on our side of the Bering Strait. A couple of examples. One is the purchase and transportation of LNG from the Amal Peninsula, from the Northern Sea Route, from the Arctic coastline of Russia, through the Bering Strait, down the Bering Strait, the Bering Sea, and into markets in China and the rest of in other parts of Asia. Some of the tankers are IMO approved. Some we question the standards of that. If there's a spill in that region, it will devastate both sides of the Bering Strait and perhaps go in places that we just don't know how to clean up a spill on ice yet. So I think about the environmental impacts. But that's trade emerging and growing to a large degree because of the relationship between China and Russia. There's a second part, which is we've seen naval operations coordinated between the Russian Federation and China off the coast of Alaska. A number of naval flotillas, China and Russia naval vessels in coordination, in training in the Bering Sea, the Bering Strait. Well, that gets our attention for a number of reasons. Operating lawfully, but nevertheless, that is a dynamic we are mindful if we're thinking about the security defense components of the relationship. And now a new dynamic, just weeks old, where we've had 4 bombers, 2 from Russia, 2 from China, together in a joint exercise off the coast of Alaska. Right? NATO responded appropriately. Everybody acted within the confines of the rules of engagement. Okay, but those are 3 layered examples, just 3, of a very different dynamic happening on the Bering Strait, the Bering Sea side, the North Pacific side, the North American side of the Arctic. But it's connected to the South Pacific, the North Pacific. It's connected to the Arctic, it's connected to Alaska, it's connected to NATO, it's connected to the North American Alliance, and it's connected to the Transatlantic Alliance, in my mind. Because if we're thinking about the Arctic collectively, then all of these dynamics are integrated. And because one thing is happening or not happening in one particular part of the Arctic doesn't mean it should be ignored, and I don't think it should be addressed just for that particular situation. We should actually talk about this in an integrated approach. I don't think we should get overreaction. I think we should meet action with action. I think we need to be vigilant and diligent, try to put things into perspective. We're still not quite sure what this dynamic is between Russia and China, and then Russia and China in the Arctic. We're still exploring that. I don't think we need to get overreactive about it, but I think we need to be mindful of it. And so, but there are many other security issues related to the Arctic that we need to be mindful as well. And to the points of my colleagues here, that the Arctic is more than just a security defense discussion. It's broader. It's about the communities that we're supposed to serve.
Thank you. Foreign Minister.
Thank you. And in continuation of what Mike said, is that I think we agree that the Arctic is not the originator, but it's an arena. And if we see an even further conflict, and even sort of moving towards a large international war or preparation for that, the Arctic was important in the Cold War and will be relevant for exactly the same reason. It is the shortest flying route for planes and missiles between North America and Russia. That was true and is true because the geography is the same. And it is the best place to hide your nuclear submarines under the ice. It's your second strike capability in a nuclear war will, at least you will be able to traverse something in the Arctic. So in that sense, and we have a sort of frontline seat in northern Norway looking into what Russia's nuclear capacities, and they are not there because of the Arctic. It's just that it's the logical place to be if you're Russia, and of course in a world where we again are thinking of security as something that happens between industrial states, which we for 20, 30 years forgot and thought it was all about asymmetric things in Afghanistan and Iraq and so on. This becomes relevant again, but again it is relevant because of challenges, problems, security dilemmas that emerges elsewhere. So that distinguishes. So it's not that I still maintain that I don't think the Arctic will be the cause of conflict, but conflicts will impact the Arctic as it will impact everything else.
State Secretary, you wanted to comment.
Yeah, on the military part, obviously the big shift is Finland's and Sweden's accession to NATO. And the Russian narrative is that now NATO is expanding towards its borders and causing a threat to Russia, which is obviously a false narrative. Finland has always worked for a peaceful, prosperous, stable Arctic. We always have and we always will. And I'm pretty confident I can speak for the Swedish government as well. That has not changed. With or without NATO, there was no change. A country like Finland seeks no conflict with anyone. We don't want any confrontation with anyone, and we pose no threat to anyone. Full stop.
But then, we've heard news, for example, regarding Barents collaboration, which has been our traditional way of cooperating with our Russian neighbors. Now, with many of those mechanisms gone, what escalation management mechanisms now exist? Do we still have lines of communications should something happen, either here in the Nordics or in Alaska?
Well, we do. I mean, we maintain lines of communication. We maintain it's a much lower level than it used to be, but we have hotlines. We do have cooperation. We have, for instance, the fisheries, the Arctic cod and all the fisheries cooperation with Russia. So there are lines of communication, and there are certain sort of warning systems and so on that still is on. But I think there is the nature of what we used to think about Barents cooperation was, very much inspired by the vision of an ever better relationship between all the states in the Arctic. That was a very beautiful thought, and it was well thought out at the time. No, that didn't happen. But because now Finland and Sweden has joined NATO, we're seeing something else happening, which is that the northern Nordic dimension, which is sort of North Finland, North Sweden, North Norway, is becoming much more connected. And I think to where there might be less connection over to Russia, there will be even more collaboration on a broader front with the other Nordics, and of course also towards Canada and the US, which of course means Alaska first and foremost in this context. So the whole thing changes, but I think it is important that we keep investing in the Arctic Council. We have, together with all our partners, including all the 7 non-Russia partners, agreed on how to do it. No political meetings, no direct meetings of SAO, senior Arctic officials, but working groups digitally continue to work, some of them, and I think there's a mutual understanding that we need at least that to maintain this as a primary forum for circumpolar cooperation across the Arctic, and we don't want to lose that. And this has been the leitmotif of our chairship. And Denmark will take over in May, and I spoke to Lars Løkke Rasmussen yesterday, and I believe that there will be very much a similar approach from the Danish presidency or chairship.
Thank you.
Yes, the question of communication with the Russians is extremely important, and it's necessary, and we need to do even better. to avoid any misunderstandings and any accidents. Finland too, we have lines of communication. Our embassy in Moscow is functioning, and we're currently looking into ways to make it even stronger. Our border guard has very intense cooperation with the Russian border guard, and there are other fora as well. The Arctic Council obviously is an element in that. So yes, we need to make sure that the lines of communication are open, and we constantly discuss with the Russians. Political level is another debate. We will come back to that when time is better. One additional thing, my personal concern is that the Russian elites have somehow convinced themselves that NATO is the enemy, and now Finland and Sweden being part of NATO, that we are part of the enemy. So they are beginning to believe in their own false narrative. And that's my greatest concern, which makes the communication even more important.
Just following up on that question, Norway's been ranked as a very unfriendly country, I believe, by Russia. Do you see that there's a differentiation as to how Russia sees the Nordic countries?
If they
See us differently? Yeah.
I wouldn't think so. I don't think so. I think
We're all unfriendly,
Unfriendly.
according to them. Yeah.
yeah. But also, I mean, we do have communication, so we are maybe not friendly countries, but we are also neighboring countries, and we do have lines of communication. So I think we're a bloc.
And if I may just, Finland and Norway, have what we had, and now Finland brings to the alliance is exactly that experience of being a physical neighbor with Russia. Not so many countries have that, and I think this is an important, acquired insight in how do you combine firmness and clarity. There's a border, we'll defend it from first centimeter, but also, what we are not doing. We're not preparing to invade you. We're not after you in Russia. We just want to keep you in Russia and not in Finland and Norway.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to Dr. Sfraga. How do you see the situation? Is the increased activity in the North Pacific what is now driving the US Arctic security policy?
It's not driving it. In my opinion, there's always been this iterative process with our partners and allies, certainly through NATO, and then non-NATO nations, but now NATO nations, and partners within NATO. There's always been this understanding. I mean, the connection between Alaska, the U.S., Alaska, and Canada through NORAD, all of the things I mentioned before. It's not driving it. I think what's happened here is it's brought a new dimension. It's brought a new area of emphasis. Not that this is being ignored, but it's a new area of emphasis. And frankly, a new area of emphasis challenge that we have to consider from a US side, but also from our partners and allies side. As I mentioned, if you can stretch this map and think about the North Pacific and the Atlantic and Russian Federation, there's a lot of territory to cover, figuratively and literally. So it's brought in new dimensions. It's also stretching us, thinking about strategy, assets, allocation of assets, and as I said, the Russia-China relationship is something that we have to be mindful of as well. So it isn't new, but there's more of a sense of urgency to understand better what's happening and understand better how we need to make sure that we're in a posture to defend ourselves, not to be an aggressor. This is not looking to create an incident, but to be prepared for one. And I agree. I don't think we're not going to go to war tomorrow over an Arctic issue. But the Arctic now is globalized. It is connected in every way. Yeah. And so, just like we have seen elsewhere in the world, conflict here, even though you think it might stay there, it does have ripple effects globally. And I think that's what we all want to make sure we're well prepared for. We want to make sure that we understand, game this out. The wonderful thing about, I think, representative and small representation here is that we have allies and partners. Yeah. These are not transactional relationships with our countries. They just aren't. Maybe at some level, but ideologies are firm. Our belief in rules of law, democratic processes, they vary, but there's a basic line of understanding between us. It's more than transactional. And I think that's more than other countries can say. That have transactional relationships we need to be mindful of, but we're talking about basic philosophical ways in which we think civilization should be treating the rest of the world the way the world should be treated. Is it perfect? Of course not. But these are global institutions that have brought us so far in 80 years, post-World War II. They're not perfect. They certainly haven't been equitable. There's a lot of work to do. but to me, it's better than the alternative. So it's worth the time, energy, and investment in understanding what our Arctic looks like, how we understand the rest of the way the globe is connected to it, and then who gets to define the contours of the future North. I think they should be defined by rule of law, incorporating other people's opinions, understanding the rules of engagement, whether it's economic, socially, or security-wise, and understand that we have a responsibility beyond hard security, that we have a responsibility to make sure the North is secure in all of its facets. Sorry for the long narrative, but to me, it all plays in. This isn't just about NATO in the North or transatlantic hard research science. This is about the broader civilization and the broader way in which we unfold the North before us, because everything we do will impact it. And we have rules of engagement, and we think that those are good rules of engagement.
Thank you. For Minister, you want to comment?
Two things. First, I totally agree with what Mike said. I mean, it is that web of institutions in which NATO is but one, which connects both our sort of value-based and collective interest-based institutions that connect us. These are in many ways more important as ever, or at least more important than in a very long time. And we have to use them and invest them in them, keep them alive and relevant for today's challenges. And then one word on China, because it's becoming a little bit too frequent to speak of Russia and China as if they are the same. Well, they are not the same. So number one, China is 10 times bigger in every possible aspect. It's 10 times more people, 10 times bigger economy. At least 10 times as many countries have China as their prime trade partner. And while we are concerned about the too close relationship, they are not identical. And our Prime Minister just came back from China. That was the first PM visit for many years. I was there earlier this year, first Foreign Minister meeting for many years. We think it's relevant to have this conversation with China, saying that we actually want to have. We're de-risking. We are, more nuanced in where we connect, but we do want to both trade and collaborate with China. But be aware, China, that we don't like your close connection to Russia. It has a certain effect. How big? Let's see. In the long run, history will write. But that also means in the Arctic that, it's not. We cannot tell China not to take an interest in the Arctic. They do have an interest in the Arctic. What we can do is to make sure that the cooperation happens on our terms, which is the reason why I campaigned actively to get them as an observer to Arctic Council in 2013, together with John Kerry and with Carl Bildt and others. And we achieved that. And the argument I used then, which I think remained valid, it's much better that they are part of our club than that they form another club. And by becoming an observer, it's not a very important role, but still you sign up to the key principles and founding principles. And that also means that we should calibrate the way we work on this and say that to the extent they want to do research, for instance, that they do it in ways which are compatible with our sovereignty and the rules that we put into it, and respecting those, they are welcome.
Thank you. State Secretary.
Thank you. Just following up on Minister's China points. Obviously, Russia and China, they have been building their close ties over many, many years, so this is nothing new. It would be false to say that Russia is completely in China's pocket, no. But it's getting there. It's getting there fast. So China's influence on Russia, China's business, technological ties with Russia are allowing Russia to continue their illegal war in Ukraine to some extent. But in this relationship, I mean, they're not identical, as Minister pointed out. Russia is not fully in China's pocket. But still, China is in many ways is the adult in that room, and we have to appeal to China's. They want to be seen as a global power. They want to be seen as a responsible power. So this is their chance to prove that their intentions are for real.
Exactly.
Thank you. Now I'd like to broaden the panel and bring in people who actually represent those that live on the ground, work on the ground. Ambassador Amy Baker, Ambassador of Canada to Norway, please join us on stage. And representing Saami Council, with vast experience from international Arctic work and cross-border collaboration, Christina Henriksen. And representing the voice of the Pan-Arctic business community, the Executive Director of Arctic Economic Council, Mats Fredriksen. Welcome to all of you. Now, we've heard a lot about heart security, but also Dr. Sfraga already started off by wanting to widen the definition of security. But from your perspective, I'm especially looking at the three new panelists now, is security policy taking primacy at the expense of everything else in the Arctic? Ambassador, could we start with you?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. This has been a very interesting discussion, and maybe I'd start by just complimenting a couple of the things that Mike said. I didn't sit beside him because we're North American Arctic. It just kind of happened that way. but there are some real similarities, and I think for Canada, maybe the easiest way to start is with our geography, because the Canadian North is 40% of our territory. But if you take the three territories together, it's only about 130,000 people that live there. That's 0.3% of our population. So it's a vast territory with rural and remote communities, and those rural and remote communities are what make that area resilient. They're who give us the security. So they need to be at the heart of everything that we're thinking about. So defense is a priority, but defense has to be thought about in the context of the human security, the resilience of those communities, and the role that they have to play in ensuring that the Canadian Arctic is secure. So we need to think about climate change, the impact of that climate change, the economic opportunities and the geostrategic interests that increase because of that climate change, and really listen to and work with the communities to ensure that the security is there to respond to those situations.
Christina, I'd like to turn to you as a person from the Arctic. Do you see that security policy or heart security is taking too much of room in Arctic discussions or in actions on the ground?
Growing up in Kirkenes, I must say I'm quite used to having the defense or the military close by. And I don't think that, well, certainly the local communities and the Saami community are affected by an increased presence and interest, and there are larger operations, or not operations, but exercises, and that. But I don't think that the defense or the militaries are the biggest threat to these areas. I experienced that the defense are quite good at actually communicating with local and the Saami communities when these exercises are taking place. But at the same time, definitely reindeer pastures are lost to shooting fields and so on, and that has been the fact for many years. What I'm more concerned about is the increased interest of industrial actors and the presence of people from outside the Arctic that see these areas as wilderness and a target for extracting whatever they need to extract, not for the purpose of the communities up north. So I see that as a bigger threat, and also the fact that there is no bigger plan for how all these actions are going to take place up north, because there are so many projects and so many interests, and they're all claiming a part of the land. And as Dr. Sfraga is referring to, the cultural values and there's a tendency that cultural values are considered less of a value than the economic values. So and we cannot. I think that to have a solid and firm Arctic, and to have a Arctic for the future, we are depending on people wanting to live there, and we are depending on people having a strong tie and connection to the area, and without the land and without the cultural values, without culture and access to land, there is no food security and there is no connection. And there will be then it will be difficult, I think, to get people to stay there. And as we have heard in different Arctic conferences, I think throughout the past winter, presence of people is key for a stable Arctic. And you don't get presence of people if people are not thriving.
But then if the Arctic is dependent on having people there, and that is very much the Norwegian thinking, we need to have people across the entire country. That's tied to security. But if we don't have workplaces, if we don't have development, how do we make that happen?
But there are people actually living up there at the moment, and I think that there are. I think the ambassador of Canada referred to 3% of the Canadian population as a whole.
0.3.
0.3. Excellent. But still, the 0.3% are a part of the population.
People, yeah.
They are people. They are the ones preserving the Arctic and taking care of the areas.
Exactly.
And there are workplaces in the Arctic. There are people still finding a way of living there and making money also. And they are not planning on going anywhere. So yes, I can see and I understand that work is crucial for a person to stay somewhere, but you don't get people to stay if the industrial site is the only place, is the only thing worth staying for. If you don't construct other infrastructure, cultural infrastructure around that, you won't get people to stay. I come from a mining city, right? People my family has been working in the mine in Kirkenes, and when the mine reopened and then closed, during those few years, things were, of course, there was a positive mood among some of the population because there was much money going into the personal economies, and then when the short-term adventure closed down, there was again this decrease in the local economy, but if you ask the people up north why they are living there, what will it take to have you stay? Work is one thing. The other thing is access to what is around. If you make a survey among young men around my hometown in Kirkenes, they are not interested in going anywhere. They're not going to Oslo. They're not going to Tromsø. If they are this for a short term, they're coming back, and why is that? Because they found something to do, and they love going outside. They hunt, they fish, they are depending on what is around us for their life quality. And that is underestimated, in my view, too much.
So it's about creating holistic, or having a holistic perspective when creating societies.
Yes, and there are lots of investors that have been coming up north for many years. Still, we don't have water in the community pools. There are no cultural house in my hometown. Kirkenes is my hometown, and that's one example. But the cultural infrastructure, or the infrastructure as a whole that makes a community, has not benefited from all this attention.
I'd like to turn over to Mats, because you represent the voice of the business community. And we see now that a lot of infrastructure, at least based on news pictures, a lot of infrastructure, regional development, research aspects are now tailored for security policy concerns. But do you think that this development serves the needs of the Arctic businesses?
It has the potential to do. I think for many years, the Arctic has been kind of the snowball that you would shake and you would look at it kind of from the distance, and we were not a part of the world community. But I mean, just a few days ago, we had a drone attack in Murmansk on the airport. I mean, that's well above the Arctic Circle. That leads to jamming and so on. That just means it's already happening. And whether we want it or not, Arctic security is already happening in the Arctic region. So we need to engage, what we heard from Mike Sfraga as well, we need to engage the local communities. Those 4 million people that calls the Arctic our home, 11% of those are indigenous, but there's a lot of people from across the region. And finding out how can we create resilient societies, because resilient societies is well-functioning societies. And I'm not talking about hard security now, because a lot of the conversation before was about hard security. I'm also talking about what happens when a pandemic hits, what happens when wildfires in Canada or landslides hits. You know, all of this, you need to have sufficient infrastructure. Yes, the defense sector will benefit from this, but the local communities will be the first in place. I think actually a good example is I went out to visit some local businesses outside of Tromsø, and they were complaining, saying we cannot export enough products because our road quality is too bad. So the roads were simply too bad to export products. At the same time, this week, US F-35 fighter jets are practicing to land on highways in Finland. So this just showed the two things are connected. You know, like having good roads means that we can bring reindeer meat into global markets. It means that we can travel around. It means that we can visit our families. But it also means that we have defense capabilities. Draghi, the former Prime Minister of Italy, came up with a report for the European Commission yesterday that I think is super interesting, also for the Arctic. And what he said is that for many years, the European Union, and let's take all of Europe, has been dependent on Russia for energy, China for exports, and US for defense. Now that is changing. You know, Norway can become an energy provider to a lot of Europe. We have to look at where we're exporting our seafood to, also in the future, and other things. And we also need to say, can we be dependent on the US for defense in the long term? And the answer is obviously from the European Union, no, we need to find new energy markets, we need to find new export markets, and we need to find new defense security. And here, the Arctic community plays a role, because we need to get our raw materials, for example. Right now, a lot of rare earth elements that we need to build satellites or wind turbines come from China. We can also get them from Greenland, for example. That's why the Greenlandic government is actively promoting mining in Greenland, because they see an opportunity there. So just to say, I think there's a potential to involve the business community more, but it has to involve, you know, talking with the small communities. We're not big businesses in the Arctic, and that's the challenge, I think, for big governments to involve small communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mats. I've got Ambassador Baker, State Secretary, and then Foreign Minister. Ambassador, we'll start with you.
Maybe just two really quick examples. One that is coming and one that exists already in Canada. The one that's coming is in the spring as part of our North Strong and Free, which announced new defense investments. We announced Northern Operational Support Hubs. Those Northern Operational Support Hubs will be developed with the communities in the Canadian North to deliver multi-purpose infrastructure. So it's for defense, but it's also to support the resiliency of those communities together with Northern and Indigenous businesses. So that's one area where we're trying to move forward. The other that is an existing example of communities integrating on defense and security is the Canadian Rangers, who are members of the Canadian Armed Forces, but also members of these communities, 200 rural and remote communities in the North. They speak 26 different languages or dialects, and they play a really important role because they often have Indigenous or traditional knowledge that can help when there's a wildfire and you need to save people, that can help in search and rescue, that can also help by just saying there's something suspicious or odd going on here. And when you have that kind of vast territory with limited populations, those ways of integrating and building trust between our larger defense and security apparatus and those local communities are really, really important. So I agree completely with what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. State Secretary.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I mean, I fully agree with what Mats and Christina said. I mean, obviously there's no contradiction because you cannot have prosperous communities without security. I mean, that's the precondition for everything. And in the Nordic countries, as you know, we have this concept of comprehensive security, totalförsvaret, which means that what each and every one of us, whatever your function might be or your role in a business, what you can do to make sure that we're prepared for the next crisis, be it military or pandemic or you name it. And obviously for security and stability, we need vibrant communities, and vibrant communities won't be there unless there's sufficient investment in the infrastructure. And we need the infrastructure for reasons of hard defense. We need roads, and we need railroads, and we need harbors and ports. So this is well, it's all part of the same question.
Thank you. Foreign Minister.
Very interesting conversation. The Saami Council a few years ago came up with a very interesting report on climate change and the Arctic and Saami people. And one thing which is very alarming is that what might be the biggest threat in the next several years is that this new phenomenon that because the climate is getting warmer, but it's still cold in the north. It means that reindeers used to eat easily through snow the whole year around. But now the snow melts and becomes water, and then it becomes cold again and becomes ice, and then there's sort of an ice cap developing that disconnects the reindeer from the food. And this, we've seen some winters where there's been a real problem and taken measures, but this might actually be maybe the first very solid example of how climate change creates an economic problem, which in this case also has exactly the economy that is most connected to our indigenous people. So this is really a serious issue that is a part of that broader picture. And my second comment is that you said it well, Christina, Kirkenes, the ebb and flow of security versus trade. It can be felt in Oslo, but you feel it much stronger in Kirkenes, in the sense that in the Cold War, Kirkenes, or the eastern Finnmark in general, was literally the end of the road. That's where the world ended, in a sense, and of course created this sense of a peripheral position. With the Kirkenes Declaration and Barents Cooperation and the New Hope of Cooperation, the idea was that now you'd open up and suddenly Troms and Finnmark was not any longer, remote, but actually the center of the new action. And sadly, of course, with the more recent changes, we're not in a Cold War, but it's more like security is again Trump when it comes to trade with certain forms of trade. That has affected that part of the country especially strong. So it's really a case in point when you talk about how these things develop. It could hardly be otherwise, but that has to be part of the broader plan, as you mentioned. How do we deal with this in the proper manner?
Thank you. Christina, you wanted to comment briefly.
Yes, to the first point of the foreign minister about the effects of the climate change, and I heard you said that the attention is increased in the Arctic thanks to the climate change, and well, due to the climate change. One thing is for the reindeer that cannot find a lichen under the layers of ice, but the change of species and how the nature is changing around us is also causing difficulties for the local inhabitants who are actually getting the food from the areas. Right, when the pandemic hit us, who did not depend on import goods? The people who are getting the food from around us. The Saami people where the freezers full of meat and berries and whatever, right? So the food security is, I think, crucial. The other thing is what the second point about. Well, I have spent half my life trying to make friends with Russia and get this cooperation to work in the Barth cooperation. And but as also was mentioned before, the need to maintain some of the ties to the population, I think, is also a key for a stable future. Because one thing is the regime and what the regime on the other side is doing. But throughout the 30 years of Barents cooperation and people-to-people activities and the Arctic Council activities has made the relationship between people and institutions outside of the government closer and stronger. And I think that is very valuable for the future, because that is why our neighbors on the other side in Pechenga are perhaps not as hostile to Norway as the people in Moscow.
Thank you, Christina. Now, before opening up for questions from the floor, I'd just like to touch upon the management aspect of things. Are we now seeing a split between us versus them in the Arctic, now that Russia is engaging more with China and with the BRICS countries? This is an open question. Whoever feels, Mats, we'll start off with you.
I mean, all of you guys are experts in the room, but I think outside there is a tendency to see this split. People forget about the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement still happening, search and rescue still happening, fisheries agreements in some countries still happening. Space is another one if we go a bit outside the Arctic, and also on indigenous peoples. The PPs are still meeting and talking, and that goes for Alaska. It's not only in the Nordic regions, it's also the Aleuts. So there are still conversations going on. That said, I do think there is a challenge is that when some people step out or go on a pause or leave the room for a while, other people will step in. You know, this is not just a glass of water and you put your finger and you take it out. And we do see this. I mean, we see a stronger, and this is not only China and India, you know, it's also France and Germany and so on. So everyone is taking a stronger interest in the Arctic. The question is now, how can we use this to our advantage? And this is what we sometimes feel in the business communities is that there are different rules whether you're looking in the Arctic or you look further south. So if people comes in with investments, and Espen, you alluded to it a little bit in your opening. So when Chinese investors comes into the Arctic, if they come to DC or to Oslo, they might be treated differently if they come to Anchorage or to Kirkenes. And we need to get a level playing field for companies to navigate in. So I don't know what is the right way or not, but we need clear guidelines from companies because we see an increasing interest from outside. So, and the governance structures are already in place. We heard this from everyone. We just need to make sure there's no like invisible governance structures, that it doesn't mean, okay, we want to work with China, but not here, for example. You know, if we want to work with them in Texas, we want to work with them in Alaska. We cannot have two different playing fields. So yes, the governance structures are in place.
I'm tempted to ask you, Foreign Minister, whether that is realistic from a security point of view.
Well, that sounded nice, but I understand the argument. I absolutely understand the argument. I also recognize the frustration that, you know, what are actually the rules. I get it. But, and let's be frank about it, but it's not necessarily the same because you need to have a more granular approach to, I mean, there is a difference between trading via sea and owning the port. Whereas, I mean, these are two different things. And it does actually matter what we're talking about. So this is part of the painful return of security to trade, right? This was one of the many good news of the end of the Cold War. There are many, you know, promotion of democracy and human rights, etc. But also the fact that you took the lid off and you said now everybody can, in principle, trade with everybody else. And sanctions were limited to some really outlaw regimes which didn't really matter in the major economy. And apart from that, we could all trade. And that created the WTO, which is now in deep crisis, you know, on the verge of collapsing, because not because they did anything wrong in the organization, but because the ideology that created it is gone. And we Western powers are actually the key instigator of taking down that system, and which also means that Norway has thrived tremendously in a globalized economy. Probably one of the countries that has thrived most on the fact that everybody could trade with everybody else. We bought cheap stuff from China, and so on, and our exports become more valuable. So win-win for us. But there's also some opportunities in this new world, which, by the way, also affects the North, because the global economy a decade ago was very much about the rich countries, Western rich countries, were basically service economies. And we resourced raw materials and much of our industrial products in non-Western countries. Now there is a massive return of industrial policy trying to drive industry and sourcing of raw material, because everything we make, every service, every tool, you know, every industrial product comes from nature. At one point, you take natural resource, you add energy, which you also take from the energy, then we add brains and technology, and we create the product. So this means that mining and in industry will be much higher on the agenda, also for security reasons. But that creates exactly the problem that you talked about, because that's competition over space. And that competition will get harder because many countries will argue that we don't have the luxury to reserve all that space for other purposes because we need it for resources and energy, and where do we put the limits? And here comes the nature agreement and so on that we try to follow up on. And we're just on the verge now of presenting a new white paper on how to implement the Montreal Kunming biodiversity framework, and that is actually very relevant for your issues as well.
Thank you, Foreign Minister. I think all of us who live in the North actually can sign up to that. We are indeed noticing the increase in polarization regarding these discussions. Now I wanted to turn to Ambassador Baker. You asked for the comment.
It's more related to the initial question, but I would just draw a distinction perhaps between governance, where we have the structures in place and the systems that are working perhaps not as well as in the past, but are still there, and collaboration. I think they're two different things, and there's certainly an awful lot of room to collaborate with non-Arctic states in a lot of different ways, as long as the values base is the same and the rules-based international system is respected. We are open to collaborating on these issues that have global ramifications or even regional ramifications, as long as the ultimate goal is to protect the Arctic environment, the Arctic population, and those who live there, and work towards their prosperity and sustainable economic development in a very challenging context.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now I'm turning over to the questions that were posed from the floor. Thank you very much for excellent questions. And here's actually a question addressed to you, Dr. Sfraga. What is your opinion of increasing Russia and India cooperation in the Arctic? India being the largest buyer of Russian oil now, not China. What's the geopolitical implication of that?
It's a great question. That's my answer. It's a great question.
Anyone else?
Next. Well, you know, it's again symptomatic of a shifting globe. The realities that globalization has hit everywhere, and the ripple effects of a war in Europe have rippled across the north. It's rippled into Asia. It's rippled all over the world. So, you know, countries can work out their bilateral relationships and the degree to which they want to cooperate with other nations, right? Bilateral. When you listen to India's foreign minister several months ago, when talk about the foreign policy of India, I think it was something, I'm summarizing this, but something sort of the foreign policy is all of the above, which is India will look out for its best interest, and it will negotiate with nations to its best interest. We can understand why they might want to do that. So, you know, obviously they can have a bilateral relationship to whatever level with India, with Russia, but also they have relationships with China, and these are not easy relationships. There's a lot of history here. But the reality is that if India wants to buy oil or gas from Russia at a degree that they did not before the Ukraine invasion, that's something that we need to think about. You know, to what degree is that enabling a ground war in Europe, the first since World War II? We need to take that into context. I don't think we need to overreact. I think we have relationships, multilateral, bilateral, with India that are of significant value. They're a trading partner. I think that when you think about blocks of nations and cooperation, India is an important country. For the United States, they're part of our Quad. There's a reason for that Quad. But also, they're an important country, not just for that region, but for the globe. In terms of that relationship, I would not overreact to that relationship. This is Mike speaking. I wouldn't overreact to that. I'd be mindful of it. But you know, you can complain about something or you can do something about it. And I think we have more to share with India than not. And I think they're an important country. I would give you one example. India has significant research capacity. So I'm sitting here as the chair of the United States Arctic Research Commission. I think that there's a lot of cooperation among like-minded nations and those who are in the Arctic and outside of the Arctic, where we have such big challenges to overcome in the Arctic vis-a-vis the environment and all other issues, that research is one of those areas of cooperation done, as the ambassador said, within the rules of engagement, with transparency of research. That is a really core area. I think that's an area where India obviously has capacity. They're interested in the cryosphere, whether it's the Himalayas, the Antarctic, or the Arctic. There are ways in which we can cooperate. They're an important trading partner for not just the United States, but for many nations. And so, you know, we need to be mindful of that relationship and ask some questions about that. But on the other hand, I think we have a lot more to offer as the United States, but a lot more to offer as a block of like-minded nations as well.
Thank you. For a minister.
Just quick, I mean, I think I agree this was a great question, and it also illustrates why any attempt from Western countries to ask everybody to, you know, to be part of a division of the world in two blocks is that you'll find that very dominant countries do not want to sign up to that idea in the first place, or they might not necessarily choose our side either. So, you know, you need which is very different on the Cold War, you need a much more granular and specific policy to make sure that we have a meaningful dialogue with the vast majority of them. You know, there are 8 billion people on the planet, 7 billion do not live in the West. So we are well informed to try to reach out and understand how they see the world as well. And it might not necessarily be a copy of how we see it. And India is a good case in point.
I'll turn on to another question from the audience, which especially triggers me as someone who lives and raises her children in the Arctic. The question goes, without people, no security. But people are leaving the Arctic now when the security situation is more pressing than ever. Why is not more being done? Would it be different if the capitals were in the north?
I think it's a very good point. So let's look at Norway, for example. The amount of people living in Troms and Finnmark is less than last year. So the numbers are going down, and people are moving to the cities. And there are many reasons for this, and one of them is what I talked about in the beginning, is resilience. You know, if we know that energy prices are going to go up in the future, that we know they are because we're not building fast enough renewable energy for the industries. So if we know the energy prices will go up, people can afford to live there. You know, if there's no food security, people can't afford to live there. I don't think the issue of food security is an issue in Oslo or in DC. I don't think the issue of do we have enough electricity is the same issues in the various governments or capitals. So I do think it would have made a difference. I don't think people are leaving the region, and this is across the Arctic region, because of security. I mean, I don't wake up in the morning and is afraid of being attacked and considering leaving the Arctic. But people are leaving because of opportunities, you know, lack of opportunities for their children. And this is globally. This is whether it's a capital or anywhere. So yes, it would have made a difference if the capitals were in the Arctic, but then the issues would have been somewhere else. So it's not a quick fix to move capitals. Quick fix is to invest in resilient infrastructures.
Thank you. State Secretary Rajala.
Yeah, no, just Mats made a good point to an excellent question. I don't think Finland is planning to move the capital to the north anytime soon. But I had the honor of visiting some of our northern towns and cities just recently. I went to Rovaniemi and Oulu, which is my home country. There's a lot of economic activity up there, and it's one of the fastest growing economic regions in Finland currently. And all this action comes from, obviously, private investments. And private investors, what they look at is obviously the multiple things that they look at, energy, whatnot. But security is a factor. So there cannot be, these regions will not be interesting for private investments if security is a question. And so security is one essential component among many, many others.
Thank you. Ambassador Baker.
I just say one thing that I think we need to be doing more and more of is actually listening to our indigenous peoples and communities and northerners who live about what it is that they want and need and can use in order to continue to build the resilience of their own communities. And we're doing that, but we need to be doing more of that. The nothing about us without us concept has to be at the heart of everything that we're doing in the Arctic, and we've been trying to do that. Our Arctic and Northern Policy Framework was built together with Indigenous peoples, but there's always more to do. It's not the easiest thing from the very outset to build in that aspect, but it's the most important because it's how we will ensure that our communities maintain their resilience.
Thank you, Ambassador. I've got Christina, Henriksen, and then Foreign Minister.
Yes, I'll share a short story with you. Some years ago, I tried to order a cappuccino in my hometown, Kirkenes. I was given a cup of coffee, and I said, there should perhaps be some milk here. And then I got the bottle of milk and on the counter. And I said, okay, let's put the milk into my coffee, and there I had some coffee with milk. However, I don't think anyone is moving up north to live in a big city. I sometimes hear that Kirkenes is going to be the new Shanghai, the new Rotterdam, the new whatever. No one is going there to live in the new Shanghai. People are moving there because they are finding work, yes, and they're finding a good way of living. And without investments, not only from private investors, but also from the government in community infrastructure, it's difficult to keep people there.
And I mean, for our government, it's really a strategic priority to make sure people are living in the north, and actually more people in the north, you know, for many reasons. We want not only to live there, but also to live there securely. So we need security. We want them to have workplaces, and they should ideally be green, so they're fit for the future. And there's actually a lot of potential for that. But yes, it does require energy, for instance, which again requires space. So these dilemmas have to be solved. and we need industry, and we need something to do after work. So you need the culture and social life, and you need other people, because one of the prime reasons you want to live somebody is there somebody else there that you can socialize with, and so on. And yes, indeed, that also requires infrastructure and public investments, but fundamentally you need to have also economic activity, because you see in the sort of those parts of our country and any other country where you have sort of most cultural activity, for instance, is also where you have most economic activity, because these things are connected. So, and to speak for my country, as we are approaching the slow end of the oil age, more of our Norway will remain a rich and productive country, but more of our GDP will be more distributed. Today it's been very much West Norway that has created the big major wealth. That is not, they will still be relevant, but that will not so dominant. So we need to use the whole country also to produce stuff, right? Goods and services, and which creates workplaces and which also creates good public infrastructure. So there's a lot of opportunity in all this, and actually some of the geopolitical trends might actually make it more attractive to be economically active in the north, but it requires a wise, holistic approach.
Thank you. We have 6 minutes left, so I think there's time for one more question, but I will only give you 30 seconds to respond to a relatively complicated question. How will you gauge future success of measures towards Arctic security, and what does that future look like?
Can you say that again?
How will you gauge future success of measures towards Arctic security, and what does that future look like? So, what is...
Can I just briefly, in 30 seconds, then? Well, so I think the main challenge, small communities, we have populism, we have polarization, and we have post-truth as the three main challenges to societies. We need to get less polarization, less populism, and less post-truth, especially in small communities, and that will be success for fighting hybrid warfare and all of this. So that will be one parameter for me.
I think that it is also important to maintain the ideology that we have, that was mentioned previously, that human rights are still firm, and that we are not contributing to increased polarization with playing with human rights. Reference to the Fosen issue, of course, and the coming issues of conflict of interest.
Foreign Minister?
Well, I mean, I agree with that. We have to do this properly, and we need to understand that it's a new landscape around us. I think security is it's about presence and what we do locally. It's also maintaining the NATO alliance is also extremely relevant for the Arctic, because the good thing is that where you see conflicts emerging in this day and age is not where you have clarity and firmness on what belongs to whom. There's no NATO country. We were 12 when we set it up. We are now, and with Finland and Sweden, 32. None of them have ever been attacked by another state. There's a reason behind that, because that clarity is good for us, but also for others. There's nothing to wonder about. So that matters, and we need to maintain that. But of course, we need to maintain that in such a way that our security measures do not create new problems. So that's also part of this balancing act. And I think to really understand that this international interest for the Arctic is something we should welcome, because what's happened is really important. What's happening is really important, but also to take some ownership to maintaining the institutions so that the rules of the game that we have been establishing in better times are maintained in more difficult times. So thank God that we set up the Arctic Council, for instance, when times were better. And right now it's about maintaining, keep it alive, and then hope for a better future where we can reinvest and do more out of it.
Thank you. State Secretary Rajala.
Well, I had more time to think. I can think of three measurements or indicators. One is obviously vibrant communities that we discussed. Second is that we have military stability. And third, which we had little time to discuss, is the environmental management, everybody reaching out to the Arctic region for extraction and whatnot. And for all of these three, I think we need good governance. We're talking about governance, and we need to maintain the Arctic Council and other measures. Of course, nobody owns the Arctic, and there are near Arctic countries, but then there are also the real Arctic countries. So I think the real Arctic countries should play a key role also in the future.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm on a game show, and I have no answer that's not already been mentioned. I think Arctic governance remains with Arctic nations. The strengthening of institutional organizations, but make strengthening, and now more than ever, double down on relationships and our partnerships are important. But also the degree to which these current organization structures, entities can be flexible to deal with not just a new North, but a new global South, all of these issues. Okay, this is not just about the Arctic. If we take it just Arctic, I think we lose. I think we need to be thinking about it in a global context. So to me, those are the big ones. They're not the best ones, but those are the big ones from which all these other big issues that we have to tackle probably become more manageable and more governing, more easily governed.
Thank you. And Ambassador Baker.
I think having the big picture and the small picture both in mind all the time is really important. And I think the only measure I would add is that decisions that are made about the Arctic include the perspective of the people living there. So the Northerners and the Indigenous people that live there are included in all of those decision-making processes.
Thank you. Time is up. Please join me in thanking this panel for helping us understand the new landscape.
We have a short little break now. Don't get out of your seats because they might be taken. Just a little break to swap the panel. So just stay in your seats, network with the person next to you.
Should I call people up or should they do it now? Yeah, no problem.
I think they're all good.
Yes, that's why I was taking actually a quick peek. And then I can just pick one or two if I like. So.
5 minutter. Så man sier det til Whitney at de her har bare 60. De andre har 50-70. Men du har helt rett, og det er jo tenkt at programmet er litt tett. Men det blir ikke det, fordi at når det er samtaleorientert, men de måtte få det til å ha Espen her, ikke sant? Men det er godt poeng. Men jeg tror hvem er det Whitney som modererer? Ja, det går begge sider.
We get clean glasses maybe for the panel.
Just take those.
Factor very high.
So Whitney, if you, if you feel that the panel is running a bit out of steam, you don't have to go until 25. You could,
No, of course.
You could cut at 12:20.
Oh,
That's
we will
fine.
not run out of steam.
Okay.
I think even Harold and I could just wind each other up into a heated debate over something.
Har vi skiftet ut de glassene? Skal jeg gjøre det?
It didn't take more than 45 seconds to go global complexity.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we are about to start, so please find your seats again as soon as you can. Okay, then we're about to start, so please find your seats again. There are empty seats around, so it should be easy to find. Not a conference these days without obligatory protest, which is good. I also wanted to say just a comment to the last first session. The idea of a capital up north, I like it, but I have an idea of how to select the city. And I think, at least in a Norwegian context, you should just Google who's at the top of the table of the Norwegian football premiership. And you select the team based on football competence. That should be an easy task. Okay, we are now moving into the nitty-gritty academic sessions. Hopefully we'll get more disagreement than we had in the last session. We'll see. That's not really up to me. It's up to Whitney Lackenbauer. So we have about 60 minutes now before lunch break that I mentioned. No mackerel, but sandwiches. And then we go into more sessions. So Whitney Lackenbauer here in the middle. He's the chair of this session. He's also the Canada chair of politics at Trent University. And Whitney also established the North American Arctic Defense and Security Network. So Whitney is really Mr. Arctic Security in Canada. And this panel, you like that title, Whitney? This panel has the very nice title, Arctic Security, what, where, and who are we talking about? So it can go in any direction. So Whitney, good luck.
Well, thanks, Andreas, and thanks to the organizers. Really exciting conversation, and I really think this panel is an opportunity to encourage that conversation, anticipating what's going to be a very exciting next couple of days. So I think part of when I was approaching this panel and thinking about what we might cover, it was seeking to fulfill the intent of the overall workshop, to clarify in part which part of the Arctic or which Arctic issue or actor or dynamic are we talking about? I find often in these conversations, everything is pulled together in this amorphous concept of Arctic security. So I see us as beginning to pull apart some of those strands, obviously thinking about main drivers, climate change, increasing geopolitical tension, technological drivers. They're there. Yes, they're all intertwined and inextricably linked. But we use language around all domain, or Canadian context, multi-domain. But what domains are we talking about, even when we're trying to look at those intersections between them? Air, sea, land, cyberspace, the information environment in which all of these are nested, or which informs or influences all of these. What sectors of security are we talking about? Military, political, economic, environmental, societal. I think we saw in the first panel a very good introduction, or setting the table, of thinking about these different drivers. The first question, I think, flows from that. And we have a wonderful expert panel here. Abby Tingstad, to my far right, though I'm not accusing you of being far right, Abby, at all. Research professor, U.S. Coast Guard Academy. Errol Moe, known to many of us, of course, eminent research professor at FNI. Christian Solvik Christensen, a senior researcher at the University of Copenhagen. Mina Olander, research fellow at the Finnish Institute for International Affairs. And then, last but certainly not least, Katerina Kertisova, climate security officer at NATO headquarters. So first question is actually for everyone, and maybe we'll go in that order. We've already heard about several drivers shaping security in the Arctic. What are the most pressing priorities? So in essence, we're almost thinking about time horizons and perhaps even geographical parameters. Where do you see this as most pressing? And when I say where, you can interpret that as geographical, or you can think of particular sectors or domains. So thinking about prioritization and sort of most acute or most pressing. So perhaps start with you, Abby, if that's okay.
All right, sounds good. And what a question. But I think, to start with the polar bear in the room, if I may, we have to talk about geopolitics. We talked a bit about geopolitics. And I promised Andreas that I would not disagree with everyone on the first panel, so I won't, I promise. But I want to get a little bit deeper into a couple of those geopolitical driving issues that were discussed in the first panel. The first being that, at least from a US academic perspective, of course, we're thinking a lot about Russia, where Russia is going in the Arctic, what's happening with China in the Arctic. But I want to re-emphasize the point of Russia and China not being identical actors in the Arctic, or really in the world. Very different economies, very different priorities. in general and within the Arctic, and very different motivations, I would argue. I think something that I hope we can discuss a bit more on this panel is that, we got to think about history. Russia and China have not been very good friends over the course of history. So when, there are some North American military, strategists and analysts that have been writing about driving a wedge between Russia and China in the Arctic, and I guess I would argue that there is already a wedge between Russia and China. That perhaps right now we're seeing a bit of a marriage of some kind, whether it's convenience or something else, maybe we can debate. But that's not necessarily something that is just a firm friendship that we should assume is going to continue into the future, and that actually, other Arctic countries have a role in how fast that friendship might end up being, I would argue. In terms of another security issue, I also think that we've been, in terms of geopolitics, we've also been kind of thinking about in the last 3 years, there's somehow been a step function change in the way that the Arctic looks from a geopolitical perspective, and certainly it's become much more polarized, I think. But I think some of these issues were also present in the before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and we actually have some academic work, including some of my own and that of others, that shows that people were already thinking, of course, a lot about these sorts of geopolitical security issues before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So I would argue that these issues, although things have really changed in the last 3 years, first of all, they haven't completely they didn't come out of nowhere, right? And so we're sort of continuing along some trends that were already there. But there are also a bunch of issues, drivers, if you will, that are still important that don't really have much to do with geopolitics, and maybe they're affected by them. But there are other things happening in the Arctic, and we shouldn't lose sight of those. We shouldn't lose sight of climate change being obviously a huge issue in the Arctic among elsewhere in the world. We have emerging industries in parts of the Arctic like tourism that are really important, and those can bring up big security issues, whether it's in Alaska with the tourism industry that has been there for many years but might be moving a bit further north, and some more safety issues, and maybe in some cases ships showing up in communities where people are not expecting them, to kind of emerging markets like in Greenland, where there are 2 new runways being refurbished to support the tourism industry. So just don't want to lose sight of some of those other key sectors as well.
No, thanks, Abby. And I think we can talk a little bit more, I hope, invite conversations around what is our desired end state in different dynamics that are going on. Do we want to pull Russia and China together as common authoritarian actors that we're going to challenge collectively? Or are we interested in actually emphasizing those differences? Also thinking about causation. We often sort of mobilize climate change alongside geopolitics and technology. What Dr. Sfraga was bringing up in terms of joint might even be a stretch, but adjacent Chinese and Russian activities, both in airspace and in the maritime domain. Does that have anything to do with climate change? What are these drivers that we're sort of associating, and are they helpful to understand pressing things? Harold, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I pick up some of the same issues that just Abby mentioned. I mean, we have to look at what the basic assumptions we have had about the Arctic. Are they still true? I mean, it has almost been a mantra that the Arctic is peaceful, that all Arctic states share an interest, a strong interest in keeping it peaceful and stable. And moreover, that there is no basis for conflict within the Arctic. We also heard it in the former session. There is no resource race. There are no serious border disputes. Yes, that is true. And a corollary to this thinking has been that this interest in stability is not least been important for Russia as the biggest Arctic state, with the biggest coastline, biggest part of its territory up in the Arctic, and basically an economy that is very dependent on development of the Arctic. So consequently, Russia wants peace and stability in the Arctic, and that has also been the official Russian position and explanations. Now, today, I mean, we can talk about time perspectives, but I think it's fairly evident that if you think about Russia today, everything is seen in light of the war in Ukraine. That is what matters 1, 2, and 3 for Russia. Consequently, what does that mean for Russian policies in the Arctic, at least in the short and medium term? I would, of course, argue that Russian policies are extremely negative for Russia in the long term, but the question here is about the short term. And my question is, may Russian calculations in the Arctic have changed, these fundamental calculations about the interest in peace and stability? Have they changed, or are they likely to change? And that is, I think, what is bringing in the question, what can happen in terms of geopolitical challenges? Because even if we still maintain this basic assumption that there is no reason for conflict within the Arctic, it has always been said that, yes, if conflict is going to be in the Arctic, it will be brought in from outside. So then the question is, could anybody, I mean Russia, have an interest in bringing in conflict from outside in the present situation? To maybe, what could the interest be? To deflect US attention from Europe, sort of create a second, not a second front, but sort of a second stage for confrontation that could be beneficial for its war efforts in Europe. Very speculative, of course. And yes, we have already heard in the last session also, that Russia is cooperating in military domain with China in the Arctic in a way it did not do before. We heard about very recent joint bomber raids. We have heard already for some time about joint naval exercises. Can that be also interpreted as a deliberate move to sort of to increase the level of tension in the Arctic? Russia is now putting all its bets on Asia, mainly China, for development of its Arctic economy. It used to be fully integrated westwards, foreign investments, foreign companies. That's now more or less ruled out. Everything is connected to possibilities in Asia. Does this mean that they have little to lose from increasing, a little economically, to lose from increased tension, much less than was the case earlier? And then we see this effort to, I would say, or at least effort or welcoming of China into the Arctic. And what could that mean in terms of response? I think we heard some very nuanced answers from Mike Sfraga, for instance, about this. But there is a risk of some escalation. And even if this is very uncertain, I think we must ask not only what is possible Russian interest, as I'm doing now, but what could be the Chinese interest? Do they need to have some tension in the Arctic? Would that be in the Chinese interest? I think that is something which, of course, China should be asked about. So in this situation, we need to focus both on Russian interest, understanding their priorities and recklessness maybe, but also to what extent they are using other partners. They need partners, still need partners, but there are other partners for their own interest in Europe, using them in the Arctic for that purpose. Thank you.
Great. So I think assumptions, calculations, doing 360 to make sure that we're not too embedded in assumptions that may have been appropriate in a different context, but have now shifted. How much has shifted? You bring up the sort of Asia focus. Does this mean a reorientation away from a North Atlantic, high north orientation? Should we be thinking more about teleconnections between the North American Arctic and the North Pacific? One could perhaps read some of the signaling and strategic communications through these joint PRC Russian activities as about signaling about Pacific or trying to deflect attention away from parts of the Pacific. So we'll definitely come back to all those. Christian, from a Kingdom of Denmark perspective.
Thank you so much. So my initial comments, and I'll try to be relatively brief, to a large extent follows what has already been said. I think that the starting point for me is that the pivot of Arctic security is Russia, right? as Al mentioned, it's half of the geography, most of the natural resources. It also has the potential to create political and economic access for other actors. We talk about China, that's an ability that Russia has. And Russia is also fundamental, or how Russia behaves is also what determines how regional governance can develop. So I think that for me is the starting point. And of course, Russia has radicalized itself and has been radicalized by the war in Ukraine, and it may be that when you look at Russia from Canada or from Kirkenes or from Copenhagen, the war in Ukraine is a long way from the Russian Arctic. But I think Mads mentioned it before. It was only yesterday that an air base in Murmansk was hit by Ukrainian drones. So the war in Ukraine is very much present, also in the Arctic part of Russia. And I think that is just a fundamental fact. So what does that then mean? Well, it means I think that we are witnessing a relatively deep-rooted polarization between Russia and the rest, right? And the rest is then not just the rest, but the rest in NATO. And that line of demarcation, I think, has a fundamental importance for how we think about military security, how we think about geopolitics in the Arctic, but also about how Russia thinks about its potential future in the Arctic. For me, that would also, no matter how, what kind of Russia emerges from some kind of ending to the war in Ukraine, the Swedish and Finnish NATO membership will have fundamental repercussions also for how regional governance in the Arctic can look afterwards. But before we get to that, I think 2 points more in relation to Swedish and Finnish NATO membership, which for me are perhaps at least seen from a European Arctic perspective, are the most fundamental consequences, both for Arctic security because of the things I just mentioned, that there is no in-between position. There's only Russia and NATO in the Arctic now. But it also, and Minna will probably, or can talk more about this, so I will not steal all your thunder, but Swedish and Finnish NATO membership, on one hand, puts risks to Russia's nuclear capabilities in Murmansk that wasn't there before. But more importantly, it connects the Arctic and Europe in a strategic sense that it wasn't before. In a military sense, the Arctic and the Baltic Sea are connected by Sweden and Finland membership of NATO. That means that the alliance, the regional countries around the Baltic Sea and in the Arctic region are focusing much more on the Arctic, but also that Brussels, NATO HQ, is putting a new effort in the Arctic. That would also change the relationship between the American and the European Arctic NATO allies. I think I'll stop there. Just one point that I've thought about when I listened to the previous session is perhaps one thing that we all should think more about when we analyze Arctic politics in general, but also geopolitics and security politics, is infrastructure. That this region, of course it goes with all regions, but that this region, especially because it is so relatively tough, it's relatively big, it's sparsely populated, infrastructure means a lot. It means a lot for tourism, it means a lot for military, it means a lot for people who live there, and how that infrastructure is thought. Russian gas and natural resource extraction infrastructure also plays a big part in how they can think about their political potential in the region, and so forth and so forth. So infrastructure is something we need to think more about in all political domains. Thank you.
No, excellent. Great comments here. And I think thinking about creating political access and economic access for others and the role of Russia there, it's also how its behavior precludes certain access for people who get a little too close to it. So I think China is doing that calculation, as I understand it, all the time, thinking about how actors that we have typically characterized as status quo actors, under what conditions might they become revisionist actors, and then even thinking, about infrastructure as enabling, but also creating new vulnerabilities. So as you invest more in infrastructure and create dependencies, that obviously opens up possibilities for competitors, would-be adversaries, to go and exploit that dependency. Minna, over to you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to start just where you left off, because infrastructure was my first point. Military mobility is a huge issue in the Cap of North region, which comprises the northern parts of Finland, Sweden, and Norway. And this is of absolute essence from a Finnish point of view in terms of security of supply. We are somewhat obsessed about security of supply, because if you look at a map, Finland actually is somewhat of an island, because we have that very, very long border with Russia, and other than that, we're mostly surrounded by water. Putin said once that the implosion of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the past century, and I like to say that it's the greatest geographical catastrophe, that the body of water is between Finland and Sweden, not between Finland and Russia, but oh well, here we are. So we are somewhat of an island, and that's why this northern sort of supply route through northern Sweden and to the Norwegian Arctic coastline is incredibly important for Finland. Otherwise, we're extremely dependent on the Baltic Sea line of communication. About 95% of our imports and exports go through the Baltic Sea. So yeah, that's basically the situation. But then with the infrastructure come these risks. So we need to be smart about how to build that infrastructure. We need to think about what makes most sense for us, both in terms of like economic opportunities, but also security. So the Chinese, for example, they had this intriguing idea that they would have liked to. So as of now, the railway stops somewhat above the Arctic Circle in Finland, and the Chinese had this idea that they would have really liked to continue this railway line through Finland to the Norwegian Arctic Ocean coast, like right up Finland, and to create sort of like this land connection directly from the Northern Sea route down Finland and through a tunnel to Tallinn, Estonia, and from there to continental Europe. This was part of this polar Silk Road. Luckily, people in northern Finland knew that this would make absolutely no sense and disrupt a lot of like natural areas that are very important for the for that part of Finland. So this is just one example of like how important it is that we're smart about how to build that infrastructure. Then my second point is sort of a bit more vague maybe, but there are some political sensitivities about how to build Arctic security infrastructure. How much like military presence do we want up there? There might or might not be some differences between the approaches of different actors, like Finland coming into NATO very significantly changed the position of Norway, which used to be the sort of sole gatekeeper of the High North. Now all of a sudden we brought all this Arctic landmass into NATO. We are at very close proximity to Russia in a different way than Norway is. Because like even my hometown, Rovaniemi, which is at the Arctic Circle, is only some like 400 kilometers from the Kola Peninsula, where Russia hosts its nuclear second strike capability. So this changes the whole strategic outlook quite a lot, especially for Russia, and especially in terms of how all of this is connected to the Baltic security as well, like the Baltic states and this classic fait accompli and so on. So this also will inevitably affect Norway's very, very long-standing policy of deterrence and reassurance, to what extent Norway still has control over that aspect, especially the reassurance aspect. So for example, Finland will soon host the 9th Forward Land Force NATO contingent. There are, as of yet, no official details about how it will look like, but there have been sort of like little pieces of information here and there that it will be a very strongly like Nordic-led contingent. So main contributions are expected from Norway and Sweden, for example. So the Nordic sort of showing that we're taking responsibility for our region and stepping up there. And this will be all about exercises, because for us in Finland, the important thing is that allies who want to be present and take sort of co-responsibility for our security need to know what they're doing. So we need allies there who have exercised like operations under Arctic winter conditions. And this doesn't apply only to the northern part of Finland, but the eastern part as well, very much. So this is like, this will be the focus of this FLF contingent in Finland, mainly just like enabling a very frequent exercise activity so that we sort of also integrate NATO into Finland and not only Finland into NATO. And then just the last point that I want to make at this point is the broader European security dynamic. So it was established in the last panel that the Arctic isn't the source of conflict, but it will be affected by conflicts elsewhere. And it really depends on the overall European sort of like approach towards Russia, towards China as well, in the course of this war in Ukraine, and especially when it starts ending in one way or another. It will depend on whatever line Germany and France decide to take on Russia, and like approaches of other actors in Europe as well. So yeah, the Arctic is very much connected. It's not somehow like separate from the rest of the world, and it's unfortunately looks like it's more going to be like high north, high tension than low tension.
I think we'll come back to that one too. What constitutes high tension? Given the world that we're in, it may be higher tension than it was previously, but at what point would we say that it's actually breached the threshold from low to high? I think those are very much open discussions. Same thing, thanks for bringing up security of supply. I think that'll be an interesting discussion. And as we're encouraged to not only focus on military defense, and you were certainly not doing so, but just we're encouraged to think broadly. Do we see that as largely threatened by a kinetic military threat, a conventional military threat? Is this something that forces us to think below the threshold, often by actors where it's difficult to attribute? What does that mean in terms of how we posture? And then this big question that was very much a subject of an excellent workshop I was at in Riga, Latvia earlier this week, this balance between assurance and deterrence. Some actors, some strong state actors' voices saying, forget about assurance. The last thing we can do in this world is to assure Russia or reassure it. We're feeding the bear. It's a world of hard deterrence. Others, and I think we heard this on the first panel, say there's also room, though, for maintaining lines of communication that are not just that hard message. Conspicuous, I think, thus far has been the lack of any real focus on climate change. So, Katarina, I wonder if for your opening comments, you could share with us, how does NATO see the linkage between climate change and Arctic security issues?
Thank you very much, Whitney, and thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to be here today. So I work in NATO's Climate, Energy Security and Critical Undersea Infrastructure Protection team. And so a lot of the work that we do focuses on the interlinkage between climate change and security. And the prism through which we look at these issues, and also at the linkage between climate change and Arctic security, is very much defined by our core mandate, which is to ensure the collective defense of 32 allies against all threats from all directions. And the region has always been important from the point of view of deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area, from the reinforcement point of view. And also today, of the 8 Arctic states, 7 are members of NATO, and their territories, islands, waters, and airspaces fall under NATO's umbrella. So given how harsh and unique the region is, we need special military capabilities, exercises. We need to make sure that our logistics and maintenance systems are cold weather proof. So in short, we need to make sure that NATO can operate in the region in support of allies, which reinforces Mina's argument. Allies need to know what they're doing. And climate change is making that essential work harder. And so this, in addition to Russia's current actions and capabilities, and PRC's, China's Arctic ambitions, is why NATO is paying increasing attention to the region and the security implications of accelerating climate change. And annually, the team I'm a member of produces annual climate change and security impact assessment reports, which really spell out how we look at these interlinkages. And this year's iteration has a stronger Arctic element. And I would be happy to go into maybe more detail on some of the case studies and how specifically we assess the challenges in the region.
Well, thanks, Katarina. I mean, I think interesting where we may play with some of the ideas. I mean, NATO's message, one, of course, that I support, collective defense from all threats from all directions. If we see us being in an era of heightened narrative competition with Russia, does that not suggest that Russia is somewhat correct in saying that NATO is inherently militarizing the agenda? All threats fall under the ambit of, some of us would say, as much a political institution as a defense one, but that inherently we are blurring the lines. And then also, I like that you bring up the climate change is inhibiting operations or complicating operations, which contrasts with a lot of the language in just about every strategic document talking about the Arctic being increasingly accessible. A word, a generalization that I often find deeply problematic. So we may play with that as well, that maybe the fundamental discourses that we're promoting are actually setting up expectations about the region or futures of the region that are not indicative of a world of tremendous uncertainty and even heightened uncertainty, including in the climate domain, as you've mentioned. To sort of dig in, Abby, I wonder if you can kick us off. We often hear references in academic circles about many Arctics, so problematizing this notion of talking about just the Arctic as an undifferentiated space. How does this affect, you might focus on US, but US thinking about security priorities more generally or security issues more generally?
Sure, happy to kick us off here. So I'm fond of saying recently that if you've been to one place in the Arctic, you've been to exactly one place in the Arctic. So, it's, you mentioned this term accessibility, which has a lot of problematic associations when you dig deeply into it, because what does that really mean? And accessible for whom and through which means, right? But I would also argue that thinking about the Arctic as one zone without any variation is also very problematic. So I think it's important when we think about our security priorities to appreciate the homogeneity across the Arctic region. And one of those key things is, what kind of infrastructure exists across the region? We've talked a little bit about this. Also, what about food security? There's a lot of different layers to security, the security question, how we define that. But I think we did hear earlier, too, that these issues are interlinked because they are fundamentally all about people, but those that, we have many Arctics, it looks different across the Arctic depending on where you are. And so I think one thing that, because of these differences, becomes very important is the fact that coming into a common ground for determining what priorities should be for security, and maybe even more so what the solutions are, can prove very difficult. I'll just give a couple of examples here. Let's think about data and knowledge. Depending on where you are in the Arctic, the ability to collect and share and gather data and knowledge can be very different. And the needs for different sorts of data and knowledge can be different. So if one in a particular part of the Arctic, there might be increasing interest in mining and the sorts of geologic research that needs to be done for that, and the community consultations that need to be done for that, could involve a certain type of knowledge and data gathering. And then in a different part of the Arctic, there could be much more focus on something like tourism, environmental protection, and things like this. And that again is a different regime. So even coming to sort of a common ability to prioritize what sorts of knowledge and data need to be collected and shared, and how that can be done, given that the ability to the telecommunications infrastructure across the Arctic looks very different depending on where you are, can be really problematic. I did mention infrastructure, and I wanted to bring up one other point that maybe we can debate a little bit. Given that we have relatively little infrastructure in the Arctic, in some places in particular, a lot of it is inherently designed to be what I would call multi-use. So it should have military uses, it should have community uses. Everyone is kind of riding on the same backbone of various types of infrastructure, whether it be utilities, road infrastructure, or other things. But in some circles, academic circles at least, the term dual use or multi-use has kind of become a negative term, and I think that's depending on who is associated with. So if Russia is doing something that is dual use or multi-use, and that is interpreted as a bad thing by some, academics. But if others choose to do that, it becomes kind of a good thing because you're just being smart about use in the region, so that you're making sure for environmental reasons or other things that everyone is kind of focusing on the similar infrastructure. So I would argue that actually multi-use is the smart way to go. We're all riding on kind of on the same backbone, as I mentioned.
And then when Russia does it, we accuse them of militarizing the region. Yeah. So wonderful. No, I think that's a good point of dilemmas. And if we think of this narrative competition part, in what ways are we actually potentially unwittingly legitimizing the justifications used by others? I think there's connections as well with NATO's resilience agenda as well, and what you're bringing up in terms of infrastructure. Harold, your comments about Russia, and obviously the overwhelming focus being on the war in Ukraine. Nevertheless, can you share some reflections on how Russia's either characterization of or interests in the region have shifted since February of 2022? Obviously, there was a tremendous amount of activity in the Russian policy space and strategic space in articulating their position on the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation, talking about their defense doctrine in the lead up to their chairship of the Arctic Council. Can you reflect on what you're sort of identifying as changing, or things that we might look to as indicators of change in the last couple of years?
Well, I would say that in terms of official policies and statements, very little has changed. The recurrent theme is that the Arctic is developed, things are going quite well. There are other investors eager to participate in development of Arctic resources. So on that level, they may believe or not believe it, but it looks like things are going on, but with different partners. In real terms, there are problems because of the first technology sanctions, financial limitations, but also possible limitations on markets. And that is especially relevant for liquefied natural gas. So the policies have not really changed, and there is a belief that, as I also mentioned initially, that China can take over a role as technology provider, investor, and as market to a large extent. Yes, they can do that to some extent, but I think it's very unlikely that they can fully replace Western partners in this endeavor. So, under the surface, also in Russia, there is a talk about a quite bleak outlook for Arctic economic development in Russia. This is controversial issues inside Russia too. Mm-hmm. But if you ask Putin, everything is going fine. But everything is going fine in Russia. But if you go a little bit beyond that, you see there are problems. But again, we can't say exactly that the whole Arctic economy has been sort of fallen by the wayside. It depends also how eager other countries, again China, are to invest. But I tend to believe that the Chinese interest is also very much a commercial interest. And they have to look at the risks and rewards for what could be quite substantial investments. And their assessment of the risks in Russia today may not be that different from what the Western countries think, Western companies think.
Well, thanks. I think lots there we can play with in terms of economic security and how that connects to geopolitics and so on. Christian, I mean, I think almost incredible developments in terms of the different constituent nations of the Kingdom of Denmark taking stances on sanctions in an unprecedented way, for example, beginning in 2022. Very strong statements about the threat posed by competitors. Wonder if you can share with us a few insights into where do the different nations within the Danish realm share similar security priorities, and where might they differ, or what are some of the readings that you're finding over the last couple of years in particular?
How many hours do we have for that?
No, 30 seconds.
The brief answer is I think Abby, you started your comments saying that there were tendencies in the Arctic region before the Russian invasion that was sort of showing where that the region was coming more focused also in geopolitical light. And I think when we talk about the geopolitical changes, geopolitical importance of the constituent part of the Kingdom of Denmark, Trump's offer to purchase Greenland is really where it all begins, right? And I think that is because if for everybody living in Greenland and the rest of the world, it was underlined that Greenland's strategic importance has increased, at least in Trump's perspective, and I think also in a lot of other people's perspectives. So that sort of geopolitical focus on the Arctic region, on Greenland, also to a certain extent on the Faroe Islands, also from American military decision makers, so potential support station for naval activities and stuff like that, has sort of shown that the eyes of great powers are on the Kingdom of Denmark in ways that it wasn't before. At the same time, with this sort of trend, there's also a trend that has been going on also for many years, but has also accelerated, where Copenhagen has, in a slow negotiation, has been giving both the Faroe Islands and Greenland more access to, more consultation, perhaps even more influence on what are traditionally core sovereign decision-making areas, foreign but also security and defense policy. There has been at least also to me, a bit surprising pragmatism on all three parts of the realm up until now, that I think especially after the invasion, both Faroe Island and Greenland relatively quickly and relatively vocally underlined that they saw themselves as part of the West and recognized that they were part of NATO, and that came with benefits but also with obligations. And I think the Faroe Islands have had some of the same issues with fisheries that Norway also have, and of course both parts are outside of EU, so don't necessarily follow EU sanctions, but to a large extent have followed the sanctions. So we see this both increased attention and increased realization that both Greenland and Faroe Islands play a new geopolitical role, and are also at the same time negotiating behind closed doors most of the time, but relatively ferociously with Copenhagen about how that geopolitical role should be filled out together with Copenhagen. So it's super interesting to sit on the sidelines and follow from Copenhagen how this will develop.
Interesting, and again, we can always talk about the uniqueness of our particular national spaces, but even within other jurisdictions, including Canada, United States, right? Some of the, I think, obviously taking different forms, but some dynamics that at least rhyme with what's going on within the kingdom are fascinating. Mina, transitioning over to building on some of your earlier comments here, and some of the others from the panelists, how has Finnish accession to NATO changed its approach? We hear talk of the new Finnish approach. What are the elements that you see as being particularly new, and what are the implications, I guess, for the broader Nordic region as much as the circumpolar Arctic space?
Well, first of all, in Finnish security and defense thinking, there used to be no such thing as Arctic security. So that's like...
Microphone.
Oh, what happened to it? Okay. Thank you. Sorry for this. All right, now you can all hear me. So, so first of all, Finland used to have, or in Finnish security and defense thinking, there used to be no such thing as Arctic security. There was only sort of broader national security, and the Arctic was part of it. It was not something separate from the overall national defense. And so now we have recognized that actually this is not the case for all of our NATO allies. Actually, there might be quite a lot of sort of strategic communication that needs to be done to communicate to allies also why the Arctic is important, why it's important that NATO has these cold weather capabilities and can operate under these circumstances, because for countries that have no like Arctic territories, there may be no point in keeping up such often also expensive capabilities. So that's like one change in terms of like how we are now like adapting our thinking into like how we need to communicate also within the alliance to explain ourselves and our interests. And then, of course, like the most significant change happened actually quite rapidly. So right after accession in April 2023, the idea in Finland was like, well, we don't need anybody here. Like, nice to be in on the club, but like, we don't need anybody here. Like, we can take care of ourselves. Alas, it took only a year until I think this is like a typical part of the process. The accession happened so fast that there was basically not much time to sort of like really start conceiving of a NATO policy during that time. So this process has taken place in the first year in the alliance. And so this is actually quite a big and quite a fundamental change that Finland now is striving to have some, not even rotational, but some form of NATO presence in this new forward land force contingent, however it may look in the end. So I would say that that is definitely a big change. And then I would say that most of the things are not Arctic specific though. They are more about the overall NATO accession and shaping the policy and so on. So we are in Finland actually quite bad at thinking like in Arctic specific terms. There's always this question, are things Arctic specific or not? So we do see that some capabilities are very Arctic specific. Survival skills are very Arctic specific. But overall, the Arctic is just part of Finland. And as I mentioned, the conditions, climatic conditions in eastern Finland, which is the main threat direction, as one Air Force officer once dubbed it for me, are very similar as in the Arctic.
Thanks for that too, and I think reminding us as well that we want it when we're talking about the Arctic or Arctic security to really think about those mental maps and what we're envisaging as being that space. Katrina, I'm going to take the bait on your offer to go into a bit more detail on the recently released NATO risk assessment. If you can give us some more details on what's come out.
So thank you very much. So from the Arctic security point of view, just to give you an outline, we start off by looking at operational challenges at sea and on land. Then we look at safety and security demands, increased safety and security demands. We also look at human and environmental security considerations, and then in the end how all of these are unfolding in parallel to the geostrategic ones, which we started the discussion with. And just to give you a little bit of a teaser and maybe some of the things that you will find in the report. So from an operational point of view, we're outlining the specific technological and logistical challenges that are associated with operating in northern latitude. And we will go into more detail tomorrow during the defense operational session, but essentially it's harsh and unpredictable climate, long distances, darkness, remoteness, limited infrastructure, limited satellite coverage, which makes operating safely in the Arctic difficult. Also the number of vessels and aircraft we have available across NATO for doing these kinds of operations. And as you mentioned, Whitney, so even when the Arctic sea ice recedes, the conditions will still be challenging for the operations. And this has to do with short navigation seasons, volatile ice conditions, challenging weather conditions, and the list goes on. So we had specific case studies, both from the maritime and land domain. Maybe I'll start with the land component because it builds nicely on what Mina has mentioned. So on the land component, this year we collaborated with the Finnish Defense Forces, and we did a deep dive into security implications at the Rovajärvi training and shooting area in Lapland. So we looked at Lapland seeing increase in average daily temperatures, precipitation and humidity, while at the same time there's a decrease in snow and frost dates, and winters becoming shorter, summers becoming longer, and how these changes impact the effectiveness and readiness of the Finnish defense forces. We looked at icy rain and near zero temperatures impacting the military equipment and posing safety risks to military personnel. But also, more broadly, we looked at the implications of permafrost thaw. And as the report shows, 4 out of 8 US DoD installations in the Arctic are already at risk, not to mention the health implications to both local populations and militaries and security providers from the potential release of long frozen pathogens. And from the safety and security point of view, the fact that there will be more human activity, more fishing, more commercial shipping, more tourism, more resource extraction, and with that human activity, with that increasing human activity, increases the risk of maritime incidents and accidents taking place, and this puts additional pressure on search and rescue capabilities. Maybe just briefly, to touch base on the human and environmental security consideration, it has been mentioned this is not an uninhabited area. The European Arctic is more densely populated than the North American one. These populations are NATO populations, and our militaries exist to protect them. So we have also looked at ways in which disrupted ecosystems and biodiversity loss affect their well-being, affect the prosperity. But we also looked at, from the environmental point of view, how the permafrost thaw affects Cold War era military dump sites, be it in Alaska or in Greenland, and what the potential environmental implications of that could be for the local communities. And then finally, we looked at ways in which these challenges unfold in parallel to the geostrategic ones. So the more Russian activity that needs to be monitored, addressed, and deterred, new forms of security cooperation, especially between Russia and China. And also, we continue to pay closer attention to how this relationship between Russia and China develops and the dual-use nature of Chinese capabilities in the Arctic. So yes, there are many more examples in the report relevant to the Arctic, and I brought a few hard copies. You can also access it online. I would appreciate your feedback as we start developing next year's iteration.
Great, thanks. No, great discussion thus far. I'm going to turn to audience questions. I'm going to bundle them together. And the biggest challenge for academics is to say, can we keep our answers as parsimonious, as tight as possible, without failing to jump into some of the nuance here? And I'm awful at this. So we're hearing a lot. I'm going to bundle the first three questions together. Hearing a lot that China and Russia's interests are not identical. Got it? Person says, but there's overlap in the Venn diagram. And above all, China may emerge after this war in Ukraine as stronger than Russia strategically. Are we talking enough about China's strategic agenda in the Arctic? Do we even know enough about what it is? Sort of connected to that, what might be the second order effects of driving a wedge between the Russian Federation and People's Republic of China? And then a question that was directed at myself and Errol, do you think that military cooperation in Alaska is connected to the South China Sea? Is China joining Russia to flying along the open waters off the coast of Alaska as a sort of reciprocal or mirroring activity to send strategic signals? So who wants to go first in terms of Russia, China? Christian, I'll invite you.
Well, I'll say something short then. Or maybe I'll turn it into a question.
Great.
I have difficulty seeing very substantial, hardcore military Chinese interest in the Arctic. So for me, China is primarily about presence, politically and economically, and just being part of it to see what happens as the ice recedes. So I see it very much as a hedging, and I'm trying to figure out what could we potentially get out of this region as it's changing. But I would like to be corrected if I'm wrong.
So I don't think that you're wrong, but in the spirit of keeping this more of a debate, I do think that the one military concern that I see is exactly the use of the Arctic as a mechanism for making statements, strategic statements about the South China Sea. Mm-hmm. So I am of the camp of people who think that when we see China's military presence, like actual navy or bombers, at least in the U.S. Environs of the Arctic, that really is making statements about the South China Sea, primarily, or other places where in China's nearer abroad, where they feel that the U.S. has encroached on their sovereignty. So that I definitely do see as a military concern, because if that should then lead to some kind of a military-related accident or something else, I could see that then raising tensions also for the Arctic. But otherwise, I agree with your statement that China's more of a kind of strategic, long-term presence, focus, but in that particular way, a military concern in the Arctic as well.
Any other thoughts? I mean, quickly jumping in here a little bit, I agree. I think the U.S. has very carefully calibrated messaging in response to any of those activities, emphasizing that Russia and China are undertaking those activities in compliance with the rules-based order or whatever is very key. I think this is also an attempt by competitors to want to bait us into criticizing them for activities so that they in turn can criticize our activities, say, in the South China Sea, East China Sea, and so on. I'm of the mantra of actually we do lots of discussion, arguably too much discussion and interrogation of China's Arctic strategies. I think we know it pretty well. And they're not a peer competitor in the Arctic. They're a pacing threat globally. Let's not give them that status. That's playing right into Beijing's desired end state and is counter to us. And I think we've got to do more work thinking about the Arctic as a diversionary or distraction theater as well, where they'll want us to look over here, and that might be an indicator of systemic change or challenge in another part of the world. Flip over to the next question. With respect to NATO, is there a fear that if you frame Arctic security as climate change driven, you miss out on the traditional Cold War style patterns? So I'm going to sort of riff on that question a bit and invite you to sort of comment on whether there's this fundamental or primordial tension between military security and human security, and whether we see that as I would even say a particular vulnerability or point of exposure in seeing forward movement on this security agenda, however we wish to define it. Mina, I'm not sure if you have any, would like to go first?
I think it depends a little bit on the national context and how, like, what kind of a military a country has. Like, Finland has a conscription army, so it's sort of like there's this very intimate link between the population and the military. So at least for us, I don't see such an issue there, but obviously it depends on the context.
Maybe just, I think that it's very clear that threats that come at NATO no longer are only actor-based, coming from east to the west. So we really have to approach it through both actor-based lines and actorless lines. And this is what this whole 360 approach to deterrence and defense, focusing on all threats from all direction, which is anchored in the 2022 strategic concept, is all about. So it's not about tension, it's about making sure that we are aware and our member states are aware that the security spectrum has broadened. It's much more complex than it has ever been before. And on top of the challenges that have always been there, there's a myriad of others that we have to be prepared to deter against or address.
Thanks. Please, sir.
Yeah, I think just this sort of bringing climate change into the NATO's thinking. I mean, it's very understandable from a sort of operational perspective, as you outlined, that everything that has to do with the operational conditions, of course, are relevant for NATO. But NATO is not the right forum to address climate change as a problem. So we have to distinguish between those things, and I think it will be a disservice to climate policy if NATO is sort of seen as a promoter of climate policies. I really don't think that is useful.
Interesting. I think that brings up a broader dilemma or issue that we're going to be grappling with over the next couple of days, which is if we are encouraging this broadening and in some ways deepening definitions of security, and Gunhild can fill us in on the whole genealogy of those concepts, that we're also then thinking about what instruments or what actors are we turning to address them. And I think one of the challenges I find is when we broaden out security, we still often turn to the military as the tool or the logical actor who are looked to address them. And I think if we're going to grapple with security in the broadened way, Andreas, that you're encouraging us, it's really increasing the fidelity or precision about looking at who are we turning to both within our respective nation states, but then more broadly as allies to address these issues. Last question, we're each going to have like 20 seconds to just give a really quick pithy response to. During the press rollout of the latest U.S. Department of Defense Arctic strategy, a comment was made that Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine makes, quote, government-to-government cooperation with Russia on Arctic matters virtually impossible. Abby, you've agreed that eliminating all dialogue with Russia on Arctic matters has been impossible. What are each of your really quick thoughts on cooperation? Where, on what, for whom? And what are the implications of competing security priorities, particularly with respect to Russia? So easy question to give you 15 seconds to reflect on. Prospects for security cooperation or cooperation more generally with Russia.
Okay, I guess I'll take my quick 15 seconds. As Minna has pointed out, Finland of all countries really understands that you can pick your friends, but not necessarily your neighbors, right? And I think there's one problematic narrative that has recently come out where some of us talk about the Arctic Seven. There are 8 Arctic states, and I think that's an unhelpful narrative in multiple ways, but also for indigenous peoples whose borders do not follow national borders, and I think that's also problematic from that perspective.
I think you need some technical level communication for situational awareness reasons, but you should be aware on the political level not to give Russia any fuel for its propaganda.
Well, in the case of Norway, we have a prime example in the fisheries cooperation, which is ongoing. It has been affected, but still it's ongoing. It's a very comprehensive cooperation on management of fisheries in the whole Barents Sea region, and which is based on the understanding that both states have very large stakes, similar interests, and then it is possible to cooperate.
I would say that I think it's important to draw a distinction between, let's say, keeping lines of communication to manage crises open, and the first panel has mentioned some of the hotlines that certain member states keep for that very purpose, and then draw distinctions between that and the dialogue and cooperation, which has stopped. And for NATO, and this is another thing that we have stressed in our strategic concept, is that any return to the situation pre-war, any change in our relationship depends on Russia ending its aggressive behavior and returning to full compliance with the rule of law, and 32 members are in full agreement on that.
Yeah, very, very quickly, I don't see any sort of indication or any room for increasing cooperation with Russia at the moment, as you stated. There's a consistent line in NATO, but at the same time, it's still important to have some lines of communication. And I think in that sense, there falls a special relationship on the states that neighbor Russia, both in the European, but also in the North American part of the Arctic, to maintain those low-level lines of communication, because wasn't it the U.S. Joint Chief of Staff who said that Gerasimov wasn't picking up the phone when he called him, right? So maybe it's good to have alternative lines of communications.
Well, thanks. We're going to continue this conversation this afternoon. The session will be on Arctic cooperation. Does it play a role in mitigating security concerns? So we'll stream right into that. For the meantime, please join me in expressing appreciation for our panelists.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Whitney. Excellent. 1 minute over time. So now we have 45-minute lunch before we continue. I mean, yes, it's a short break, but you're not here for pleasure, you're here for work. So a short break, and then we start again in 45 minutes. Okay, please find your seats again. We're about to start. So I hope you enjoyed the sandwich. No mackerel from a tin can, but maybe tomorrow. Okay, then let's start. I know it was a short break, but we'll do now two rapid sessions, if you will. We'll do 2 sessions of 1 hour each, with just a tiny little swap of microphones in between. So it's going to be 2 hours of intense conversations up here. Then we'll do 30 minutes of a break where we serve boller or buns. I can't promise that they will be with raisins or chocolate or cinnamon. I'm not sure. You just have to find out. And then after that final session, we will have a small reception in the 2nd floor of this building. This session is much more pointed than the other one. The other one was very broad. I almost apologize to Whitney, the chair, for that session, because it's about everything, right? This session is not about everything. It's about Arctic cooperation. And it springs out of this idea that is, if you go to Arctic conferences, you know about the concept of Arctic exceptionalism, you know this idea that the Arctic is a sheltered place, that in the Arctic we could still cooperate with Russia in the Arctic Council and other venues, despite tensions elsewhere, even after events in Ukraine in 2014. And sometimes when I go to security conferences, Paul Hilde, for example, on my right-hand side, when I go to conferences with his colleagues, they criticize me for being naive when I say that we should maintain some lines of communications with Russia. Maybe fishery co-management regimes shouldn't be disbanded. In that context, I'm often a dove. I'm often the pacifist in a military context. Not by Paul, but maybe by his colleagues. Whereas when I go to Arctic conferences, for example, with Jennifer here, and I participate in discussions on Arctic governance, Arctic Council, I'm often the one who says, but should we really cooperate with Russia, given do-do-do-do-do? And in that context, I'm often the hawk. So that's the frame also for this panel. Cooperation in the Arctic, does it matter for security concerns? Not dealing with climate change, not dealing with specific issues of mercury levels in certain parts of the Arctic, but dealing with security issues. Yes, security is a broad concept, okay, but does Arctic cooperation, Arctic Council, Barents cooperation, etc., does that actually deal with or help us mitigate security tensions? Svein, the floor is yours. Svein is a senior researcher at Fridtjof Nansen Institute, my colleague. Svein and I were yin and yang. I tend to focus on security, and Svein focuses on the Arctic Council. So then you know already where he stands on this. Svein?
And I brought my Arctic Council suit here, so I'm all set. Thanks, Andreas. And what a panel. Looking really forward to this discussion. And what a crowd. A lot of friends really enjoy bringing Arctic to Oslo for the first time on such a big stage. Really, really great to see you all. I'll start up with Evan Bloom. I guess most of you know him already. He is at the Center for Ocean and Arctic at the University in Tromsø at the moment. He's a lawyer and a senior diplomat, and he helped establish the Arctic Council. And I guess he's written the most quoted Arctic Council article ever from 1999. And I will ask...
it's the only one.
The only good one,
That's
maybe.
why it's the most quoted.
So I'll start off with the broad question. And exactly what Andreas said. Arctic cooperation, does it play a role in mitigating security concerns?
So, Sven, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with many familiar faces. And although I'm not sure I should thank you for beginning with me for that particularly difficult and broad question. So, in a diplomatic sense, if you're a diplomat, you're concerned with cooperation. You want to promote cooperation among all sorts of countries, and so cooperation is good, right? Well, yes, it is in many cases, and when we're talking about cooperation as among Norway and US and allies, yes, it's good. When you're talking about cooperation with Russia currently in the context of the further invasion of Ukraine, it's a kind of a different story. So all of you are aware that the Arctic Council was put on pause and then is sort of slowly getting back into some forms of work, but it's by no means what it used to be. And what it used to be, at least thinking from an American perspective in particular, was an important bridge to Russia. And so, yes, we were cooperating on particular projects in the working groups and all of that, and that has value without question. But from my mind, the bridge to Russia through the foreign ministries and others created something which certainly did contribute to security, if that's the point, the contribution to security. Nowadays, with the diminishment of the Arctic Council and the SAOs not meeting in person and a lot of the work going on by correspondence or through Zoom or any of that sort of thing, my sense is that it contributes a lot less to security. So it is important that and the Arctic Council is not the only relevant institution, but the Barents cooperation is on hold, and the fisheries cooperation has been mentioned that has a particular place. But I think in terms of contributions to security, that kind of cooperation, that institutional cooperation, is currently much diminished.
Thanks. And that leads me to Jennifer Spence, the project director of the Arctic Initiative at the Harvard Kennedy School's Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. And you've been working with Arctic Council issues for decades. And in fact, 2 last years, you've been, heading and creating a network working on what Arctic Council can be and can it make a difference? The question is really, can it still make a difference?
Yeah, thanks, Svein, and thank you. I think this is a really important session, and I think that the fact that there's such an amazing turnout for this conference really speaks to the need for these kinds of conversations, so thanks so much to the organizers for this. You know, I was thinking about what I would say when asked to participate in this event, and knowing that, you know, I've been the banner across my forehead is that I am the Arctic Council person, that I'm raw Arctic Council, and having worked in the Arctic Council and now having been outside the Arctic Council for 2 years, I would say I'd give quite a qualified answer. So first of all, what strikes me is, you know, it's been over 2 years now since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And I think it's important that we reflect on the narratives that we've heard around the Arctic Council in that time. So very early on, we heard very quickly, like, we're going to put things on pause. That means, you know, that work can't go forward. And even at that time, there was this sort of subtext of when the war is over, we could revisit this. Well, then, you know, I think as we've all sort of taken on this process of recognizing that this is not a short-term event. Here we are more than 2 years later, and I'm not sure anyone would have predicted, but the narratives are changing, right? We've gone from a static kind of definitive to, well, there need to be avenues, there need to be opportunities, there are particular contexts where there need to be cooperation. And I would really emphasize here that it's in a broader global context. So I think more and more there's this effort to place the Arctic, when it comes to geopolitics, there's an effort to place the Arctic in the broader geopolitics, to consider the interactions effects between what's happening in the region and what's happening more broadly. And I think, you know, it used to be that the narrative of the Arctic Council was about peace and cooperation, and we meant peace and cooperation in a very normative sense. You know, cooperation is good, not cooperation is bad. But I also think we need to be careful and take a more nuanced approach to what it means for cooperation. And here I would say very functionally. There's a functional element to cooperation. There are neighbors. Russia is a neighbor. They are part of the Arctic. And that there is, I believe, a fundamental role for Track 2 diplomacy as an element of security. It is part of the layers, it is part of how relationships are managed in a difficult time. And so we don't want to discount or diminish the importance of that kind of function. So from that perspective, I would say, sort of even in a general kind of the Arctic Council as this banner of cooperation, it still holds that moniker. And then there's another layer, and we've talked about this before, Svein, is there's the sort of broader, and the message is sent quite regularly, we don't need other institutions, the Arctic Council exists, so we don't need more, we've got everything's under control. And there's that sort of general sense, but then there's the working level of the Arctic Council. And I think what we recognize here is that there's sort of that general, almost political element, but then there's the working level where we know that there are networks upon networks upon networks of experts, knowledge holders, people doing real work that is sort of fundamental to advancing policy issues in the Arctic context. And the Arctic Council is ultimately a mechanism for the translation of that real sort of substantive work that happens, a translation function between them and policymakers. And those mechanisms by which that policy translation is happening may have changed. It may be much more domestic in nature, but the work that's being done internationally is fundamental to informing the policies that the Arctic states need to take on. And in order for that to happen, there have to be regional and international networks feeding into that, because the data and the knowledge is not the sole domain of any one country in order to fully understand, because these are complex, interconnected issues. And so you need to have that really sort of sophisticated set of networks. But those networks take effort. Those networks take energy, and those networks require investment. So it's not just going to happen. We can't just say the Arctic Council exists and it's going to continue to matter. It will require continued effort and a recognition that the governance environment, as it continues to evolve, so will the need to consider how we can sustain and have resilient networks of experts and knowledge holders contribute to advancing these issues. And that what we cannot do at this point is just have a definitive yes or no. Yes, the Arctic Council matters. No, the Arctic Council doesn't matter. And we have to actually think pragmatically about how and where and what issues need to be advanced, and to who, going back to the session previously, and for whom, right? Is ultimately what we need is a forum where Arctic issues are relevant and important to an audience, and that there's a platform for people that live in the Arctic to have a forum where they can actually have things move forward. And so we need to make sure that we put that front and center. So.
I guess I'll get back to many of your thoughts there, but I would like to bring in one more panelist, and that's more of an outsider view to some extent, I would say. Eide, you're a teaching fellow in international politics at the University of London Institute in Paris. And you've been working on the idea of sovereignty and how it's perceived by states and non-state actors in the Arctic, and how these ideas of sovereignty and who's inside and outside creates politics in the Arctic. How is that connected to this debate on Arctic cooperation and this inside-outside view? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Okay. Yeah, I will just for a second, Jennifer, in terms of pragmatic part of cooperation. I guess at the end of USSR era, the cooperation was idealized and romanticized, like by excluding all security issues. We believed in the end of history thesis. Okay, we can just manage everything, but through institutions, through values, democracy, and freedom of expression, and like we will just impose it to the other side, and we can just provide stability in the world. But I guess the question here with cooperation, we should cooperate with Russia or no. I guess we are hesitating between should we protect our values like democracy and human rights, or should we be practical, or to be more realist, and should be pragmatic, Machiavellist, let's say, for security concerns. I guess in change in the Arctic is constant. I mean, when you look at 50s, you can see like, changing Svalbard in Arctic. I mean, this book is written in 50s, right? During Cold War. Change was always here in the Arctic. It is not a remote region. I mean, like that was happening in military terms and economic terms. And yes, times goes forward, but I think like, if we can look at the history, we can find something. For example, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe was founded during Cold War. It was just right after Cuban crisis. And the Vietnam War was continuing, and both sides wanted to understand each other. The Beatles was writing a song called Back in USSR. I mean, like, we were more civilized that time. Like, what happened? What changed? Institutionalism, like, what happened with institutionalism? What is the practical value of institutionalism then? Because, like, then, like, we have this and more civilized world, but then maybe the question is more weaponized organization, or what is the point? Like, what changed and why we can't talk today? What are the, barriers between two? Last year, when Russia stopped paying, let's say, fee to the Arctic Council, everybody was, alarming, like, Russia will withdraw from the Arctic Council. And Jennifer, you're saying, no, actually, like, they want effective occupation. This, I mean, like, it depends how we interpret the things, I guess. This alarmist discourse prevents also the cooperation. I see recently on news, actually, it was last week and stuff, Chinese and Turkish scientists went to Svalbard. They are not in the same box. Those countries' relations are not good because of Uyghur issues. I mean, they didn't go to Svalbard together, and even forget about structural Svalbard politics. Ankara doesn't have research plans about Svalbard. But how we interpret is, I guess, important, and this is also shaping our, let's say, views towards Russia as well.
As a constructivist, I love your thinking. Gosh, yeah, let's dig. Well, it's partly connected to everything here, really. Science policy cooperation in the Arctic, how is that connected to mitigating security? Or is it connected to security at all?
Thank you. Thank you, Svein. And I said, it is really excellent.
Gosia is from the University of Tromsø. Or the University of the Arctic, sorry.
Thank you. It's really great, I think, to have this discussion about cooperation as a part of this conference on security. And I liked in the previous panel, and I think it was Ariel who started his remarks from speaking about some of the assumptions that we held about Arctic cooperation. And I think actually when it comes to scientific cooperation, and I might focus more on this part specifically, definitely scientific cooperation in the Arctic, international scientific cooperation is kind of one of the longest held assumptions we've ever had about the region. And when we were invited to this panel and to the discussion, and the main question that we are asked to address is, does Arctic cooperation play a role in mitigating security risk? For me, well, if we understand it as, can scientific cooperation prevent the conflict and in the Arctic, I would say no. My answer would be clear no, and I would say that any other thinking would be just simply naive. And I think we've kind of learned some lessons, and we cannot afford being naive anymore. That being said, I still think that scientific cooperation is one of the best available possible channels of communication that we have at our disposal. And I like also the distinction that was made in the previous discussion, that channels of communication do not mean dialogue, they do not mean collaboration. I don't think we are at this stage with Russia, but I think when it comes to maintaining, keeping channels of communication open, I do think that scientific cooperation is really one of the best ones we had. To go from here, I actually think about science or scientific cooperation. I'm not thinking about science as, full of ideas, integrity, and so on. I'm really thinking about the very practical endeavor of conducting research on the ground. Because I think this is really where we can be speaking about science, science uniting people and so on, science being understood in the same way. That's all fine. But the truth is that the reality of conducting scientific research very quickly hits geopolitical realities that we find ourselves in. Especially in the region like the Arctic, I mean, so I'm sure everybody knows in the room is so aware of this. It requires mobility. It requires freedom to move people across borders, equipment, samples. We are talking about the exchange of data. It is really essential. And we have nothing of this at this point in time. And it's really uncertain how we'll be moving forward from that. Since we are, and for sure we'll be coming back to the Arctic Council, but just to use one example, and I think the issue of radioactivity kind of might here ring a bell for many also in the context of security, so that it's kind of to fully illustrate how difficult issues are today. For instance, when we are speaking about the question of radioactivity, experts working on this matter, so many of them, they sit in national agencies. They have no way of communicating with Russian experts. They don't have access to Russian data at this point, except for the working groups of the Arctic Council, specifically for AMAP. It's because we might be thinking, oh, working groups, what are we talking about? This is really the thing. People from national agencies, they cannot access this data unless, and this is at this point thanks to huge effort of Norwegian churchship, through the functioning working groups of the Arctic Council. This is really what we are speaking about, and I'm sure we'll have more discussions about that. That being said, I think moving forward, it's not also the point. I would be the very last one to romanticize scientific cooperation in any means. I would actually argue that I think moving forward, we should really deepen and nuance our understanding of collaboration. And in this case, I think there is a call both to the scientists, including natural scientists, who some of them might still hold ideas that the work they are doing is really above certain political differences or ideas, to also to make them aware that this is the activity that they are conducting in such geopolitically defined world, that for instance, certain scientific initiatives, yes, we need to have them, but they might be very differently used, for instance, by Russian regime. That it's sort of that some of them, they might be used for propaganda and legitimacy. And I think moving forward, scientists also need to become aware of this part. Does it change their research? It should not. Should they be aware of this? I do think so. The task for the diplomats, on the other hand, would be also to get much better grasp of what scientific cooperation, how can we use it as a tool, as an effective channel communication in these times? Jennifer mentioned the track to diplomacy. We can use all the fancy terms, but to really understand how we can deploy it in our diplomatic toolbox, I think this would be very needed. And I'm coming to the end, but I'll just conclude here. At this point, like with making much more nuance. I really think that nuance, or kind of going granular here, is really where we should be heading. For instance, Abby Tingstad mentioned in the other panel, of course, now we are speaking more and more about dual use. And she made a clear point, well, multi-use, it's kind of, this is probably the thing that it is there to stay. And for a very simple reason, we are speaking about the region where resources, where equipment and so on is so scarce that honestly, if we can be smart about using it, we should only go for it. But again, without naivete, but with a better understanding of it. I think I already said twice, this will be my last point. I'm going to say that the third time, and I will already stop here. And the last point will be about the need for scientific cooperation, because we just need best available science and best available scientific information here. And I should be crystal clear, I do not mean that we need any better understanding of global climate to know that we need to move away from oil and gas. I think that's settled. But the thing is, as we are speaking about the security, the region is changing so fast. We are now speaking about landslides, avalanches. The discussion was about the infrastructure. All this investment, infrastructure, security investments, those are massive long-term investments, and how to put roads in that will last for the next 25 years, that will last for 40 years in that region is a huge puzzle. So we always, even for these questions, particularly for questions of security, we need that. So that would be my point. Thank you.
Perfect. And I will bring in the last panelist, and even more of an outsider, really a military expert. Ooh. Paul Hilde, professor at Norwegian Institute for Defense Studies. Me and Andreas, we arranged a small seminar on the Arctic Council 11th of May in 2023, when Norway took over the chairship. And I was like applauding the work of the Arctic Council, but you were a bit more reluctant. Does the Arctic Council matter at all? Or are there other venues that are clearly more important?
Yeah, that's good. I was told in certain terms by Andreas during the break that he wants heat on this panel. and so Svein was saying, please don't get physical or storm off the panel. So I'll try and provoke a bit, and I'll come to this Arctic Council thing. But I'll start off somewhat boringly academic in the beginning. Now, this notion that institutions can sort of alleviate security concern is well established. As you have this, there's a whole big literature on sort of security communities and sort of how the EU and NATO have sort of served to tie traditional enemies like Germany and France together, Britain and France, etc., that now, because of these sort of overlapping and binding institutions, it is inconceivable, more or less, to sort of imagine a war between France and Germany. Edda mentioned the OSCE, as what was called the CSCE, as a Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, came out of the Helsinki process in 1990s. They have a separate thing called confidence and security building measures. So this whole concept of using institutions to sort of talk about and sort of learn to know each other, and sort of by that sort of building trust and overcoming sort of security fears is clearly there. Now, we've had this also in the Arctic to a certain extent. As you all know, the Arctic Council cannot deal with matters of military security. Sort of an insistence, I understand, the United States and Russia were agreed on when the Ottawa Declaration was signed. Yet, I'll just use one example, and since sort of the Ted Stevens Center is one of the organizers here, and I'm from yesterday actually honored to be affiliated with them, I'll use this example of the Arctic Security Forces Roundtable. Now, the director of the Ted Stevens Center, Randy Church-D, when he was still in uniform as Director of Strategy and Plans at US-UCOM, he was responsible for the US participation or driving this Arctic Security Forces Roundtable. Now, his predecessor, Major General Mark Schisler, said that not to single out a single nation, but having Russia at the table matters. What he's then saying is that this is very much about getting Russia to the table. All the other 12, or the other 11 participants at the first meeting of the Arctic Security Forces Roundtable here in Oslo in June 2011 were allies or partners, so they didn't have a problem talking together. They could do that in all kinds of forums, in NATO or whatever, EU or something. It was having Russia that mattered. Now, this disappeared after 2014, and albeit the Arctic Security Forces Roundtable still meets, and sort of it is now something else. And this is sort of, now we have, there is no such institution. You have the Arctic Coast Guard Forum, that was established in 2015, I mean, sort of, that Andreas has written a lot about, that is sort of softer than the military side, because after 2014, the military-to-military cooperation was suspended. But I would, and that might sort of come back to life again alongside the Arctic Council, because it is tied to the Arctic Council, and the chairship of the Arctic Coast Guard Forum is the same as the Arctic Council. But I would actually argue, and now we come to the provoking part, hopefully, interests matter more than institutions. As in, why is Russia still in the Arctic Council? Because it's in Russian interest. They've left us string of other, Baltic Security Cooperation Council, they left it. It was not in their interest to continue there. Barents Cooperation that Norway sort of drove forward in the 1990s, they've left that because it's not in their interest. It is in Russian interest to be in the Arctic Council. They could have left. They could have made a fuss in May of last year and insisted on foreign ministers meeting and let that had toppled the whole thing. They didn't. They accepted a digital meeting of senior Arctic officials. And then the second point that you already alluded to, in the end, cooperation and not institutions matter. Because I would argue that you could actually, if the Arctic Council fails, and we give that, it's a nice thing, but if it fails, then there are many other platforms you could do this. You could look to the UN and UN bodies. You could have the World Meteorological Organization, the World Hydrological Organization, the International Maritime Organization, not the least, that has been used where the Arctic Council members have used that to develop the Polar Accord, etc. So institutions, yes, but there are more fundamental things. And hopefully someone got angry by it or triggered. No?
Come on, Jennifer.
Very that was
Hit him, Jennifer.
poke?
Come on.
Okay, I'll try better next time.
So what do you think about Paul's argument?
No, I mean, I guess for me, there's a confluence of events, right? So you may, because I don't find it shocking to suggest, and it's always been sort of a striking puzzle to me, and as you point out, that, I mean, there were many times, I think, that Russia could have, in a symbolic way, stood on high ground and said, why would we continue to be part of this? And they chose not to. So you're right. Presumably there's an interest there, and if that interest doesn't exist, then presumably they could walk away from it as well. But ultimately, I would say all 8 states currently have an interest in wanting it to continue, and so there's a confluence of events. So the institution matters because it serves an interest. And so we could get quite philosophical on what comes first, the chicken or the egg. That right now, for whatever reasons, and I think that the reasons for each state and each actor, I think permanent participants also have a sort of particular reason that they want to see the institution survive, but ultimately there's a confluence of events that these things continue to be, and then from a very functional perspective, if it continues to exist, what role can it play from a security perspective? What capacity does it have, and at what point does it not become meaningful, right? Like if it's just symbolic, can it continue to play a function, a purposeful role, or does it need to be injected with a continued effort to advance? Like, could we stay static right now, which is, I would argue, imperfect, and certainly not up to the functioning of the working level in order to survive in a healthy kind of way. So what more evolution does the Arctic Council need to see? That Norway's been pushing a particular agenda during its chairship, so if it then evolves to the Kingdom of Denmark, what more needs to be done as it evolves in order for it to continue to be in the interests of all to continue to participate?
I think interest is the key word here, really, because you're saying that it is in Russia's interest. Why? Evan? What kind of interest?
Evan?
You talk to Putin often.
It's very hard for me to speak on behalf of the Russian Federation. But just to get at that, I completely agree that the Russians feel that they have a continuing interest in the Arctic Council, and that's why they're there. If they didn't feel that way, they would have gone. If other members of the Council had felt that way, and I think that is a testament to the positive attributes of the Council that have developed over a period of years. Institution building is extremely difficult, and I think the Russians and other countries recognize that it's not just a question of this institution is not fulfilling everything for us today, let's just leave it. And then we go and use because others have a different focus, a different people, a different bureaucracy. And to just get back to that notion that I started with of being a bridge to Russia, there was something that all of the eight members of the Arctic Council found valuable about being able to come together that is even more important than some of the individual issues being handled in the working groups. So I think when any state steps back, they go, this is good. I also think it has a security dimension in that, as you pointed out, as we all know, military security issues are not part of the Arctic Council mandate. And yet, it is the #1 diplomatic forum, and national security related agencies of the governments show up at these places, the Coast Guards show up at these places. There was that connection to overall security that I think all states found a benefit in. But there are also benefits for the Arctic Council that are not really security related. And Jennifer was talking about those in particular. Those are all really important. And putting aside what Russia wants, other countries want to have these, the working group, and some of these even precede the council itself, because the APS prior to it was also recognized the importance of those issues. So I think that Russia is playing a long game. They consider themselves perhaps the most important Arctic state, and therefore I think they see part of themselves in the council, and looking long term, don't think it should disappear.
Interesting. I would like to bring in Eide again, because as an outsider, if you look at observers, the non-Arctic states and then the non-Arctic actors, how do they perceive this club, the Arctic 5 or the Arctic 8, when we talk about the Arctic Council? Do you have any? Because they're left out to some extent.
Yeah, I guess here there are two layers. First, like you have non-Arctics, but observers in the Arctic Council. They're like a bit closer then. And there are others, like, you know, they're not the part of this community at all, but they just know something about the Arctic. It is like polar bears and sometimes climate change, but they don't know the seriousness of, you know, the issues. But in France, for example, it is perceived, yes, Arctic is important in terms of climate change, and then security, and then resources. I mean, the, let's say, discourse about the Arctic is so cliche. It's important in terms of this. As an observer, actually, you could expect better or more, but unfortunately, actually, when you look at the ambassador of Arctic and Antarctic and oceans, he has like many titles. So, I mean, there is not just a specific attention to the Arctic in regards of our ambassador, and you can't see him very often in the Arctic as well. And then, like, you know, there is not big, deep knowledge about the Arctic issues. It's perceived as a great power rivalry happening in the Arctic, and there might be a war because of great power rivalry. Yeah, and resource exploitation. Let's go and protect the Arctic. And we can do it in France, because in France, November 2023, there was a polar summit. I think you were there, and some people were there. And Mats was telling in Brussels after the conference was like, you know, they treated us as a natural park in France. And I mean, the approach was, okay, let's protect the Arctic, as if like, you know, no one lives here. And, yeah.
And that's maybe why the Arctic Council survived, because we need to, well, that's not the correct portrayal of the Arctic. But I would get back to you, Goshev, because you said, I would say something interesting. You used the word naive. Okay, and now I'm putting my head out. Are natural scientists in the Arctic, well, stationed in the Arctic, naive when trying to cooperate more with Russia?
Well, yeah. Well, naive.
I don't like that word, but well, you mentioned it 3 times.
Heated when talking about cooperation. As with so many things, I mean, natural scientists. I mean, we are speaking about hundreds, thousands of people, and I don't think we can put them all in one box. I'm not sure so many of them think necessarily in terms of how ongoing collaboration with Russia, and it should be also very clear, most, if not all, institutional collaboration stopped. EU projects that have been going for several years, everything stopped pretty much overnight because payments were stopped. All the networks, all the connections were pretty much put on hold. So it's kind of, so we are not speaking about much of the ongoing collaboration. I think I don't want to call this approach naive, because I think then it would apply to many, many more of us. And tomorrow, Kari Meklebust from UIT, she's going to have, she's been doing extremely interesting work on how some of the actions that we are just oftentimes viewing through our lens can be very differently interpreted and used by Russia for their own benefit, for the benefit of the regime. And I think oftentimes, well, in the community of, let's stick to natural sciences if we wish, perhaps this aspect is just less talked about, less debated. Definitely it has come more to the surface of discussions following February 2022. But I still think it's kind of this will, this drive that we need this information, that we need to collaborate. I would say it is still very strong, and I would also argue it is very understandable. There are very strong arguments why we need this collaboration in the Arctic, but I would say, again, sometimes maintaining contacts with Russians, for those perhaps less aware or willing to give deeper thoughts to this, could be misinterpreted. Can I have a comment about the Arctic Council?
Go ahead.
Just to put here one thing, and it's like I've said it in other fora before, but I think it's actually like, why do Arctic states, why do we say Arctic Council surviving? And I will come to the word survive in one moment. It's also, Arctic Council is really, it is the forum, it is not organization, yada yada, it doesn't have any decision-making powers and so on, but it is seriously, it is the only institution that we have that actually strictly defines who are Arctic states. If you look at any other forum, it is actually the only written Ottawa Declaration is the only one that says that we have 8 Arctic states. If we look historically, and I'm not speaking about any distant times, but even Cold War, we were actually speaking about 5 Arctic states, 5 literal states of the Arctic Ocean. That was the used definition of the Arctic states. It has actually changed, and Ivan is much better person to speak about it, because there was a connection in terms of development in the Antarctic and how it fed into discussions about the Arctic, International Arctic Science Committee. Anyways, this discussion, the end of 1980s, start of 1990s, we really have formation of 2 bodies, but it was through the Arctic Council that we moved to defining Arctic states as the 8 as we know it today. I'm not questioning it. It's not to say that there aren't very good reasons for drawing this specific line, but this is also to say Arctic states, all Arctic states, including Russia, have also this interest in maintaining the Arctic Council. And again, it's not a very big issue if you have 7 like-minded states, and it's kind of, well, and they have many other fora for discussion. But I think for Russia, and we've been speaking about China, especially as the states are getting closer, Russia still has interest to draw in saying, well, by the way, we are the Arctic states, we are the Arctic states, and you are not. And you can call yourself near Arctic, approaching the Arctic, whatever, but you are non-Arctic states. And Arctic Council does that as well.
Okay.
I can disagree.
Yes.
Just to say that I agree to a certain extent, but this notion that this is the end and the final definition of these are the 8 Arctic states, I don't agree with, because there will be issues where the Arctic 4 now, maybe as in they'll keep Russia out, will confer among themselves. If you come into issues of sovereignty, sort of borders, they will not speak to Sweden, Finland, and Iceland, because they do not border to the Arctic Ocean. So it's issue specific. But as long as it stays within the sort of framework of the Arctic Council, yeah, that's fine. Then you can start. This, again, trying a little one. There is no one from Iceland, unfortunately, in the panel. But what happens when the 10-degree isotherm doesn't apply in Iceland anymore? Will they be kicked out? As in, what's the definition? Are they in the Arctic? Yeah? Anyone?
I like that one.
No, but I think, I mean, it's a boundary, right? Like, and I would sort of, I was going to say something else, but no. But I fundamentally, it's the club, right? And so ultimately, the boundary has been created, and there may be for particular policy issues, but I would propose that the one interest that all 8 states have in common in terms of maintaining, they may have other reasons, but one of the main reasons they have for maintaining the Arctic Council is to define who is in and who is out from a decision-making perspective. And if that if the Arctic Council were to shut down, or you were to, which is one of the things that if you get into the rules of procedure and get really boring, or you were trying to exclude Russia, which you can't actually do. But anyway, if you were to have a 7, then that collapses, right? So again, one of the incentives for all 8 states is to sustain that boundary. And yes, it could evolve, it could change, but that would actually, then what would replace it? And that's the risk associated with that. I wanted to talk about this issue of collaborating with Russia. And to me, the one of the fundamental things that sort of is difficult is we talk about collaborating with Russia, but what we're talking about is, and we often do this, and it's just because it's easy, is it's a monolith, right? And but we do the same with if we were to attribute ourselves as researchers or as individuals with the administrations of our own countries, right? Is we all have there's diversity, there's perspectives, and so the positions and the strategies used by a government, whatever its ilk may be, we should be careful not to paint everybody in a country with the same brush. And so ultimately, individuals have relationships, and those are relationships that have been built over decades, and those are relationships, and I would argue that one of the risks attached is less about individuals compromising other individuals, but the risks attached to individuals within Russia who actually have the best of intentions in terms of trying to continue scientific cooperation, and that we actually, as individuals sustaining those relationships, may put people at risk. And so, but I mean, the same goes in any country as we build out these narratives and we attribute them. And I won't talk about a particular election that's coming up, and that what brush may be painted there. But we want to ensure that we don't treat the people in a country with that monolithic brush.
I would like to bring up. First.
No. I was saying that Ivan was.
Ivan.
Well, just a quick thought on the question of the 8 versus the other. I think there is something to the 8 countries want to consider themselves leaders and special and all of that. But I'm not quite sure that is the driving force behind why the Council has value, at least in the view of the states. I think it's good to go back to the early days of the Council and realize that it was, in effect, a domestic political initiative of the Canadians who wanted more focus on sustainable developments and rights of the permanent participants and all of that. So there are a lot of different elements that go into this question of what the value is of the Council, and I think that changes over time.
Yeah, and I think bringing in this indigenous voice into this is key. Edda, you have been working on the indigenous understanding of the Arctic as well. How does this fit into this debate we are having now on the Arctic Council?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, first of all, institutionalism, or let's say Arctic Council, is important in terms of providing or space to produce agreements, for example, and many cooperation and agreements were done under the auspices of the Arctic Council. So I guess we cannot really separate the cooperation and Arctic Council. Arctic Council has been important, and as the representative of Saami Council told that how she profited from the Barents cooperation, for example, all those mechanisms were important for people-to-people cooperation. And I guess to continue with Russia is not naive, especially it is important to continue the people. I mean, everything is not about the states, right? I mean, states cannot only provide the peace, and we cannot secure ourselves thanks to states. I mean, people-to-people cooperation is important, scientific cooperation is important, art is important, NGO cooperation is important, indigenous cooperation is important. They're all important mechanisms. And if we give them the degrees, then I'm not sure if states really provide our security, because states get the decision of going to war or let's say do the peace, so I guess people-to-people cooperation to some extent is very important to sustain this order, to convince the states to continue to peaceful, let's say, order. And it's in case of Saami issues. I work on Saami, like sovereignty and stuff. And their cooperation, of course, was important with Russian counterparts. And today, I mean, nobody asked them what to do. For example, Arctic Council, they have a permanent place in the Arctic Council, but when they suspend the cooperation, for example, with Russia, they didn't consult them. So very seriously, the permanent position of NGOs, or let's say non-state actors in the Arctic Council. Maybe this can be discussed further.
Yeah.
No, you had it.
Gosh, yeah.
I wanted to bring another issue, so if you want to.
No,
I have a comment.
There's a lot of interesting questions here, and I have one. I'll leave it to the last.
Can I just be difficult again and comment on that? Because I think that, albeit I fundamentally agree on the sort of the if you can actually have people to people cooperation, that's good. But Russia makes that impossible by sort of, first of all, its policy and attacking Ukraine and all that and the other, but the leverage it apparently has on indigenous people's organizations in Russia makes it politically impossible to have that cooperation. So,
I mean, but it's not the organization who makes it.
No, it's
difficult.
Moscow telling them that you have to support the war in Ukraine.
We know it, right? So we cannot blame them.
But it makes it impossible. You cannot then do it because they take a political role that is inconsistent with what we agree as and what we can. So it's not the sort of a position you want to be in, but it's a position that Russia has put us in.
First, Yugoslavia, I have like a more brutal question in the last.
I'll go before brutal. Okay, I'll go before brutal. Just to throw in one thing here, because we are speaking about Arctic cooperation, and I think it would be also very good for everyone. It's kind of whether we consider Arctic Council being the main game in town, the only game in town, or it is not the only game in town. So kind of having all the questions revolving around the Arctic Council, perhaps it's really, well, it's zooming in, but there are, of course, so many other aspects to consider here. And, you know, once again, question being, Arctic cooperation, does it mitigate security risk? I'm not aiming to answer this question here, but I wanted to bring the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, and it's just for a few persons in the room who perhaps know the details of this agreement. The point is that this is the legally binding agreement, and it's the first and only one that is Arctic-specific, but which has also non-Arctic states as parties to that agreement. It is literally the only agreement of this sort that we have, and the parties to the agreement are 5 states, literal states of the Arctic Ocean. It's the European Union because of common fisheries policy, Iceland, Japan, South Korea, and China. And the agreement was, it went into force in, I think, June 2021. So really right in the midst of the pandemic, where, of course, all meetings were impossible. But what is so interesting with this agreement is that actually, in contrast to so many other things, it's kind of, that's the agreement that went into force during the hardest times of the pandemic, and it still goes on. It survived 2022. All parties, including Russia, are having regular meetings. There are meetings of scientific experts. There are conferences of the parties, and which is very interesting because they are, and I would say, facilitated by the fact that they are taking place in the South Korea. And the parties, everything that has been decided is moving forward, the joint program of scientific research and monitoring and so on. My main point here is also that when we are speaking about such changed context, also thinking about these other tables and tables with expanded number of players, not United Nations, but states, the reason why this agreement arose was for very practical, functional reasons. That was the driver. But all of a sudden, February 2022 meant that we are left with the instrument that all of a sudden is functioning and is giving us lessons how to think, like how to move forward. That perhaps in some cases, changing the setup of the table is also something we might consider actively for the pursuit of cooperation.
Okay, here's my question to all of you, really, and it's all about the Arctic Council once again, but it's important, and especially hearing what Espen Barth said earlier today. Denmark will take over the chairship of the Arctic Council in May next year. How will that look? What will happen?
Get out the crystal ball.
Yeah, bring out the crystal ball now. Where are the potential for conflict? Will it be more well-functioning? Will it still alive? Will it still be alive? And so on. What will happen during the Denmark chairship of the Arctic Council?
I can start and just
do that.
I'd be first interested to see how is Denmark going to organize the people who are actually going to decide on what its policy is going to be. That's going to be a big committee. Leave it at that.
Gosh, yeah, give it a try.
No, I was looking at Ivan. No, I was just.
Well, it's obviously a difficult question. I think part of it is that Norway stepped in at a particularly difficult moment and did a really excellent job. And I don't just say that because I'm here in Oslo and there are people from the MFA who would otherwise, I don't know.
They have left the building.
Do make trouble for me as I try to leave the building. But the I honestly think that they've done about as good a job as you could do under very difficult circumstances because they had to reach out to Russia diplomatically and in back channels in ways that ensured that things could kind of move forward in an appropriate way. I'm not close enough to things now to know whether the Danes have fully set that up in the same sort of way, but I trust that they and their professional diplomats will be able to continue having seen the precedent that the Norwegians have set. So I'm not so worried that, one of the things about the chairmanships of the Arctic Council is that the chairs don't establish their own policies. I know they issue general ideas about where they want their chairships to go. But really, the decisions about the details of the policies of the Arctic Council are set by all Arctic states and are subject to consensus. So I guess I'm hopeful in that context.
I'm going to change your question.
Okay, perfect.
If I may, and that is, what advice would I give to the Kingdom of Denmark going into the chairship? And that is that one is to have some clear priorities, and frankly, with less of an opinion on what those priorities should be, but that in order to advance things within the Arctic Council, that you need to have some sort of direction. You need to set some priorities because you can't, if there's one challenge the Arctic Council has had as it's evolved, it's that it's had a sort of a broadening of mandate. And so you can't be all things to all people, especially in the current context. So investing in some things where there could actually be progress, I think will be critical. That status quo is not enough. So what we see right now is not, in terms of how the guidelines have been operationalized, is not enough. So continuing to push the boundaries of how the work can get done is really a critical piece of it. And third is, sort of to Gosia's point, is that the Arctic Council is a node in networks of institutions. And so that the Arctic Council is best served when the states that sort of ultimately are its champions invest in all of those institutions, and that the health of the Arctic Council depends on the health of many of the institutions involved. And so investing in the institutions that are able to allow the Arctic Council to thrive is a fundamental part of the success of the Arctic Council.
I think now I'm ready.
30 seconds.
40 seconds, okay. I'll be brief. I was actually also thinking along the lines, I have no idea what's going to happen, but if I had two thoughts that perhaps Kingdom of Denmark could consider, one of them is actually, and it's not strictly about the Arctic Council, but it is about Arctic Scientific Agreement. So international agreement on agreement on enhancing international scientific cooperation in the Arctic. The point is that that's the agreement, that's the third agreement that was negotiated under the auspices of the Arctic Council, but not Arctic Council agreement. This is actually standing legally binding agreement between eight Arctic states. The point is that it is very difficult, and I'm coming back here to the question of scientific cooperation. It is very difficult to track what's happening with this agreement. Kingdom of Denmark is the one that is holding the agreement, is the repository of the agreement. And what didn't really make any headlines, but I think it was in 2021 or during already Russian chairmanship. But anyhow, it was decided that meetings of the Arctic Council, of the agreement, that it's actually the implementation of the agreement will be largely in the hands of the chair of the Arctic Council, which became, of course, huge problem during Russian chairmanship for the reasons we all know. Since question of scientific cooperation is so key, and I think we have questions about this agreement popping up here and there, I would argue that also that if the chairship, the Kingdom of Denmark could look into very different venues where they could advance cooperation, including through the agreement, because this is really squarely at the hands of the chair of the Arctic Council. I think this could really be a fruitful path to explore, and that could reap some benefits. Second thing, on a very global arena, and it's kind of, and one could say it's about outreach, communication, and so on. But it's also like in the phase that Arctic Council continues finding itself in, I think there is a question of how we communicate about the Arctic to the world is a constant challenge. We are doing better, so many activities have picked up and so on, but there is still obviously so much constraint. I would say that with the Kingdom of Denmark and chairship and Greenland being at the center of all things, to really use this as a possibility, opportunity to bring more Arctic information to the world. What is happening? If we are speaking about the cryosphere, if you want to be speaking about black carbon, situation of the community's security, name it. I think it will be really interesting to see how it goes. I think
No, it was excellent, Gosia. Yeah. I would like Edda to just 10 seconds. Have the Arctic states succeeded in communicating that there is an order in the Arctic? Have they succeeded in communicating that there is stability in the Arctic? Because you said something totally different. You said it's like the portrayal of the Arctic as a scene of conflict and geopolitical race.
Yeah.
Just 10 seconds, yes or no.
Difficult. We can discuss later. We are already out of time. Maybe.
We're all out of time. Yeah, but it says 12. Well, okay. Yeah, we'll take it later. Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Svein. Never let the Arctic Council experts discuss Arctic Council, because then they will go over time. We have just a quick microphone swap, so not really a break. I'm sorry, this is work, not fun. We start again in 8 minutes. Okay, please take your seats. We're starting in a minute. Okay, then we're about to start again. So this is the second last session of today. As I said, after this session, in an hour, we'll have some buns and some more coffee. We'll actually have a 30-minute long break. I know it's very generous of me. I loved the previous session. I really did. It was exactly what the point of this conference is about. It was a nitty-gritty discussion about a singular issue or topic, question. And I liked how certain people disagreed with others. So that's a challenge to this panel. I also liked when you know, we're in an academic environment, when Svein, the moderator, declares himself as a constructivist, or when the social scientists start criticizing the natural scientists. Then you know you're with academics. We'll see how this one goes. But Gosha highlighted a really important thing at the end of that session, and it was the Central Arctic Fisheries Agreement. Or Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, which highlights, right, ocean governance. And this is really the topic of the session that we're embarking on now. Arctic ocean governance, the risks, the security challenges, lawfare, whatever that might be. I might even dare to ask you to tackle hybrid challenges at sea as well. But I'm giving the floor to Elana Wilson-Rove, who is a professor at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, also at the Norwegian Institute for International Affairs, our rival, but we collaborate. Elana, floor is yours.
Exactly. We're frenemies. No. Thank you so much, Andreas. More friends than anything else. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been a great day so far, so instructive, so interesting. And so we're glad to be able to follow this up with our eminent panel, who I'll introduce in a moment. So welcome also to the audience. Keep your questions coming in. We will get to them, and we look forward to seeing what's on your mind as well. Because the topic we're going to talk about in this panel, where we shift our focus more firmly to the seas, to the Arctic Ocean, couldn't be more important in a regional sense. We have a warming and changing and security-relevant Arctic Ocean with growing economic importance. And also globally, the world's oceans are critically important to natural processes. They cover 70% of the Earth's surface. Goods and services from the oceans generate $2.5 trillion per year. And we know that they also matter for global order and power projection and global governance. But they are also under pressure from climate change, from overexploitation, from security concerns. So today, as we are going to explore in our discussion, we need to, of course, appreciate the Arctic Ocean and its specific challenges, but we also have such a great panel that I think will help us put this in the context of global trends and pressures on oceans and ocean governance overall. And now I'll introduce our great panel. You'll be hearing from them shortly. And what we have here is a great mix of geography, law, area studies from about China that I think will really help us delve into these questions deeply. Over here we have Gøril Heggelund, who's a research professor at Andreas and Home Institution, Fridtjof Nansen Institute. Roman Chufard, who's Nansen Professor in Arctic Studies at Akureyri University. Here we have Klaus Dodds, professor at Royal Holloway University and also executive dean of something of a department, of a section there. You can tell if it's And then Lawson Brigham, professor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks and known from so many Arctic policy processes, and most recently a High North hero. I think that's a wonderful and well-deserved award. And finally, but last but not least, we have Suzanne Lalonde, professor of law at the University of Montreal. So we're going to kick off with kind of Building on that, we know Andreas likes disagreement, and I also agree with that. I think I agree with you on your need for disagreement, because it helps us get forward. Why do we disagree? Why would we look at things differently? So we're all going to kind of turn first to a big open question. Is the Arctic Ocean secure and governed? Yes or no, Klaus?
I disagree with that question. No, thank you very much. Again, thank you to the organizers for inviting me and enabling this panel. I think a couple of things. I would start off with this opening proposition. I am a geographer, so the first thing I always ask myself is, what are we talking about when we infer or suggest there is such a thing as an Arctic Ocean? The Arctic Ocean, for example, was only recognized as an ocean about 100 years ago by the International Hydrographic Organization. So that's the first thing to say. Oceans are not pre-given natural features. You'd expect me to say that. But there's always that intersection between the political and the scientific, the environmental and the legal. So we kind of have to take that as a starting point. Secondly, I come from a country that at one stage might have thought of itself as an Arctic state, aka the British Empire. Thirdly, I live in the city of London, which is home to the UN agency, the International Maritime Organization. So there are lots of interesting ways in which a speaker from London interconnects and intersects with the Arctic Ocean. I also live in a city that, of course, is a huge center of activity around maritime activity insurance. And you don't get far in shipping if you don't have insurance. And as an aside, my brother's a shipping lawyer as well. So this is all part of a very, very familiar domain, as well as being previously a captain in the Merchant Navy. So I've got a huge interest from a personal level in all of this. I think the other thing I would say is the Arctic Ocean is patently insecure in the sense of, if you are concerned about its environmental characteristics, and you think of the Arctic Ocean as you should do, as a highly dynamic volume, certainly not as a two-dimensional space that maps would depict it as, we're finding microplastics embedded in ice in the Central Arctic Ocean. We're having to talk about the Central Arctic Ocean as if one day it could host a commercial fishery. We would have thought of the Arctic Ocean as a frozen desert. We're no longer able to do that. It's quite staggering how our conversations about the Arctic Ocean have had to change. And one of the pleasures, and I'll end on this note, Alana, one of the most pleasurable moments I had meeting Lawson was in Fairbanks, Alaska, when Lawson gave us an absolutely stunning slideshow of his time as a captain and some of the voyages he did, I think, in and around the North Pole and the Central Arctic Ocean. Probably looks very different if Lawson was doing it, say, next summer. So I think that's my first point. Don't take anything as pre-given, and the scale of the change we're having to confront is truly staggering. Thank you.
Thanks, Klaus. Perfect segue to Lawson, who's interacted with Arctic Ocean in so many ways. Here and governed.
Yeah, thanks very much. Let me provide a few comments about the last session. Only twice now, with my colleague here, has the IMO been mentioned. And when you talk about cooperation or engagement on Arctic issues today, you talk about IMO, IHO, the International Hydrographic Organization, WMO, data, climate, the COP process, Paris Agreement, lots of organizations, large, complex, global issues, but each one of them focuses on the Arctic in certain dimensions, particularly marine issues. So I think it's dismissed. I spent 15 years working within the Arctic Council, but of course the Arctic Council is very effective, but a soft organization. The actions, the decisions, and the consultation on specific issues happens at international organizations where our Russian colleagues have a place, right? So anyway, I think that was an important comment, particularly IMO. We'll hear more about that. No, today, in terms of policy and maybe legal analysis, the Arctic Ocean is most secure and governed place on Earth, at least among the 6 oceans of the world, the Southern Ocean being described as, the 6th ocean. So I say that because you have UNCLOS as a framework. We have an IMO Polar Code for commercial shipping. We have a SAR agreement oil pollution prevention and preparedness agreement, research agreement, all at the top of the world. The only missing element in it, or the quirky element, is seabed mining. And the question whether in the future drilling 4,000 meters, 2 miles down at the top of the world can be economic. And can you actually do it physically? You might be able to do it in the middle of the Pacific or coast of Norway, but I think it's a bit implausible that we go to the top of the world to do deep sea mining. Nonetheless, deep sea mining is a global issue of great contentiousness. I think just to compare the Arctic Ocean to other parts, and to say that, yes, the Arctic Ocean, I think today, in terms of policy and legal issues, is the most governed ocean on Earth. And where else might it be tightly governed? Baltic Sea, for sure. Maybe the most tightly governed marine space on the planet. Mediterranean Sea is only 1/7 the size of the Arctic Ocean. But in the Mediterranean Sea, a very complex arrangement of countries around the coastal area, no donut holes of high seas, and multiple boundary disputes. So I would argue that the Arctic Ocean today, to be geographically specific and correct, is the most tightly governed marine space ocean on the Earth.
Thank you, Lawson. So how does this look from a law perspective? Suzanne, is there ever enough law, or can there be too much, or is there too little? How does it look from your perspective?
Well, kind of in the same vein, I would say I would thank very sincerely the organizers for including legal scholars. We're usually, present on sufferance at these kinds of conferences, and it's like I send a check and then eventually can sometimes get invited. So too much law, absolutely never too much law. Following on what Lawson was saying, is I think, if you ask a legal scholar, is it governed? So you're talking about legal framework, so that we have legal regimes, the Law of the Sea Convention, and some of these other agreements. So I think, and in this, I'm on the fence because I would say, well, the Law of the Sea Convention, which, our constitution for the oceans in plural. So in that sense, the law of the sea applies to the Arctic Ocean as it does elsewhere. Where I find myself feeling uncomfortable is to say, and we heard it in the first panel this morning, we believe in the rule of law, everyone has to abide by the rule of law. What if those rules, with best efforts, are kind of wishy-washy on some pretty important issues? And so I had a quote from Philip Allott, a law god, shortly before the Law of the Sea Convention came into effect, and he was saying that the convention is, and I quote, a half-formed new structural uniqueness, full of painful ambiguities and exciting possibilities. And what I see right at the moment is we're kind of veering away from the exciting possibilities, and for me, there's just tons of painful ambiguities, and I think that's what's rocking the boat a little bit.
Absolutely. Interesting. And that's a great segue over to our other law specialist. How do you pick up? Do you have the same view on these painful ambiguities in the structure of law we have for the Arctic Ocean?
I do, and thank you again, like to echo all the other panelists. Thank you so much, Andreas and Iselin, for organizing this wonderful conference. I think I do, but to some extent, I think we, back to the point we were talking this morning about the Arctic being global, I think we also have to look at all the other global agreements, and especially when we talk about the Arctic and climate change in the Arctic or environmental protection, all the multilateral environmental agreements that we have that also have the geographical scope extended to the Arctic Ocean. So I think to some extent, yes, is there enough laws, or to go back to your point, Suzanne, I think potentially sometimes it's not a matter of having too much or not enough. It's about trying to make those laws effective in this context. And how do we make sure that the Arctic Ocean stay well governed and secured? Then it's by abiding and by providing this narrative of trying to promote international law, or this turn of phrase that we now hear, the rule-based international legal order, whatever that means. I think I'm still very much on the fence that it's still international law, but to some extent, some people might think otherwise. So I think, yes, we need to have this global element because what Klaus said as well, because the Arctic Ocean is connected to every other ocean. So we need also to promote what us international lawyers would say general international law, all the rules of the games elsewhere that apply to the Arctic. And I'll keep it at there.
Well, I think that's a perfect turn to that. We're very lucky to have Greta with us, who's had such a long engagement with China, which raises the question of how does this look from China's policy perspectives on law? And also that I think it was a great point to bring up, when we talk about the sense of the rules-based order, is that a sense that's shared globally? Or is it a sense it's someone's rule-based order?
Are you asking me the questions?
No, it's more of a reflection. You feel free to share. How do you think China sees the Arctic Ocean secure
I'd
and
like to
governed?
go back a few steps just to say, what China's interest a little bit is in the Arctic and its white paper, because that is actually, it frames China's activities and ambitions in the Arctic. And of course, the oceans is one part of it, of course. China is interested in using the waterways of the Arctic, for instance, for its shipping. So this is very important for China, and also some of the other aspects of China's policies is that China wants to participate in Arctic governance, it wants to protect, it wants to understand the Arctic and also develop the Arctic. But the Arctic policy paper was issued in 2018, so many things have happened, I guess, globally since then. But it also very much highlights it respects the UNCLOS, the Svalbard Treaty, all those aspects of the laws around, the Arctic. So, and peace and development is important, but as has been mentioned before, commercial aspects are also important. Climate change is very important, and that is important for the oceans, I would say, as was mentioned just now, and also environmental aspects, such as, there are big issues in the Arctic with mercury, with black carbon, and all those challenges. So from a Chinese viewpoint, I think, being part of the Arctic is it's very, it has a big, they want to be, it was mentioned by the foreign minister as well, they want to be part of the Arctic, kind of what's happening in the Arctic. And the central, the central Arctic fishing agreement was also mentioned already, was one of my points, but that also highlights a little bit, I think, China's interest to be involved in some governance of the Arctic and the Arctic Ocean, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So more driven from a sense of interests within the Arctic rather than a concern for is Arctic secure and governed. It's more of a case by case.
I think so. It's of course, there has been talk about the militarization of the Arctic, for instance, security in that kind of sense, but we don't see much of that in the, talk about it in its policies. But of course, we know there are, there is research and papers in China from the PLA, for instance, the People's Liberation Army and the Navy, that talks about certain aspects of the Arctic. And of course, the Russia-China relations have also been raised here, so we don't know how that will evolve, but yeah, so, it's an open question, I think. But as has been mentioned, that some of these naval operations or cooperations in naval maritime, what do you call it, exercises, they have increased a little bit. So, what is the reason for that? I think Arild also mentioned something about it, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's a perfect segue into our next sort of group of questions that we're going to think now about. What are some of the risks or threats that could challenge the status quo? They might relate to the painful ambiguities you were mentioning, or the sense that the rules-based order isn't everyone's rules-based order, and so on. But it also, and maybe I'll turn to you, Lawson, first, because you gave me, when we were prepping, you gave a great example about how also enforcement of governance can also lead to friction. So I'll open up to everyone, but if whoever would like to go first on risks and threats and challenges to the structure of governance we have.
Me first, huh?
Yes, thank you for taking it.
Sure. Well, I mean, just to start out, related to the Central Arctic Ocean and the Article 76 and the extension of the continental shelf, clearly from a geographic and legal perspective, the overlapping claims, so to speak, some to come, Russia and Denmark and Canada, right at the North Pole, creates at least a space of potential difficult consultations and maybe some friction. But from a more practical issue is shipping across the Arctic Ocean. We have this IMO Polar Code. The challenge is for the past 8 years, took 24 years of consultation in the IMO process to come to agreement among the maritime states, which is a lot of countries in the world, to agree on this set of rules and regulations for ships, both in the Arctic and the Antarctic. For commercial ships, of course, the IMO Polar Code does not apply to the naval vessels, the survey ships, and whatever. But you would think that the governments of the world, of those maritime states, would in fact follow, with the building of their ships, follow the basic rules for construction and safety and personnel on these ships. So one of the real risks is today is this fleet of shadow ships, which really means a dynamic and changing state of the ship, changing nature of the marine insurance of those ships, and some of them are being deployed, particularly across the Russian maritime Arctic, which is under the Polar Code. So that's a dimension and an area of potential friction for the global shipping community. I'll leave it at that.
Great. I mean, Suzanne, do you want to take us through some of these painful ambiguities? Because I think we just had an excellent example of how enforcement is difficult also because of changes on the ground, the rise of the shadow fleet coming out of the sanctions regime and so on.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on the extended continental shelf. I think because it's a magnificently detailed article and regime, but it's new, right? It's since 1982, and it comes into force in '94, and we're still testing it. So it's just that's where the rupture of relations with Russia for me is like, okay, so everyone's playing by the rules. You hear that so often. So Russia, Denmark, Greenland, Canada, we've all submitted our dossiers, our scientific dossiers to the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. Now, first of all, huge delays. And in the meantime, we have these areas of overlaps. That means areas of the ocean floor that are appearing in all three submissions. And there's a bit of international case law that says, well, these areas are kind of are claimed, Foreign Affairs doesn't like that language, but are claimed by 3 different states. And you would think, well, hands off, right, till this is all figured out, but that's maybe 2 decades away. So there's case law saying that actually states, even if it's an overlapping area, you can start to maybe explore. You're not supposed to start drilling or exploding things in the seafloor. And I was just sending out the message, can you imagine if, because of Arctic pride, Arctic capabilities, maybe on the Russian side, we think, I don't know, see the lawyer, I don't know why they would do it, but they might think it's a great idea to show, hey, we can be there and start exploring. And I'm thinking of what the first line on my Globe and Mail the next morning would be, and I'm thinking of one particular analyst who would definitely be commenting on that. And yet it would be within the rules or one interpretation of the rules, and then carry on from there. Talk again about those overlaps. The Commission from the start has said, figuring out where that trilateral boundary will be, how we're going to parcel that out, what will be the Canadian sector, what will be the Danish Greenlandic sector and Russian, that's not up to us, we're just a bunch of scientists, we're not paid enough. It's over to you states. So Canada, Denmark, Greenland, and Russia will have to negotiate that. And then you think, ooh, that's going to be a bit kind of, and I think, okay, but we have the Constitution, the law of the, law of the sea, our Constitution of the oceans. You should have a look at Article 83. It perfectly says nothing, actually. Kind of says the states should agree. Okay, so that's just the kind of thing I mean. It's just, and I was like horrified. I do believe in the rule of law, right? Like, invasion not a good thing. I kind of try to tell my students that. But I just mean that when you go down into the rules, that and like there's more. Like the Commission gives recommendations. You know what? Well, Brazil got its recommendations, didn't like the recommendation, and basically just claimed the extended shelf it wanted. So what if Russia? It's just there's lots of. I just don't think we can just say, oh, there's rules in place. All is well.
My goodness, Article 83 sounds like how I feel when I'm fed up with my kids. I'm like, just go work it out. Like that's the one instruction.
Pretty excellent analogy.
Amazing.
Yeah.
But it's also very interesting to me, and I hadn't thought of that, and I didn't know that the notion that there could still be activities that may, could be, quite alarming. And it actually reminds me of something that Klaus has covered in relationship to the Antarctic system. I'm not sure if we want to go to both poles. But first, I know Roman wanted to weigh in. I'm not trying to quarantine the law scholars together. We'll mix you up in a little bit, but
No, I think that's good. I think, and I know Andreas really wants us to bring the heat and disagree with each other. I'm going to be very boring, and as an international I can be. I think we also have to be very boring in the sense that those negotiations are going to be boring. It's going to be very dry meetings between Russia, Canada, and Denmark trying to negotiate. And I think we have a responsibility as international lawyers and scholars who work on those Arctic issues not to over-inflate those issues either. So as you said, Suzanne, I think sometimes go to the Commission and the Commission makes a recommendation. Yes, there can be potential for disagreement, but also it's up to the state to negotiate in potentially a very boring way, just having a meeting in the dry room and etc. I think going to other issues on continental shelf who could have been problematic, but where states managed to resolve these issues, is what Gosia talked about, the Central Arctic Ocean fishery agreements. Fishery would and could have been an issue at some point in the Central Arctic Ocean, and it's likely not to be if the states just respect the framework of the agreement. Big if, obviously, you have a big rogue state that doesn't really like international law, but at least at the moment, it has played with the rules in place. The other potential problem that could have arisen was the concerning areas beyond national jurisdictions. And we had this agreement for the conservation and sustainable use of areas beyond national jurisdiction. That is also, it was really a painful process to negotiate at the United Nations, but it was negotiated. So you can see here that it's the tendency that we have when you navigate between international law and international relations to try to be, to sometimes overblow those issues by international relations scholars, and also this tendency that we have to rein things down a tiny bit and to be the boring internationalists in the room and saying, actually, yes, there's a potential for countries to act in violation of their international legal obligations, but most of the time they do not. And I think that's something we have to remember as well. I see that, Suzanne, you disagree.
So much for my poker face.
I know.
I can wait.
No, let's have a short chat about this. I think this is interesting, if you'd like to weigh in.
Well, I guess it's my age is what I hate, is like, have I become so cynical? Like too much time with Rob Hubert. I've become a purveyor of polar peril, I've been accused of. You know, it's just the VVNJ agreement. Of course, you're right. Homein's absolutely, it's a tremendous thing. Let's see it in action. There was some huge, sometimes to get to the agreement, you pave over serious disagreements, just like, can you do military activities in the EZ? Totally paved over in UNCLOS, and now we're seeing the result. So it's just, I don't want to be, and especially that, you know, I don't want to blow things up, but I just, and even the Central Arctic Ocean Agreement, there's not too many fish or too much commercial activity, and what will be a scientific program, and I have like hunting doubts from the Antarctic context, so I don't want to be negative, so I'll just stop there because I'm pretty negative.
Okay. Did you want to weigh in on that point as well?
Yeah,
and then we'll hear from
just one more short point about UNCLOS. And UNCLOS in the context of profound climate change and how the legal regime might change along with the environmental change. So I think it's an issue. I have no answers for any of the questions that might come, but I think it's an area of risk and change and international dynamics that is kind of a nuance of the law of the sea.
And I, as a non-legal specialist, what I take away from this is, of course, how the law survives and thrives depends a lot on kind of interests, alignments, and so on. But that it also seems, you know, based on what it provides a space where states can actually meet and maybe a more, if they wish to, can put some of their other disagreements aside and meet in different ways. And it's I think, it is a dynamic we've seen in the Arctic and in other fronts. Klaus, did you want to weigh in on risks and threats and change?
But also,
or bipolar Antarctic
but also opportunities. And I should say, by the way, another tradition that comes out of the UK and London is thinking of the Arctic comparatively with the Antarctic. That's quite different to what you would find in many Arctic states. I mean, they're very different sort of traditions of thinking about the polar regions. I just, a couple of things strike me. One is I still can't quite decide whether I think the planting of the Russian flag on the bottom of the Central Arctic Ocean was an absolute piece of genius, and actually whether things would have been quite different had it not happened. Because actually, in a lot of ways, that flag did those other Arctic Ocean coastal states a huge favor in terms of perhaps giving a bit of momentum and impetus to a declaration the year after that very handily reminded themselves, and of course a wider community, that they were indeed special and that they had special responsibilities. And that that term does an awful lot of work and continues to do an awful lot of work. So that was my first point, kind of counterfactual. What might have happened if the Russian flag had not been planted at the bottom of the Central Arctic Ocean? The second is, it's worth remembering with the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, or so some of the people told me who were there around the initial negotiations, that China wanted the moratorium of 4 years, others wanted 32, and we compromised on 16. So, you know, in terms of thinking about futures, plural, I think is really interesting in terms of who wants to do what, why, when, and how quickly. The third thing, and forgive me for saying this, but this is partly, I think, self-infliction. It also pains me to say that the United Kingdom is no longer a party to the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement because of Brexit, and I'm not entirely confident we will become a party to the Central Arctic Oceans Fisheries Agreement. So that's, by the way, collateral damage of what came out of something else that I shouldn't go on about. Because I can. Anyway, but I'll get tired and emotional, as we sometimes say in Britain. Can I just make one other point? I'm going to be the boring geographer, is whatever we do with the Arctic Ocean, let's separate out sometimes, because we have to, seabed, water volume, air, space. So the point about thinking volumetrically really does matter, because law sticks to the seabed in different ways to the way that law sticks to water as law sticks to air. And we may talk about frameworks, but actually it quickly becomes quite complicated. And there's a kind of slippiness, if you like, that we shouldn't lose sight of.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's an important reminder. Gerda, do you want to weigh in on this risks and threats? Like what could China do that might upset some of these structures?
What China might do, I don't know, but we can try to speculate. But I think there are many. There could be some aspects, I guess, indirectly, excuse me, or directly impacting on relations in the Arctic, or what's, threats or risks in the Arctic. Now, I'm not a legal expert. I'm just working on China. That's all. But the relations between China and the U.S., for instance, it's declining. It has been declining for a while, and Pompeo's speech in 2019 was not exactly, positive with regard to China and its, positions and engagement in the Arctic. So you have that relationship that could present, a significant challenge, I think, in the dialogue or engagement in the Arctic. And also Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of course, and China's, continued relationship with Russia. That's also another one. And their armed forces, or not armed forces, but they have had, joint naval maritime operations in the Arctic, for instance, which I think by the U.S., they looked upon that as, and other countries as well, very concerned about, the increasing of these operations between Russia and China. But I don't know. I mean, will China pursue a military course in the Arctic, or is it exaggerated? I mean, that's a question I would like to, there's a lot of exaggeration, I think, about, China's ambitions in the Arctic, for instance, and what it wants to do there. maybe we are naive, or I don't know, but we haven't seen that much happening, actually, science, research, shipping, which is not really working that well right now, but into the ocean. So, but of course, there are changes, and of course that Russia and the China relationship is changing, and it has been mentioned before that, what was it, Russia was in the pocket of China, or something like that. But I'm not sure if that's correct, but there is a relationship there, and yeah, so that's, I guess, maybe the most imminent kind of threat, perhaps, that's perceived by Western, nations, I would say.
The Russia-China convergence question,
Yeah.
and although
But
I think also,
think
as you highlight, there are a lot of frictions.
Yeah, but
and
I like who was mentioned that Russia and China, these are very different countries and have not done the same things. So I would like to, emphasize that.
So there are likely limits.
Big difference between China and Russia, actually.
Great, thank you. We are going to now turn to our question of how does it all add up? Do we have gaps in governance in the Arctic Ocean that could be a problem relating to fisheries, navigation, the negotiations, marine research, and so on? And then also in the sense, as we were saying earlier, that of course we need to think about the specificities of this area, but also it's not a sea apart, that it's part of both, has physical interconnections, legal governance interconnections. So I'd be curious to hear your views on we've talked about risks, but are there also any actual gaps in the structure of our governance that we should be paying more attention to? Lawson, you look prepared.
Oh, sure.
Everyone looks prepared. Lawson.
No. Back to the IMO Polar Code, special rules under international rules for shipping. Recently, to give you a practical example, 2 weeks ago, a 164,000 deadweight ton ship, that might not mean much to everyone here, but it carries 1 million barrels of oil, sailed across the Russian Arctic, the Russian Maritime Arctic, actually the Northeast Passage, which includes the Northern Sea route from the Baltic to northern China. So a ship that's likely not under the Polar Code, of which we don't know who the marine insurers are, that example is one of not following the rules of engagement or the structure we have under this Polar Code. And in that an accident with a million barrels of oil could be quite an international incident let's say, in the Bering Sea near St. Lawrence Island, as example, or even in the Russian Arctic. Mm-hmm. So the issue is the enforcement, the implementation, and the enforcement of this Polar Code. It was hoped that during the Russian chair of the Arctic Council that an agreement could be reached among the 8 Arctic states. It's called a Port State Agreement, where we would collectively implement, but really enforce the Polar Code of ships coming into the Arctic from whatever direction. I mean, cruise ships, tankers, LNG carriers. But of course, that didn't happen. And that's a super gap in how we, from a practical, unseen way, manage future Arctic today's and future Arctic shipping. So it's an area of high risk.
Interesting, thank you.
There's a big gap.
It's a gap, and yep.
I would say that there are issues that have to work out, and I love the point about climate change. 1982 wasn't quite the same on the radar as it is today, and so the constitution of the oceans. Michael Wood talks about a living instrument that has to change, and I think I was reading an excellent paper by Camille Goodman that I can recommend highly about the exclusive economic zone, how it was invented in 1982. And so some of the growing pains, and it's because of the new geopolitical situation that there's more stress. So things about can you have military activities with live fire exercises in another country's EEZ and exclude its fishers, those are playing out globally. Someone was mentioning that China and Russia are signaling in the Arctic because of what's happening in the South China Sea. So I think those kind of issues, or tensions around marine scientific research, dual purpose, I think that plays out everywhere, Elena. I think that's just something that the international community is grappling with, and with different. I'm tempted to say gap in terms of the United States participation in the Law of the Sea Convention, which we haven't raised. And, that's never really worried me. I've been in conference where, some colleagues from other parts of the globe will get very, hot and say, picking and choosing parts that they like or they don't like. And I was kind of zen with that. The State Department is on record. Most of the convention is customary international law. But what was interesting was I thought that the US was brilliant in publishing its extended continental shelf limits. And there's a nice statement. I thought, somebody worked hard on that, saying, look, we're happy to go to the commission. We're not a party, but we're happy to go and submit to the commission and follow the process. And I was thinking, why would you, 20 years down the line when you're not even a party? And they have the right, because Article 76 says a coastal state can submit, and it's not the state party. And then I was told that friends and allies as well as were saying, I don't think that's a good idea, Washington, don't do it. And then in the winter, in March, was it? Someone in the parliament, Russian parliament said, well, what are they doing? And if they're not following, we're not going to be party to the Law of the Sea Convention. Russia withdrawing from the Law of the Sea Convention. Oh boy. So it was the first time that US non-participation is, apparently that was like maybe a rogue actor and he's been kind of stuffed somewhere under a cushion or something. But, so far Russia, it's a really weird analogy. I'm sure there's something else that's happened to him than being under a cushion somewhere. But it's just, anyway, so vulnerabilities too to legal regimes.
Absolutely. Yes. Take this moment, dear audience. Hopefully you're not feeling tired or emotional or stuffed under a cushion. Do send your questions in as we go. And the best question gets 6 buns at the break. But yes, please.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting challenge. I mean, again, for me, if you want a gap, I would go back to what Rachel Carson, the great environmental writer who many will remember wrote Silent Spring. But prior to that, she wrote about the sea around us in the early 1950s. It's still an extraordinary read. And one of the things that Carson says, and I think it still holds true to this day, we still know remarkably little about our oceans. So if you want to talk about a gap, I think what I find at times terrifying is the decisions we're making about oceans that we still barely understand. Or that, for example, when, as you quite rightly say, when UNCLOS was negotiated effectively in the 1970s, we get to Montego Bay in 1982, but the hard graft is done in the 70s. I mean, we were still arguing about whether actually the world was cooling, not warming. I mean, we forget that. And by the time it enters into force in 1994, we're just 2 years after the Rio summit, where we're just about grappling with the idea that actually maybe we have to take the environment, in inverted commas, seriously. Now we're facing the very real prospect of climate breakdown. So actually, we're going to have more gaps because we're going to be working with a world that we haven't yet barely started to understand. And when people say the Arctic is warming 4 times more than the global average, I mean, in Svalbard, what are we now up to, 5 or 7 times? It is quite staggering. So I think we really have to have, throughout all of our conversation today, quite frankly, an extraordinary dosage of humility in terms of what we know and don't know. And I think it's really interesting as a non-Arctic state representative, if I can put myself like that for a second, how often Arctic state speakers want to fall back on a country being cold, a country being icy, a country having permafrost. I wish you well with that. The one thing that you can say with some confidence is many of your northern territories will still be dark for 6 months of the year. I would stop at that, frankly speaking, and just think through how little we know about the things we pronounce on. So humility. And that's what Rachel Carson was saying to us in the early 1950s. Very smart woman.
Absolutely. And also within the IPCC, there's a growing attention to the prospect of tipping points, the notion of that there might be processes that are triggered that will have a great impact on forests, oceans, global processes. I'm going to turn to Roman, and then we'll go back to Lawson for a follow-up comment.
I think that was a very good segue, actually, from what you've just said about the IPCC and what Klaus you just said as well. I think in terms of if we purely look at international law, I think one of the gaps we have at the moment is really to know or to create some synergies between the environmental agreements that we have and the UNCLOS and environmental obligations as well. So when we look at Article 192 of the UNCLOS, it's a general obligation for states to protect the environment or the marine environment. What does that mean in practice? And we had some clarity from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea in the advisor opinion a few months ago of creating some form of obligation for states with regards to climate change, so with regard to the Paris Agreement. But I think these are the synergies that we need to try to make the arguments for, to try to see what falls under this general obligation of Article 192 to protect the environment, and after that, when we look at 194 as well, so the burden of states, the responsibilities of states to implement those obligations as well. And I think that's really, I mean, that's a purely legal answer, and that's very dry and boring answer, but I think that's how we bring in this environmental component as well, this tipping point component as well, looking at the work of the IPCC. How can we bring that into the law of the sea when we look at the UNCLOS as well and the interpretation of state responsibilities at sea, especially? So I think the work or the legwork for international lawyers is there to make those connections, if you will.
Yeah, sounds like that would be a really important process to do both in the Arctic and globally. Interesting. Yes, Lasse, you had on gaps. Yeah,
just a gap that Klaus kind of focused on. The Arctic Ocean remains the least explored ocean on the planet. So data for naval operations, climate change, marine use, fisheries, et cetera, we don't have the observed data or the long database. We have more today, but no more than, certainly a lot less than any other ocean on the planet.
Thank you. Gretel, do you want to weigh in on this gap question? Otherwise, we got in a bunch of questions.
Well, no, there was a lot of talk about climate change here, so I think that's the one I would like to pick up on, because that's in this geopolitical or changing geopolitical landscape. Climate change is actually one area where you can kind of work together, and also, with China, for instance. I mean, China, the U.S., they have an agreement to work together. Norway now also just entered agreement with China to work on climate change, which we have done for a long time, which includes, of course, everything, not just the land, but also oceans. So I think that's it's a good development in some ways, but of course it's impacted also by more difficult issues, of course, which we saw when Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan, for instance, and all of a sudden climate change cooperation between US and China kind of stopped. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think we'll turn to now first. We got so many good questions. I hope you ordered 100 buns, because I think many people will win. But we got in a good question that kind of encompasses many things on the Central Arctic Ocean fisheries agreement. And this question says, it was applauded as a standing agreement that in its survived trialing times, but how is the geopolitical climate of the Arctic affecting agreements like this? I'm not sure. Does anyone want to kind of weigh in on how the processes within these meetings of parties and so on are unfolding? Not sure.
Well, I think we've heard that they're operating, so Chinese delegates are showing up at the scientific body meetings in South Korea and stuff. And I think, was it with you, Lawson, we were talking about Russia at the IMO, but I was told that they participate in all the meetings, but like at the coffee break, they're in the corner and they're not talking to anyone. So I don't know if it's effective participation, but there aren't that many other agreements like the CAO agreement, so it's hard to generalize how they are working, because it's kind of specific.
But I think that Russian experts have participated in the recent meetings for sure.
Yeah.
I think physically present. I don't think zooming in, so that's an indication of forward progress for that particular dimension, forming essentially the research strategy for the future of the Central Arctic Ocean.
And I think it's also, for me at least, I think it's an interesting example of how, we kind of applauded or welcomed it or noticed it in that it was a different way of concluding these Arctic relevant agreements. In the sense, it wasn't just the 8 Arctic states, but it was also the user states, or that would be potentially significant. And I think it's quite interesting to see how, in some ways, you could see how the broader membership in a more challenging geopolitical time has perhaps made it more possible to keep cooperating as before with all the meeting in different countries and with different actors. Would you like to jump in on that?
Yeah, I think that's what we've heard from Gosha in the panel before, is that delocalizing it from the Arctic make it a bit more simple to talk, or easier in a sense, to invite Russia to the table and to and that's why I think South Korea was a very good partner in the COP of those conference of the parties of Central Arctic Fisheries Agreement. It is because it's not in the Arctic, so perhaps it's easier to invite Russia to the table in that context as well, to talk about Arctic issues. And so I think we have to remember, again, like this goes back to what we were saying before, those global dynamics as well in that context.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the Central Ocean Agreement, not only having, of course, China and South Korea, Japan, is having the EU as an entity in this agreement. You know, there's a long history in the Arctic Council of the EU trying to become a formal observer, however you define it. But I find fascinating the EU as a player at the top of the world in this very narrowly focused agreement.
Klaus, and we'll come back to you, Roman. Or do you want to just jump in on
No, just...
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I mean, I think on the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, I mean, again, I don't find any contradiction here necessarily, in the sense of Russia can be at war with the West, but that doesn't mean it also can't be utterly pragmatic and find areas where it suits. So Russia will be as invested as any other Arctic Ocean coastal state to make sure it is taken very seriously in Arctic Ocean coastal state. It will be perfectly open to doing business with other players, whether it's China, India, or whatever, as long as, just like other Arctic Ocean coastal states, India and China recognize that it is an Arctic Ocean coastal state with all the special responsibilities, legal rights, and all the rest of it that comes with it. I think the other thing as well is, and we just have to own this, sanctioned economies also produce intended and unintended consequences. So, in essence, we also continue to give very mixed messages about how we engage with Russia and its strategic allies. So again, I think we're all working through a suite of contradictions, but I think, long story short, in this case, it's also a very particular sort of issue where I think people can come around and say there's more to be gained. And what we don't want, none of us really want, is Russia walking away from that agreement. And Russia knows that.
No, I think that speaks to what you've just said, Klaus, and if I can put my closed-out hat for a minute, I think we see that in a polar context as well. In the Antarctic, Russia is still going to all the meetings and acting as a rational partner or rational state in those meetings as well. So I think thinking of strategic engagement within the treaties are important, and not only focusing on where those treaties happen. So not only focusing on the Arctic as a region, focusing on the issues at stake within the treaty is important. In this case, fisheries, for example.
Great. I've gotten kind of a couple of questions that I think lead us into a short discussion of kind of repercussions or spillover from one area to another. We have one question that came in on this U.S. self-declaration on aspects of the extended continental shelf and a concern that it might have repercussions more broadly. And then we also had a question on China about they argue that polar security is one of the 16 components of China's architecture of overall comprehensive national security or state security. And that sort of raises a question of China's understanding of polar security. And I would maybe add to that this question of how that one of the reasons that there's been concern about how China might interpret or engage with the Arctic has been to how it interprets and engages with the law of the sea in its own neighborhood, in own neighbors in the South China Sea. So just kind of to open up, so this is a general question about maybe there was a specific question about China's approach to security, but also I would open it up to both US, China, other major actors, how there might be concern over activities in one area or one action could have broader repercussions.
Can I just start off and see what others think? I mean, just like India, China thinks of itself as a tripolar power. And I think that's incredibly important because China sees the poles and the oceans as really, in many respects, both global commons, but also resource frontiers. And certainly where I'm more familiar is where China has engaged in the Antarctic Southern Ocean. It's been quite a struggle, actually, to get marine protected areas extended beyond the last one, which was the Ross Sea area. And Russia's reaction also has been very much guided by a fear of missing out, or a fear of being sidelined because Russia just doesn't have the commercial fishery potential that clearly China and others have. So when the two parties, for example, work together, it is often opportunistic. And one of the reasons why, particularly the United States, was able to get agreement around the Ross Sea marine protected area was because it was able to separate the two out and get Chinese agreement first, and then Russia followed because it didn't want to be completely isolated. In both cases, I mean, part of the productive challenge of working with these agreements or these treaty regimes is consensus. And that means inevitably that you often have to settle either with the lowest common denominator predominating, or you have to make a judgment call about when you're going to trigger conflict or discord, at least publicly. And that's a very, very tough judgment, because in both cases, wherever you're talking about, certainly those parties do not want Russia or China simply walking away. And that's you know, all parties, that's the spectre you're working with.
Very interesting, and also tying together the consensus-based nature of both forms of polar governance. Any other thoughts on these repercussions, interconnections across regions? We also have a few other good questions.
Well, I think international law, that's the tricky bit, right? In law of the sea, if it works at all, it's based on reciprocity, right? If you go back in centuries, maybe I shouldn't massacre the ambassador of my enemy because I want my envoy to be respected. So when we make moves and interpret some of the Law of the Sea Convention dispositions, you have to be aware that the point was made to me about marine scientific research and like hydrographic or military surveys. It may be that we're interested in maintaining those rights in the South China Sea, so maybe we don't kind of be careful how we denounce behaviors. And I mean, Whitney has really helped to shape my thinking about, I think we have to parcel out when we accuse of illegal behavior or illicit behavior. I have to be careful to be concerned to not accuse a state of overstepping when it's actually provided for. So this whole thing about marine scientific research and dual purpose is not, it's a slippery slope, but that's what I mean. It's all about interpreting the rules. So you have to be careful about denouncing behavior that you might be interested in yourself, or you may be conducting yourself, or so. So I think that's care is needed.
That's a very good point, Lawson.
Just to go back to this, the issue of China in the Arctic. You know, there's this discussion of the Polar Silk Road, which is kind of has interesting future context and just a great term for it all. I'm quite certain that China would be very careful in having their ships fulfill all the rules and regulations of the whole code, just so that they don't upset the global shipping enterprise and not conform to how all of the ships around the world operate. So I don't think they'd be part of some nefarious shadow shipping operation in order to kind of orchestrate some sort of free flow of trade across the Arctic Ocean.
Good.
Yeah, so maybe back to, well, picking up on the Polar Silk Road, perhaps just first to say that, well, this was kind of an initiative that came out of Russia and China together. Or maybe some sources say it was the Russians suggestion that China engages in the Polar Silk Road in the the Northern Sea route, which is called in the also well, a part of it. So, but recently there have not been that many sailings through the Polar Silk Road or the Northern Sea route. But the COSCO has, you know, kind of the big shipping company has not been going through for quite some time, a couple of years after the invasion of Ukraine. So, but it's in. I would just like to say that it's in Chinese policies. We can see that the Silk Road, the Arctic, is still kind of there, and also what was mentioned about the poles, you know, Antarctica and of course the Himalaya and the Arctic. So China speaks about that as well. Antarctica has been much more important to China than the Arctic, and still we would say maybe Arctic, it's not on the top of China's foreign policy agenda. That's, I think, we could say. And but what is on top, I guess, has been mentioned. It's the South China Sea, and that's much more how should I say? I mean, it's quite a different story. Oceans apart, is that what they used before? And in the South China Sea, China has territorial claims, historical territorial claims. So it's a totally different story compared with the Arctic and the Arctic Ocean. I mean, the Arctic, China has no claims to anything in the Arctic. So that's a very, I mean, it's not comparable really at all, I would say. Yeah.
Great. We don't have time to get to the last set of questions. I think that we haven't gotten to point to kind of this question of emerging gaps, that the uses of the Arctic are changing. There's kind of an increasing emphasis on space infrastructure with environmental consequences, transboundary consequences. We got in a good question on hybrid challenges and threats. Are they the same at sea as on land? Does the sea lend itself even better, perhaps, to implementing those sorts of threats? And also the question of kind of flashpoints or different interpretations, for example, of the waters and shelf around Svalbard. Like, does that create a risk? So I don't think you're welcome to speak to that when you get everyone gets about 30 seconds to round off. And one of our questions was also, if you'd prefer to deliver on this, is I asked all of you to maybe consider, is there a specific Arctic Ocean action, you would say, out of, coming up new forms of cooperation, some Arctic states, what would be a good way for a more secure and governed Arctic Ocean?
I think the more the panel has gone on, the less sense I've made, so this is a challenge.
Great.
I guess I was just thinking about different interpretations, and if we think it's a good idea that like-minded states have maybe put forward a like-minded interpretation of some of the fundamental rules, then I would, an action I would see is maybe restraint among governments. I'm minded about the Hans Island dispute between Denmark, Greenland, and Canada, and the Whiskey Wars. And we just, at one point, we made a gentleman's agreement. Let's just keep each other informed of what we're doing so that we don't read about it in each other's newspapers. So I would say in the North American Arctic, maybe hopefully with elections, and we can keep this understanding amongst ourselves to maybe just play friendly between ourselves when maybe we're throwing out ideas about fun ops and stuff like where and kind of. So restraint among friends.
That's a restraint among friends. Wonderful. Lawson?
Yeah, just a quick word again on the IMO Polar Code. I think it's the enforcement in the future by not only the Arctic states, of course, but by the maritime states around the planet. Greater assessment and enforcement of the Polar Code on the practical issues of marine safety and environmental protection is paramount.
Yeah, get into the weeds. Great. Klaus?
I'd love to think the Central Arctic Ocean would be a genuine marine protected area. That would be hopeful. I worry that we'll see things like artificial installations somewhere in the Central Arctic Ocean, and it will look and feel very, very different space very soon.
So pay attention to the spectre of the future.
Pay attention to the spectre.
Fantastic. Roman?
Yes, I think that's a very difficult question, and I would have rather spoken about Svalbard in Norway. No, but I think to some extent I agree with Suzanne as well. I think there needs to be a clarification by Arctic states and by the like-minded Arctic 7 to just clarify what they mean when they say rule-based international legal order. What are those rules? And I think that given those clarifications would be interesting, because as I said at the beginning, I think we had this clarity about what international law is, and we know we can point to international legal treaties as well and documents. So I think going back on that term, rule-based international legal order, what does that mean? What does that mean? Just have some clarity, have a common understanding as well of how we interpret those rules of the games for a better governance framework in the Arctic, but also globally, I think.
Sounds like an Arctic Council legal working group would be possibly in order. Fantastic. Good.
Yeah, no,
one last thought?
Yeah, just a few words on, I think what would be important is continue to work even harder on the environment and climate in the Arctic. I think cooperation is absolutely a necessity, and we see, of course, Arctic Council, where you have, of course, the Arctic states, but also non-Arctic states, and involve the non-Arctic states even more. I think, because like China, for instance, interested in international cooperation, has a great scientific community, and other countries, of course, that are not non-Arctic states. So that's my last little point. Wish.
Wonderful. Thank you to the audience for wonderful questions and your attention. Thank you to this panel. You might want to join me in thanking them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shalana. Then we have a 28-minute break. Thank you. Coffee and buns outside. Okay, please take your seats as we're starting in a minute. Gjerne, Arne, altså, du trenger ikke å dra det ut lenger enn du må. Men,
Nei, jeg kommer til å gjøre det fort.
Ja, hvis du klarer å, altså, gjerne kanskje avslutte 10 på, 5 på, ja. Okay, we are embarking on the last session. I was standing outside in the sun and I was about to buy a beer and then I realized, no, we actually have one more session. So, but we are still on time and I promised Arne to buy him a beer afterwards at the reception. Well, actually, he said cognac, but that's it. We'll see. I also just wanted to highlight. It's on? No? Yeah, now it's on. Okay. Klaus Dodds, in the previous section, as a geographer, he highlighted the use of imageries, the use of maps. And we've had this map in the background the whole time. I don't know how much you have reflected on this map and what's in it or not. It's perhaps deliberate, right? That Oslo is barely visible here. I mean, despite us being in Oslo, but I told you, us from the north, we have an ambiguous relationship to the capital. Oslo is barely visible at all. North Norway is rather central, but North America is perhaps most in focus. And again, it speaks to the theme, right, of this Arctic Security Conference, linking North America to the Nordics, to Europe. And this idea of maps is also about perspectives, right? It's about which angle you look at things at. And that's what the focus of the last session today is also. Not the academic angle or the political angle, but the journalistic perspective. Because they do, whether we like it or not, end up defining a lot of what we write about, what we care about. And when I complain, as I did this morning, as you remember, I complained about maybe there's a lack of attention given to Arctic or high north issues here in the capital, then I often blame the journalists. I often blame NRK. No, we can get to that in a bit. We have an excellent panel. We have 3 Norway or Norwegian media outlets here, and then we have 3 foreign, and that's deliberate, right? You get the national, it's in Arctic, and also a foreign perspective. And to lead it all, we have the editor-in-chief of High North News, and as keeps being said in Arctic conferences, if you don't read High North News, then you don't know what's going on in the High North. So Arne Holm is chairing the session. Give Arne an applause.
Thank you very much, Andreas, and welcome to this, I would say, rather special session on a conference like this, because we are going to turn the tables, actually. Normally, the journalists are where you are, and you are on the stage. And so this happens quite seldom, that you put journalists on the agenda. And I think it's a good idea, because as Andreas said, in a way we define what's in the news and what you have to speak about. That seems to give us a little bit of power. I'm not sure about that. But what I hope, actually, as far as I know, it's possible for the audience to ask questions. So this is the first time, I guess, from many of you that you can ask the question and the journalists have to answer it. So please use that possibility. It can be a long time until next time you have. So I really appreciate Andreas and the other organizers that you find time to put this on the agenda. Because at the best, journalists are the bridge between you, the politicians, researchers, activists, or whatever, and the public opinion. That's on the best. That's important for us journalists to build this bridge to the audience between you and Not at least, we build a bridge to people that can't afford to join conferences like this because they are working in private sector and they have to make their own money. So they have to stay outside all these organized meetings, but they can read what we journalists do. On the other hand, as you know, journalists on his worst can tear down the bridges and build walls between the audience and the politicians. Or they can even make the world a better place. I mean, it's not been mentioned by name, but I mean, Donald Trump is an example how the press doesn't do their work actually the way we in editorial newspaper like to do our work. We polarize and make it possible to lie and turn facts around. Just to mention an example that all you know, saw the debate last night, the thing about immigrants eating the pets from the people living in the United States. That is a theory that is strictly picked up from the right-wing media in the United States and put forward by a possible prime minister. So that shows how bad the press can be when they have other plans than these excellent panels that you meet today will have. So again, thank you for putting it on the agenda. The question we have asked, 6 of you, is how and why cover Arctic security issues. And as Andreas said, we have invited a quite good panel, and I want to introduce them all at once, because there is a good mix from people living in the Arctic and reporting from the Arctic. That is Thomas Nilsen from the Independent Barents Observer, that's Astrid Edvardsen from High North News, both of them living in the Arctic and reporting from the Arctic, and I will also say educated in the Arctic. And then we could move a little bit around. We have people like Martin Breum, who's a freelance from Denmark. I'm not sure where I should put you, but you...
I'm right here.
Sorry, yeah. In between someplace. And then you have the national broadcast, Morten Jentoft, which I guess all of you knows, one of the most used commentators and journalists on what's going on in the world just now. And so we also move out of the country to you, Gladys Force. Is that the right way? Fushi. That is from Reuters and live in Oslo. And we have Henry Tang from BBC, which I'm impressed every Sunday, I think. He has 40 million listeners.
Maybe a slight overestimate, but we would like to say at least 10 million.
Okay, 10 million. I was told it was 40 million. But
that's journalism for you.
Anyway. Hey. And what you do actually is something like, I will compare with NRK Helgemorgen, which at least the Norwegian part of the audience do. So that's the people you're going to meet, and that's the people you're going to ask your question during, and I guess you tell me when I have some questions. So I will start with the insiders with a question, how do we cover the Arctic security? And I would like to start with you, Astrid, from High North News, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Arne. Well, first of all, High North News does not only cover the High North, but the entire circumpolar Arctic region in both Norwegian and English. So we follow developments in the Arctic security landscape, security policy processes and decisions, as well as military activity, both on the Western and the Russian side. And central themes that I have been working on since I started in High North News approximately 2.5 years ago has been the increased military presence in the High North, NATO's Nordic enlargement, and with that, the development of the Nordic defense cooperation, which has had a great momentum. as well as the bilateral defense cooperation between the US and the Nordics. Furthermore, the activities and the development of the Russian Northern Fleet, as well as Russia's activities and plans on Svalbard, have been topical. So while hard security issues are the most prominent in High North News's coverage, we also try to have an eye on hybrid threats and on research and policy that addresses civil preparedness and resilience in the North. In our coverage, it is mostly news-based, but it seeks to offer context, background, and an overview. It is also supplemented with analysis from researchers and longer interviews with politicians and military readers, as well as commentary pieces from you, Arne. While Norwegian voices make up the majority in our articles and reports, we also strive to include voices from all over the Arctic, and we work continuously to expand our network of sources. And in addition, we strive to offer factual, accurate, and informative articles and analysis. And we use a neutral or sober language and operate with a clear distinction between news and opinion pieces. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so far, Asti. We will get back to the question why to all of you, but I move over to you, Thomas Nilsen. You are located in Kirkenes, just at the border of Russia, even if you are not allowed to travel to Russia the last how many years?
2017. March.
2017 you were banned. How do you cover Arctic security in your staff?
It's becoming more and more difficult, and the last 48 hours has been really challenging for our journalism. Started yesterday morning with the first time since 1944 that the air alarm is triggered in Murmansk city. Not as a test, but in real attack situation. We see rumors about drones. Should we report about it? It's a very good headline, Murmansk under attack of drones. We don't do it until we have the official photos, the videos, and the statement by the governor of Murmansk confirmed. What then happens is the problem. Then we have the headline, Murmansk is under attack of drones, and governor point to Ukraine. What then happens is that the Northern Fleet's most prominent Telegram channel, which is absolutely under control of FSB, send out a message that, well, this drone came from the Kingdom of Norway. Should we report this? Or should we try to look another way? What then happens 1 hour later is that our famous Maria Zakharova, the spokesperson of Russia's official Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Moscow, goes on a press conference and talk about the so-called terror attack. She is also very careful about using the word war. She says that these terror attacks are supervised by the United States of America, by the United Kingdom, and NATO. Should we report about that? Quote her on that. It's obviously wrong what she's saying. Then this very morning, today, it's by the way, as we are speaking, there is a new second day drone attacks towards Murmansk now. One of the most prominent politicians in the regional Duma in Murmansk. It's a politician that have been living in Norway for a long time. He speaks Norwegian, he knows it, he played football in my neighborhood. He posted a message saying that exactly the same, that the attack on the Olena airbase back in July and August came by two A-22 drones, Ukrainian-made, that took off from the famous airport of Ivalo, northern Finland. Finland's the nearest airport to the Kola Peninsula. And then he points to Norway, where he has been living, where he knows people, and saying that yesterday's attack came from Norway. And then he adds that you should be very careful, because we could retaliate. So here is an official politician coming from the LDPR, And that's in Finland, you are quite used to this because that party was founded by a man that at least 20 years ago said that he were encouraging attacking Finland, Zhirinovsky Vladimir. But this from a politician up north. So this is a tremendously difficult period for us. We have tried to put out some news, and the Barents Observer, what we do is that we have an English version that goes for the international audience, and then we have a Russian version, which is written by Russian journalists in exile, sitting in Kirkenes, interviewing Russian people, officials, non-officials people, and publishing for a Russian audience inside. So it's very, very, should we be useful idiots of the regime telling that all these lies that are coming out? Should we try in a way to balance this and say it? I think we are doing as best as we can. But wow, this is becoming very, very, very difficult. Although we have the most perfect position in the world to deal with this. I mean, unlike Sarah Palin, we from my window at the newsroom of the Barents Observer, I can actually see 60 kilometers into Russian airspace. So airspace, which, by the way, right now is also closed down. So,
that's what the president of the Norwegian parliament realized the other day, that you could actually look into Russia. He was impressed. I never thought about that.
He was
also the Pacific River. That says something about the difference between the north and the south. That is an ethical challenge, I guess. But there is also some voices, and I keep forgetting the names, in Russia that say you shouldn't trust some of this information about Norway because you shouldn't read social media and things like that, and in a way deny that this is from Norway. Is that right?
No, but the problem here is that Russian media today, they quote what the official says. They can see the drone, they see the videos that are coming from southern part of Kola Peninsula and absolutely not in the direction from Norway. But they can't write about it. A Russian journalist sitting at the local newspaper in Apatiti on the Kola Peninsula that films this video, he cannot, or she cannot write about it because writing about some military actions that is not approved by either the Ministry of Defense or the state agencies can bring you 6 years into jail. And that's not only theoretical. I mean, Russia is now filling up prisons with people like us, journalists, people that are in opposition, politicians, people that speak the free voice, at the same time as they take out the maniacs, the murderers, the rapists, and give them a pardon and send them to the war in Ukraine. So. No.
I see. Before I leave you, Thomas, would you like to add something about the more daily business, so to say, how you work with Arctic security? If you skip the last 48 hours, how is your approach to this?
It gives us a fantastic advantage that we have 4 exiled journalists from Russia sitting in Kirkenes, and as long as internet and the telephones are working, we can make a difference. Okay, I cannot call the spokesperson of the Russian Northern Fleet, Vadim Sega. He just said, "Oh, Thomas, you know I'm not allowed to talk to you." So that's a kind of not useful anymore. But a consequence of the current full-scale war is that there are some 700,000-800,000 Russians that have left the country and have settled all over Europe. They have a fantastic network home. And that includes brothers that is working at in the military. It includes sisters that are working in official positions in Moscow. So via, we are still able to get this information. What we did yesterday when we were in a kind of panic on reporting on our Russian edition was that one of our Russian journalists just started to call randomly to the town of Olenogorsk, asking people, "Are you afraid? Air alarm is going. You are asked to go in bomb shelters," and so on. And after 10 telephones, you finally reach a person that is willing to speak, not on name, but are willing to tell this story. And then we reach Russian readers with actual fact-based, on-site, what people feel about what's going on. And we can write stories that this attack is part of an ongoing war. And it is legitimate for Ukraine to hit back on Olena Air Base, something Russian media don't write about at all. I mean, this airbase is the main tool of launching cruise missiles on civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. And for Ukraine to hit back, that is within international law. But that story is not told to the locals that are living next door, but we can do it.
That kind of calling is what I call an advanced 5 on the street.
It's called free and open journalism.
Yeah. Yes. It's good. If I move to you, Morten Jentoft, knows a lot about the Arctic. You work in a national broadcast. You have been covering the war against Ukraine, and you have been working in Russia for many years. In a general way, how much does Arctic security weigh in on the daily basis or the thinking in your editorial staff?
I think I will just follow up what Thomas said, because I was also working on this Murmansk Kola Peninsula yesterday, of course, and with some of the same problems and dilemmas as you have. But I can tell you one story. The last time I was in Ukraine, I was in Odessa, and of course, when you are now traveling around in Odessa, you have all these Telegram channels who are informing you about what's going on. When will there be an air raid alarm coming? And then suddenly, I think it was I have it on my phone, 23:58 in the evening. I was at the hotel room, and then I checked my mobile telephone. Oh, now we have information that the Tu-95 are leaving the Olena air base on Kola Peninsula. And then, of course, there was, I was lucky there was no attack just at Odessa that night. There were attacks other places. But then you understood how close this war actually is to Norway. Because for those who don't know it, Olena is only, I think, about 150, 200 kilometers from the border to Norway and Finland. And this is, as Thomas said, this is maybe the most important basis for launching cruise missiles against Ukraine for the moment. And of course, it's a legitimate target for the Ukrainians. And of course, Ukrainians are getting their intelligence information from Norway. And if we are dreaming of that, we are not part of this war. We are actually, with both feet and hands, we are so involved in this war, in the most sensitive issues. Because, you know, for the moment, the most important actually for Ukraine is to stop the air attacks with rockets and so on. And when these things are launched from the Kola Peninsula, and Ukraine is getting intelligent information from our stations, which are very good in Sfraga, Vadsø, and Kirke, and Vardø, then you know this is very, very close. And this is the situation now then. When we are talking about the Arctic, we should, of course, be discussing a lot of very important questions like the environments and so on. But now it is actually only about the war and how this war impacts on everything what's going on in the Arctic. This is what we see working in the central, I think, news agency here in Oslo for the moment.
But this is, Morten, what you're telling me that you realized when you were sitting there with your phone around midnight in Ukraine.
Odessa, yes.
This is what we, Thomas, Astrid, we are working in the Arctic feel every day. And I used to say that when I travel either from Kirkenes or even from Bodø, and when I land on the airport Gardermoen, it's like the war is over. Do you have any responsibility as a journalist in NRK to, when you realize things like that, how does that play out?
I try to do my best then and I also, working as a correspondent in Moscow, I was always told when I was the correspondent the last time from 14 to 18, and actually the war already had started in Ukraine, and I tried the best to tell everybody that this war is very, very dangerous for the whole security in Europe. And when the war was going up and down, you could actually measure it also on the border. In Kirkenes, you can see when the situation was more tense, then you can always feel it up in the north too then. I can only talk for myself. I have tried to
But
do
what
my best.
what do your editors say when you are mixing the news in?
Well, I must admit, and for some time, I think many people in Norway didn't understand how dangerous the conflict in Ukraine was. It was something going on there. Okay, now Morten is coming again with some of his stories from the border. Okay, we have to do it. So, but okay, now of course things have changed, and some of us are trying. For example, yesterday, to set what happened in Murmansk and around the Alena air base at the Kola Peninsula into a broader context, that we are so involved in this conflict now that we have to understand that this is really dangerous.
I have to ask you one more short question, because I know you spend a lot of time in Finland as well, and I've been traveling a lot myself at the Finnish-Russian border the last couple of years. Is that the difference between Finland and Norway in this approach between south and north?
I think actually the situation is, of course, the Finns, they are feeling this situation even more than we do. And as I said yesterday, as you mentioned also this story about attacks at the Kola Peninsula was even bigger case in Finland, because there was this rumors about launching these drones from Ivalu, which probably was a lie, but we don't know. We don't know. Actually, it's war going on now, and we are involved. So what could happen? Could there be some Ukrainians going up in the big forest of Lapland and sending out these drones? We don't actually know everything. So you have to keep things open, of course, but mostly likely they were launched inside Russia. That's what we think, but as a journalist, we should be also critical to everything, But of course, there is this information war going on all the time, and especially against the Russian public, They are listening, they are getting what they want to hear. This is an attack from the north, from the NATO countries, Finland and Norway.
Okay, then I leave the insider. I mean, both Thomas and Astrid has readers all over the world, actually, because they are B-language. You have the audience mainly in Norway, of course. So let's move out to the big world. Let's start in Denmark. Martin, how do you cover the Arctic security?
Well, I think I first want to congratulate my Norwegian colleagues for doing such an excellent job. You have a fabulous coverage of the Arctic that a lot of other countries would envy. You do a fabulous job, and I follow your production all the time. We don't have the luxury of that type of coverage in Denmark because we're further away from the Arctic, even if Greenland is part of the kingdom, as you know. But I want to make a point at this stage, because considering the audience here, before I travel, I was thinking, what could I ever say of relevance at this point? And I think there is one issue where we could help each other. And I think that we all recognize, and thank you for providing such wonderful examples of the importance of free, independent, diverse, professional, ethical journalism for this particular conflict, and basically all other conflicts. We know from previous conflicts around the world, from the Balkans in particular, a lot of research was done on media coverage of the Balkan wars, and it's proven, academically investigated, that basic journalism, free, ethical, professional journalism, nothing fancy, just good journalists doing what they're best at, has a de-escalating effect on conflicts. This recognized, there are difficulties covering the Arctic for very many journalists who don't live in the Arctic. I don't live in the Arctic, I live in Denmark. I have difficulties, but that's a friction or very little compared to the difficulties of all the media who live further away from the Arctic, who have a great interest these days in covering exactly the issues we're talking about here. The Germans, the French, the Czech, the Italians, they're very interested but the logistical efforts they have to go through, the cost of getting to the Arctic, getting into the Arctic, getting close to the issues that they have to cover, is a challenge that really makes it difficult for even the best of journalists just to cover the conflict. So I think we should recognize the importance of just basic journalism for the maintenance of low tension, as we all crave in the Arctic. And I would urge the defense forces of the Arctic countries, the governments of the Arctic countries, the science institutions, the government agencies, all of those who have the means and the ability and the opportunity to bring people into the Arctic and around in the Arctic, to consider how can we assist the free, independent, diverse, professional, ethical media to get into the Arctic, no strings attached, just so they can do their job. We have a fine tradition for all those agencies I mentioned to work with science. We've heard a lot about science cooperation and the importance of science diplomacy in the Arctic. I would argue that the free and independent media needs to get into the Arctic exactly in the same way for the reasons I mentioned. And I think we should urge everybody who's involved in this and who has the ability to assist the media to do their job. No strings attached. I don't need that. It's not my, I'm not sort of pitching for my own travels, etc. But
in a way you are, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll go anywhere. But no, I think this is really important because we have to realize how difficult it is to cover this conflict from abroad. And also people don't know much about the Arctic. They have to go there. They have to get into the Arctic in order to even learn what the Arctic is all about. I mean, my simple task very often is just to explain, even to Danes who know a little about the Arctic, because the Greenland thing and the Faroes are part of our national identity. We know a little about the Arctic, but even Danes have to be taught about Arctic geography as soon as we move out of Greenland or the Faroes. Where's the Kola Peninsula? I mean, what's that? Oh, up there, yeah. Now that I see the map, I do know where it is. But simple facts in the Arctic are not well known outside the Arctic. So if I have to write about the drones who hit an airfield, Olena, in the Kola Peninsula, there's a long way from the news to actually understanding the news.
To interrupt you, Martin, you're a freelancer, so if you are sitting, you have to sell your articles, article by articles, so to say. So if you are sitting with and I put it a little tabloid, a starving polar bear, or Arctic security, which one will sell most? Which one would you write if you had to choose for money?
Well, I would probably have the polar bear on the picture, and then write the story on the side and put the polar bear in the caption somehow.
That's an honest answer.
Polar bear or North Pole in the caption, and everybody will read it. No matter what it's all about. No, of course, that's a joke, but I think it's important also to realize how many people, and journalists in particular, who have a lot of, let's say, not knowledge, but interest in the Arctic, all the myths, all the history, all the fabulous old stories of adventure and exploration in the Arctic. Everybody knows these myths. It's sort of a mythical universe, and it's still like that out there. It has a fabulous attraction on television, on the radio, even in writings. I mean, everybody wants to know about the Arctic. Everybody's interested in the Arctic. For the polar bears, the explorers, all that. Those stories are still there in the minds of the rest of the world, but the journalists can't get up there in order to, let's say, qualify this enigma. And they want to, but they can't get there.
Even if they can get there, you may have this, what I call the parachute journalism. You fly in and you fly out and pick the story and you go home and tell and think you know everything.
Sure, I mean, and there are media institutions who have the means. We heard from our colleagues from the BBC and other large stations, and I'm talking about basic media small radio stations, small newspapers, local newspapers. I run courses for journalists. I could run courses every week of the year because there's so much interest. But there's very little opportunity.
Let's move to one of the news media that probably have one of the strongest names to be accurate and ethic Reuters. I mean, everything you write is right, as far as I'm told. So how is that for you? I know in your presentation of yourself someplace, I don't remember where you say what you love to do is to fly to Svalbard. And when was the last time Reuters sent you to Svalbard?
It was to go to New Orleans, I'd say about 4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago. So how often do they ask you to write stories about Arctic securities?
Well, they don't ask me, I tell them.
You tell them?
I say,
okay.
And the first thing we ask when we're going to do a story about Arctic security is, the very first question we ask is, why does this issue matter? For somebody who reads this article in Shanghai, London, New York, why should I read this? Why is it relevant to me? And so, to give an example, over the past year, I've been doing a lot of stories about the Arctic Council. And as you say, I go to an editor and I tell them, Arctic Council, they go, okay, tell me why I should care about the Arctic Council.
What do you say then?
Well, I tell them, well, and we focus, what does it produce, what's pragmatically coming out of it. So you have binding agreements that has global implications on, environmental protection. It's a forum for indigenous communities, where it's a rare forum where indigenous communities can say something, express their opinions. Many places around the world have indigenous communities. They may not be listened to at all. And also that it's at a time of zero dialogue between Russia and the West. Here's a forum where there is some limited cooperation. So how does that work? What can come out of it? So you constantly ask yourself that question when you're going to cover Arctic security. And very rarely an editor will come to me and say, look, Gladys, we need to look at Arctic security, because they don't know where to start. They don't really know it. They don't speak a Scandinavian language. They haven't gone on holiday. I mean, they haven't studied. They haven't lived. So so you need to help them along a little bit. So I will go to them and say, this really is interesting. This is why we should go and do this story, or So, and once you explain that, then they'll be, oh, that sounds really good. We should be doing this. So it can be very broad. It can be about diplomacy, defense, military, climate change. I mean, there's all kinds of it. But it's how you have to, the fundamental question is, how do I make it relevant to somebody who's reading this in London, Shanghai, Madrid? And if you can answer that question, then you go a long way.
Okay. But I have to ask you the same question, like I asked Martin. I'll put it more general. What do you editors prefer from the Arctic? Is that story about climate change or about Arctic security?
If you frame it correctly, if you frame it in relevance, then you can. I mean, they will be interested in military. They will be interested in diplomacy. It can be anything. It could be, Vladimir. I mean, it could be. But you come back again always to why. Why should we care about this? And so for climate change, there's as much interest in climate change as defense or the military or diplomacy. I don't think there's so much of a hierarchy there. It's just as interesting, those issues next to each other.
Thank you so far. Go to you, Henriksen, BBC. I mean, as far as I understand, you have this program where you have 2 or 3 panelists or something, and you have a chat during a couple of hours. I know you have had Andreas on the air sometimes. He tells me every time he has been on BBC. He's very proud of that. So I understand why you are invited here. I guess you have to.
Thank you.
You have to invite him back again.
As a journalist, I never knock a free opportunity.
So, in addition to having Andreas on the air, how important would stories about Arctic security be for your worldwide BBC listeners?
I have to confess, I'm hearing a lot of bad news around me about the impact of the Ukrainian-Russian war for Norway. My variation of the bad news that we journalists specialize in bringing is that people do not like bad news. It's not actually news. I mean, a man biting a dog will always be of certain journalistic interest more than a dog biting a man. I am guilty of a lot of the questionable news values that some may say is now part of the mainstream media, because on our program, let me give you two stories that were in the news recently. That I work for, the BBC News is a very big global empire. I represent a very small 20th century analog part of it, which is a radio program geared towards an international audience, the World Service. It wasn't so long ago that the World Service was actually separate from BBC News, but everything has to be consolidated and put together, as you probably know, because to save money. But international news is very hard to put on the agenda. It's, now that we are part of BBC News, we also have a big UK audience. It's not always a comfortable fit. And basically, we have to always be aware that because of the way BBC News is funded by people who watch television in the UK, paying for us now as well. We used to be funded, as many of you may know, by the British government, by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. That changed about 12, 15 years ago. We have to justify the stories that we cover to a UK domestic audience. Now, London is only 2 hours away by air, as you know, but sitting now here discussing Arctic security, it seems a little bit further. And I'm guilty as charged in some of the mixing of news and comment and opinion, and that let me give you two stories that were part of the BBC World Service news bulletins recently. One was Vladimir Putin, I think, at the beginning of the month, saying that Russia has a right to cooperate with China on Northern Sea Route development. And I'm glad to say that story was still written by the BBC World News, part of the BBC Newsroom. The other story this week is the suspicious death, according to some, of Vladimir the whale, which, a beluga whale that, if any of you are unfamiliar with this story, a beluga whale that some think may have been trained by the Russian security services as a spy whale. Now, guess which story was covered on my program as a means to illustrate Arctic security tensions? It wasn't Vladimir Putin and his comments. So this is the world that we live in that people are avoiding bad news. So we have to, even in a program like ours, which is high-minded, which is meant to appeal to a global audience, I started my career in the 1990s. So a lot has changed, a lot hasn't, but a lot of those dualities have been sort of merged together now in a way that my younger self would have found surprising. I mean, we're talking about the US presidential election. Who's having more of an impact on the US election, do you think? Fox, CNN, Washington Post, New York Times? Taylor Swift, I would suggest. That's the sort of reality that we live in. Younger audiences, we at the BBC, on our part of the World Service, a lot of our output is taken by the US public radio stations because historically those stations could not afford to cover foreign news. And they have a high-minded, progressive, internationalist-oriented audience. And so they take the BBC, but they are reporting to us. News avoidance is a big issue. Young people, understandably, this is not a value judgment. Young people aren't wanting to engage with bad news. And we know that news, unfortunately, too much news exposure is not good for one's mental health. And there's plenty of bad news that young people would wish had never happened, if you think about recent years, let alone geopolitics, Gaza, Ukraine, etc. But the COVID pandemic, one of the worst stories in a practical way for younger people throughout the world. So news avoidance is something we grapple with. And yes, Arctic security issues, I can see being a major new zone of geopolitical threat, worry, tension, etc. It's going to have to fight we are going to have to fight very hard to put it on the news agenda and to make it something that people care about and want to care about in the way that perhaps some of us here might like.
Great.
Sorry to bring bad news.
I maybe end up with a question that I got from the audience here, but I go back to the Norwegian part here. I mean, in 2023, there was a little American ship called Gerald Ford, the biggest American warship actually, was anchoring up here in Oslo. People were waving with flags, singing, dancing. The gardens were filled up with happy people along the shore of Oslofjorden. And it has a huge coverage in the Norwegian national broadcast. And then it suddenly disappeared, like it didn't exist. What happened actually was it was sailing around our coast. It didn't disappear. I mean, every single day I can look out of my window in Bodø, and there is a warship someplace in the harbor. What can we do, Morten, to make this, what's happening in the north on security, to a national question, not only what I would like just now to call a local issue?
Well, of course, we have to talk about, this is of course very difficult because we can in one way say, okay, the tense is growing all the time. But I think we have to have two thoughts in our heads all the time, because now everybody is talking about arming, we are investing more in defense and so on. But when I am around, and I've been a lot around now talking to people, people are very concerned about how can we stop this madness? How can we stop this? Is there any way out of this situation just now? And I think we have to combine the warships at the Vestfjorden and everything with discussion about how can we go out of this thing, because people are really concerned for the moment. They are very afraid that this can go out of control. Of course, we have to give arms to Ukraine. We have to support them that they could stop the Russian aggression. But I think we all the time have to say, to combine the stories about the danger of escalation with is there any way out of this? Because people are really concerned about that. They are asking me questions. I can't give all the questions about that. But I think to get interest about these things, we have to tell, to be also have to think, to give ear to theories about how to get out of this. Because now it's only war, armaments, building up and so on. And when you meet people outside, they are not stupid. They are also hoping for any way to get out of this.
Does that mean, I will come to you, Martin, but I have to ask Thomas and then Astrid, do you feel that you are scaring people more than you are informing people with these tight covering of the Arctic?
That totally depends on what you define as people. I think that, of course, we ask ourselves every day, how can we avoid formulating our text in a way escalating the situation or scaring people more than it is strongly necessarily. But back to the thing about people. There is one man in this world that is really, really afraid of journalism. His name is Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is not afraid of Gerald Ford sailing up to the Arctic Circle or exercises off the coast of Norway and so on. He's not afraid of expansion of NATO. He's afraid of journalism. And that is exactly what he has formed his society with over the last 25 years, to crumble the media, to crumble freedom of expression and so on. Imagine if there has been free and open journalism in Russia in 2014 and onwards. This war that is going on now could never happen. I mean, because the entire war is built on a lie that the regime in Kiev is Nazis that are harassing their people. It's not true. But that is understanding that Vladimir Putin got it early in his stage during the Kursk accident. If you remember this spectacular episode when he met the widows of the sailors of Kursk in the town of Vidyayevo and so on. And since then he has made new laws, he has arrested journalists, he has executed journalists, and so on and so on. So the most important thing for the world to de-escalate now and to avoid a new arms race is to support free and open journalism, and especially those exiled Russian medias that are working out of Riga, out of Vilnius, partly Yerevan, Kirkenes, thank you. There is about 1,000 exiled Russian journalists now in Europe, writing in Russian for a Russian audience. And like the Barents Observer, they are outsmarting Roskomnadzor, this censorship agency in Moscow that is trying to stop internet access. We outsmart them and we reach our readers inside Russia.
How do you
just one conclusion, because you framed the question, should we, what is selling best, Martin? Is it the polar bear and the climate change, or is it security? I would argue that those two things are very, very interlinked, because if we take John Lennon's words and kind of imagine a totally different word, imagine that we actually managed to have free and open journalism in Russia that one day will put Vladimir Putin to jail, not in Hague, but on the Red Square, and have a new society built on democracy, rule of law, and free journalism. Then we can focus on what is the most important thing, what is outlined in NATO's strategic documents, fighting climate changes, the big threat to all Arctic nations. Imagine that we had a president in the United States that is lobbying for 2% of each member country to go to green energy instead of arms racing. But we cannot do that before Vladimir Putin's days is ended, and this crazy empire thinking that we are witnessing today trigger other countries, including NATO and ourselves, to send warships up to the Arctic. And
I almost, when you said imagine...
you started to sing.
I remembered... sorry?
You started to sing.
Yeah, no, I remember the old slogan. I'm so old that I remember a slogan that was, make love, not war. But that is not the situation today. Also, do you have any comments on this, on your coverage in this aspect?
With regard to, of course, we also, as Thomas mentioned here, we try to balance our coverage. Our aim is not to scare people, but we need to keep the public both in the north and in the south informed about the developments. My impression is that some of the readers get very worried, and some are, for example, very reassured of the high levels of Western military activity in the high north. So it can go both ways. Our reporting on, for example, U.S. carrier ships and U.S. submarines in the high north. A bit brain freeze here, but yeah, I think I'll stop with just that.
Yeah, but that lead me over, but I'll let you, Martin, for the short comments, because before I go to a new theme, actually. Come on, Martin.
Yes, I think it was Andreas who said earlier that we should be cognizant also that security doesn't squeeze out other topics. I think that's a very, very valid warning. I think, though, that what we're really looking for is a supplementary way of covering the conflict and making sure that all its implications are covered. The war, as we've been talking about earlier today, also impacts on climate change and climate change research that has been damaged really, really badly by the war, since we cannot now access data from the half of the Arctic, so that scientists are now losing their ability for long-term modeling of climate change in the Arctic. I mean, this is really, really damaging for the entire world, because we need to know, as you know, what's happening with the climate, but we can't because of the war. So we can cover climate change in the context of the conflict if we know what's happening. And I would very much like to strengthen your point about the people being, our audiences being very, very afraid of this conflict. And it's the media, if assisted, if they are brought into a position where they are able to do their job, who will be able to bring out the voices of the indigenous people, of the religious communities, of all those people who don't have voices at the moment. But it's only if we allow the media to do their job, if we enable the media to do their job, that this is possible. We can do it in our local context, but if we want to do it, let's say on a broader scale in the Arctic, we have to assist the media to do that, whether it's in Alaska, did any of you ever travel widely in the Arctic Canadian part of the world? I think there's probably 5 in this room. And take any journalistic gathering. Did anybody ever travel in the Canadian Arctic? It's impossible if you're not assisted. It's just too big. How many traveled in Greenland and talked to people outside of Nuuk? I mean, if you're really serious about having the voices of the indigenous in the Arctic heard, you have to get people out there who know how to listen and how to bring those voices out there. So there is a lot to be done, and I agree very much with your point about we need to have people's voices on the air more, because they are concerned about this conflict, and that concern it has to be met by, let's say, recognition of this concern, and that can only happen through the media if you want it, let's say, in a democratic, professional dialogue format. So yes, I think we should be afraid that the conflict eventually will also sort of narrow the minds of the media. We have to be cognizant that there are other issues out there that are not hard security. It's connected to the conflict, but it's not necessarily, let's say, old-fashioned sort of go out, count the guns, and that's it.
Thank you, Martin. I have some questions from the experts. I don't know, there's no name on it, but there's a question here: why does non-Arctic media always cover the Arctic in cliches of indigenous peoples and polar bears? Anybody want to reply on that? Anybody want to admit that that's the situation?
There's a lot of validity in that criticism, but the paradigm, if I may use that word, has to be shifted so much. It's so hard not to resort to those cliches, and the fact that we bring polar bears, beluga whales into the discussion, it's the Arctic, like the Antarctic, is meant in the common culture and consciousness to be somewhere. No disrespect, and it's great, and you're totally right about the need, and one of the values of this, one of the benefits of this conference is to hear voices from people who live there, the Saami community, Saami council, etc. But there is this sort of view in the wider media that the Arctic is something pristine, something natural, something lovely and beautiful, but it's where humans aren't meant to be. And that is something, and now that humans may well be not just being there, but carrying out their geopolitical conflicts, etc., it is a very hard paradigm shift that has to be made in a context of people's engagement with news no longer being mainly, as I've hinted, with the through the mainstream media, but through social media, through polarizing trends that and entertainment celebrities, etc., whose voices are amplified in that sphere of the media.
I'll be a little positive in this. I think, people are generally interested in the Arctic, and if you appeal to I do believe if you appeal to their intelligence, you will get interest in the wider issues. And maybe you start with, okay, you might start, picture of a polar bear, but you can go into an issue and explain this is an important issue, and explain why it matters to you, and explain with rational arguments. I do think it's still, I mean, we all do this job because we love doing that. So, and I think there is more than before, people do want facts, they want understanding. We can help them understand the confusion of this world. I think there's room out there, for that.
Mm.
So.
Good. Another question: why is there so little investigative journalism in the Arctic? And just to spare some time, I will be free to say that both Barents Observer and High-North News do as best as we can. We are small newspaper, both of us. Is that anybody else who have an answer to that? So just to cut the time here, be sure.
I'll just say it's not true. It's wrong. There's an assumption here that there is no investigative journalism in the Arctic.
Yeah,
and
that's what
wrong.
I try to say, very short.
Yeah, that's the short answer.
The second answer is read the latest edition of the New Yorker, 16 pages of highly security-related stuff from the borderland of Russia, Norway, and the Arctic.
That's right.
A story that the journalists were working on for 18 months. Imagine to have those resources.
Yeah, but that's another question. Can Arctic journalism survive without subsidize?
We can be creative. I mean, there are different ways of telling the story. To give an example, a couple of years ago, I did a big story with my colleague in Denmark about the military race in the Arctic between Russia and the West. Okay, well, on that occasion, we didn't go up to the Arctic. Okay, but there's lots of data we can use. We can tell the story with really good graphics, with a graphic journalist who helps us understand, tell the story in a way that's appealing to people, and then goes in depth into facts, into latest research. And we saw, in my head, when we did a story, and we went, we worked for months on this story, and I was thinking, okay, it's going to have a certain small audience, but it's going to be the experts. And no. The readership data afterwards was one of the most popular on that day, one of the most popular stories out there. Among readers. So the interest in there is it's our job as well to make it interesting to people, appealing to say why it matters to your life, So there are ways of being creative and doing it, I think.
Good. And then I have to go back to my last question to you. I know you can fight back to these guys sitting among the audience. And then that's a question about sources. How easy it to get access to these experts? Either they are military, academics, politicians. I know there's a difference between these groups. So, Asti, would you like to start? How is the possibility to get in touch with these guys?
In general, we find that researchers, military and civilian officials are quite easy to get in touch with. And when it comes to military organizations in the Arctic, we experience that the Norwegian armed forces and the US forces in particular are they inform a lot on their activities, and they often say yes to interviews and facilitate media events. At the same time, we also recognize that their openness or transparency is also, of course, a bit limited. It's controlled information that we get. Politicians is a bit another case. I discussed this with my editor-in-chief, Trine Jonassen, and we both agree that often, or too often, we don't get concrete answers from politicians. Often it's well rehearsed.
Listen carefully now.
Yeah. It's often well rehearsed and repetitive answers, and often also not comments on what we actually ask about. Sometimes we also are directed to asking questions by email, and it can take several days before we get an answer.
What is your experience, Thomas?
I'm living in a part of Norway where, with the exception of NRK, I think there are more people working in PR business in the public sector than we are journalists. So I don't have a lack of people trying to sell stories into me. I'm also living in a town where we have one pub. That's the place where I find the information. That's where the police security service is drinking beer. That's where the people in the military are drinking beer. That's where everyone from NATO, when they're visiting the border to Russia, go and drink beer. That's my source of information. So please continue to send press releases as much as you can, but we don't buy it. We don't buy it. We do it in the evening.
Late in the evening on puben in Kirkenes is a good source. What about you, Morten, on these issues?
Well, no, I've not been working so much on the Arctic questions as a journalist during the last years. My last work there was about this arrested Norwegian border officer, Frode Berg. And at that example, it was quite difficult, of course, to get sources to talk about this Norwegian spy scandal, which is quite naturally. But if we are talking about security, military intelligence about what's going on in the north, not very easy to get out sources from the intelligence, but it's some kind of a ping pong. Then often you know what they are doing, and they know what you know, and then you can actually write it, and they accept it in some way. But no, it's very difficult to get sources. But of course, we have managed then to get the head of the Norwegian intelligence directly in our studio sometimes. Then
they have changed the last.
Yeah, and I find there is a development there now going on because of this very tense situation, and they have some kind of obligations then also to give information to the press about what's going on in that area.
That's also my feeling. What about when Reuters call? I guess everybody stands up and say yes.
Oh, I wish, but sadly no. But you, usually what the great tool I love is Untitled, and it's just getting through the freedom of information request for documents, public documents. So you kind of try to get an insight into a process and understand. Okay, this is the time when I need to call this person. Maybe they're going to tell me something about this. So we try that way. Depending for sources. We do the, how do you say it? Sometimes people will be extremely open to us and but it's work as usual. They have to know what you're interested in, because otherwise, if they don't know what the foreign press is interested in. So it's my job to tell them, I want to know about this. Tell me about this. When you can't talk about it now, but maybe in 3 months' time, at this point, we can talk about it. So.
Martin, 1 minute.
Yes, I think talking of security in the Arctic on a greater scale, I think we have one real problem with sources, and that is that the break-off with Russia has made it even more difficult than it was before to talk to people in Russia. I mean, Russia is still our neighbors. We've been talking a lot about that today, and they will be our neighbors also when this war in Ukraine somehow comes to an end. But we have lost so many contacts in Russia. The media, all other sectors of society, people-to-people contacts have been cut off. Thomas has found a genius way of working with exiled journalists. And I think we should all be obliged to work on how do we maintain contacts with Russians, whether in Russia or in exile, and do it much more diligently than we have been doing.
Okay, thank you, Henry.
I'm not boasting, but on our show, I think in February 2023, Alexander Stubb, I forgive my mispronunciation, was a panel guest on our show, and he was an academic in Florence, I believe. Very keen to come on our show. His administrative staff was wonderful. We couldn't shut him up about how important it was that Finland join NATO and not be a neutral country like Austria. I've got his number on my phone. It's probably no longer valid. But 2 weeks after he became president, we put in the same call. Would Mr. Stubb be happy to be on our show again? Not for 2.5 hours this time, but just 3 minutes, just to give us his perspective on winning the presidency and whether or not Finland is now secure within NATO. No. Busy for the next 4 months, I think it was. All I would say to politicians out there is that the higher you go, the more you seem to look down on people like me. So, if you do reach the very heights, please perhaps reassess your attitudes to the media.
Good. I mean, there's always a discussion going on whether the press has power or the opposite. I'm not sure myself these days. Anyhow, these guys are working at the ethical standards that you depends on. They are working with the press ethic by their heart and by their head. Take care of them and give them a good hand.
Thank you so much, Arne. Excellent. That actually concludes the conference for today. My main 2 takeaways from this panel, I don't know what yours were, you can discuss with the journalists afterwards. My main 2 takeaways was get Taylor Swift to the Arctic and be careful what you say when you drink beer with Thomas. I was thinking you're tired of me trying to tell you what to do, and I haven't been doing this conference so far by myself. I have a co-organizer. I mentioned her earlier today, Iselin Winther, so she's going to give you the final commands for today. Iselin?
Thank you. I'm not a big fan of talking in front of a lot of people, but thanks, Andreas. I just wanted to say that tomorrow we're going to start at 10 o'clock sharp, so be early. It's going to be a lot of people tomorrow as well. As for the formal program of today, it's going to end, but we still have a reception right now upstairs, and we will serve some sparkling wine, and there will be a commentary by Maria Varteresian, the State Secretary of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So it's been really interesting to listening in to you all today, and thank you so much for attending so far. Hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow and at the reception. Thank you.